Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I gonna move and walk on a dog book.
And there it is right there. There it is. Pardon me. There it is right there. And there I am right there. So here I am right here. And there you are. I'm not quite sure why it's so dark. It's no different from the previous day. But this is English weather for you, by the way. A lot of you that live here, you know. So there it is right there. And here I am right there, right here. And there you are right wherever you are. So good to see you again. Happy to be in your company. Welcome. So welcome. So that song now, the Tinubu song, it says, Ipade Dojobo. So it means that we shall meet at the ballot box. So that song is now passé because Ipade now is in the courtroom. So the next meeting now is in the courtroom. So to meet in the courtrooms, then the next phase then in this never-ending saga that is the Nigerian political journey. So welcome, good to see you. But I say a never-ending saga. This first headline is also a never-ending narrative. There's a lot more to this than the first readout. So there are layers and layers to this narrative than the first readout. But let me bring you the headline just so I'm not talking in abstraction. This is what I'm talking about. Seyi Tinubu paid $11 million for London property Buhari regime seized from the Zani's ally Kola Aluko. So there it is. Let me actually read it from because I'm squinting to read it from there. So yes, Seyi Tinubu paid $11 million for London property Buhari regime seized from the Zani ally of Kola Aluko. So it should be Kola Aluko, ally of the Zani, but then, of course, that's a People's Gazette for you. It's a trash sort of a newspaper. I don't know why we go to it. But the story is out there. And that is the number one story that is revolving around the Nigerian political cycle today. So that's the number one story that everybody is talking about. This property. And by the way, this is not something in... anyway, let me not preempt it. But like I said, there are layers and layers to this. But there are layers and layers to this, but we shall unbundle it and see if it has any meaning or if they are just throwing mud. Because, of course, we know they are throwing mud at the Tinubu space, but we'll see if this is just another additional mud. We'll see if this is just yet another... Oh, yeah, I see that somebody shared the stream on Facebook. So I don't think I've ever said this, and I'm certainly going to be saying it for the future. The people following us on, because we have quite a strong following on Facebook, but they never share it on their... Please share it on your Facebook space so we can go just as wide as we can reach. So do that. Join that character that just did it, whoever you were. So yeah. So like I said, we shall be unpacking that Tinubu's son property to see what is under the belly of that particular narrative. So we shall pop the bonnet on that and have a look at the engine. I will pop the bonnet on this as well, but you don't have to look too far to see where this is going. Nigeria lost not making Oshibanjo president, ex-Kano Emir Sanusi. So there he is. He doesn't speak often, but when he speaks, Sanusi often is always to poke a real sharp weapon in the heart of whoever the subject matter is that is referencing. So how are we going to unbundle this and what does it really have to say? All of that will unpack in the reading. Nigeria lost not making Oshibanjo president, ex-Kano Emir Sanusi. So quite what is leading Sanusi to that space. We thought that Sanusi was up and gone and completely disappeared from the Nigerian political cycle, but that will never happen, of course. So we'll read that actually from Punch instead of where we saw that, because it's all over the news, that one as well. So the next one. So this one now, Northerners slam Ohaneze, condemn call for IPOB leader Kano's release. So this is, I could have read this headline, 3 weeks ago, 3 months ago, 10 months ago, and it'll be the same thing. The one space that is quite adamant that Nnamdi Kanu should not be released is the northern space. But why are they so fixated on having that guy incarcerated? That is the wider question. Northerners slam... Actually, let me share the screen so you can see. Let me share the screen for that one. So, and by the way, there's still a few spaces in the room for whoever wants to join. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you do want to join. Northerners slam Ohaneze, condemn call for IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu's release. So rot in jail, essentially, if the Northerners will have their way. But how widely is that voice speaking for the North is the bigger question. Because we're too sometimes consumed. We just see the word Northerner and we see and we just assume that whichever satellite space is speaking as Northerner is speaking for the whole of the North. Not often instances the case. So let's go on to the next headline. see what we are contending with here. So now this now next day, and by the way, I'll only read about 2 or 3 of the articles, and then we go with the headline because people are saying to me that the readouts can be a bit long-winded sometimes. But this one now, you may see this one as somewhat of a jocular sort of headline, but embedded within it is some substance. Witches, wizards endorse Tinubu's inauguration, ask Nigerians to pray for him. So the witches and the the witches and the wizard, I'm not quite sure just what sort of an endorsement is that, or what that means even to the political cycle. Let's actually just read through this because just to get rid of it. Witches and wizards endorse Tinubu's inauguration, ask Nigerians to pray for him. The White Witches and Wizards Association of Nigeria, apparently they have a body, have rallied support for the inauguration of President-elect Asiwaju Bola Tinubu on May the 29th. The association also urged Nigerians to pray for a smooth transition of power to the president-elect. Spokesperson of the group, Something Obo, in a statement, assured Tinubu of their efforts to cleanse and detoxify the Abuja environment for him to operate in. They also warned against any attempts by disgruntled politicians to disrupt Tinubu's inauguration. Obi claims that, we all knew that they were pointing at Obi anyway, that Obi claimed that Tinubu was the winner of their spiritual. So Obi is not Obo, but Obi. Obi claimed that Tinubu was the winner of their spiritual presidential election conducted before the February terrestrial election. He stated that what the president-elect needs now is prayers of good health and long life from all Nigerians. So we're quite where that prayer is coming from, because I'm assuming that witches and wizards don't believe in the Abrahamic faith that a lot of us follow. So quite where those prayers are coming from. So that one's somewhat of a jocular one, I suspect. This one, no joke at all. Governor Wike declares public holiday for Tinubu's visit to Rivers State. So there it is right there, a declaration of it's essentially a state visit, isn't it? Even though Tinubu not quite the president. It's quite funny, actually, because just as soon as the elections were declared and Tinubu was declared president-elect, the cameras immediately moved from Buhari and focused on Tinubu. And look at what we see now. Every little clip and every little photo that we see now in the media space is one politician or the other going to Tinubu to do Ranka Dede. What we saw previously for 7 years was that same place, that same role, but with a different person being Ranka Dede. So the king is dead, long live the king is essentially what is going on there. So Wike pledges his fiefdom to the incoming administration. So everything changes but remains the same. Everything changes but remains the same. So now, whether this guy is guilty or not, the ignominy of it is just really something that is difficult to wear, and people are not wearing it. Organ harvesting. ECOWAS Parliament right UK court seek clemency for Ikweremadu. So now, it doesn't really matter if you like Ikweremadu or not, if you are for him or not, or if you find him guilty or not of whatever is being alleged. Let's look at who this person is that is in some dingy little cell in the United Kingdom. This person you are looking at on your screen was the number one, not the number one, it was the number 3 citizen of Nigeria for 8 years. You know, so essentially, this is somewhat an affront to the Nigerian sovereignty that somebody, they can pass judgment on him and extradite him to Nigeria to serve his punishment, whatever that is. But for an erstwhile number 3 citizen of the Nigeria, number 4. How is it number 4? It was the Senate president. Dewale is arguing with me. If he was the Senate president, then it's number 3. It's the president, the vice, and then the Senate president. So it was the number 3 citizen of Nigeria once upon a time. So how can it be the case that the number 3 citizen of Nigeria once upon a time is now in some dingy cell in the United Kingdom? So very difficult to wear. Organ harvesting, ECOWAS Parliament Right UK Court seeks clemency for Ekweremadu. So clemency, even the word clemency rankles me somewhat. We should really be making demands. So now this last headline is a space that necessarily has to be addressed because it's been lingering for too long. Or this next headline is a space that necessarily, and if it's not addressed immediately, it could implode and explode into something bigger and deeper than what it is presently. We are not at war with Yorubas in Lagos, in Digo. So there it is right there. So the elections have come and gone now, and we are at the healing phase now, because this is what often happens in Nigeria. When we are in the throes of an election, everybody will think. You remember in 2014, when the United States released a report that Nigeria will end within 5 years. So fierce was the battle for power. But as soon as elections are over, within a few months, we all come together. And this sort of language is really the language that brings us back together. We are not at war with Yorubas in Lagos. This is the Indigo now. We are waving it's not the red flag, not the white flag, but the green olive of peace. So the green olive of peace from our brothers from the southeast. So there's some sort of a rhyme to that, isn't there? And I didn't even intend it. The green olives of peace from our brothers from the southeast. So the green olive of peace are from our brothers from the southeast. So the usual protocol, I don't think I said it. So click on the like button as you're coming in. Of course, I should have said that. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to join us on the screen. And if you feel inclined to buy your host cups of coffee, then there's a link there that says buy your host cups of coffee. 3 easy steps, and you can buy coffee to your heart's content. So do all that as I take a micro break. I'll let the panelists in as we have them at the moment. I will take a micro break, and then when we come back, we get into the throes of it. You know where we're going, of course. Veke, guys.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Oh, sorry, somebody is unmuted. Yes, Ribadu, let me mute you for a moment. So there it is right there. Before I go to any readout, Dewale corrects me that Ekweremadu was actually the deputy Senate president. So so I take that correction. Yes. So and Ribadu also corrects me there as well. So I take that correction, but the point still subsists. The point still holds. It's still a challenge and affront to our sovereignty. Organ harvesting. ECOWAS Parliament right UK court seek clemency for Ribadu. The Speaker of the Parliament of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, Honorable Sidi Mohamed Tunis, has written a letter to the Chief Clerk of the Central Criminal Court in London to temper justice with mercy over the conviction of former Deputy Senate President, Senator Ike Ekweremadu, and his wife. Recall that Ekweremadu and his wife, alongside a Nigerian doctor, Obinna Obeta, were recently found guilty of attempted organ harvesting of a Nigerian trafficked to Britain to provide a kidney for their ailing daughter. President Obasanjo wrote a letter last month. I'm skimming through it, not reading it verbatim. The letter by Tunis is addressed to the Chief Clerk, Central Criminal Court, Old Bailey, London, and it goes on to give the address. So it gives us then a long essay on whatever it is the content of that letter is, but we're not going to labor through that. The essential point is now ECOWAS, and I think a letter was also written by Obasanjo as well. So ECOWAS and Obasanjo now are writing to the United Kingdom then to sheathe their swords. So let's welcome Ribadu, who joins us for the first time. Ribadu, good to meet you.
Yeah, hello all. My name is Ribadu and I'm from Northeast Nigeria here. I had your previous podcast with Mala Hassan, he's a dear friend, and I decided to join you today and see how we can have a productive discussion here and contribute our own experience from Northern Nigeria here. So thank you.
Where is Hassan? Are you doing turn by turn? You can both be here now. Where's Hassan? The fans his fans were asking about him yesterday.
Mala Hassan, I left him not long ago, so he will join us later, I think. I think he's still on his way home.
All right, brilliant. Let's go immediately to it then and go to this Ekweremadu space. So now I have no time for Ekweremadu. And when they beat him up in Germany at the New Yam Festival, I had a good laugh because he's one of the doting politicians. But for one of our senior citizens, a parliamentarian and a senior one at that, somebody that has held one of the highest offices in Nigeria, sitting in some dingy little cell in the United Kingdom, that does not sit well with me. Does it sit with you, Ribadu?
No, not at all. Not at all. You know, it's quite unfortunate what happened with Ekweremadu because, first of all, he's the father. So we have to view it from a lot of angles, you know. And I think what led to such an unfortunate event is from our own, how will I put it, our own regard for law in Nigeria here. You know, apart from just being a former deputy senate president, you know, but when somebody of his status, his daughter is ill, she obviously needed a kidney transplant, and you know, as a parent, he has a logic cannot prevail when it comes to judgment because the situation has to do with his child. While here in Nigeria today, sorry to say, I'm not trying to paint our country black, but here today with 500,000, you can get a donation of kidney across the entire belt of the country, not just northeast, south. You understand? So probably I really can't say what went between him and the person that's supposed to be the donor, what were the arrangement, but the mistake he made, maybe he did not formalize it into writing. He did not pen it down legally, and maybe he did not seek out the law guiding such medical procedure in the UK. You understand? Thinking, you know, from here, he's a big shot. He's a big man here in Nigeria. And today, even now, even tomorrow, you know, when somebody of Ekweremadu status says, okay, please, my daughter is ill, I need a donor, you know, a lot of people will come forward. But when they travel abroad, you know, maybe the person says find himself in UK or US, wherever that is Europe, he can change his mind, and you don't have any legal backing or any documentation. You understand? And our own government here, to be honest, if we can, the government did not stood by Ekweremadu. You
No,
understand?
no.
We are
I
supposed
think,
to,
sorry, I think the government did. Ahmed Lawan, he sent a delegation from the Senate to go to the United Kingdom to go and interface. And that was before he was
Mhm.
found guilty. So they did try to push on his behalf, but I think they wanted to make an example of him.
I like that statement that you said they did try. You understand? You said they
Can I
did try.
interject
I
1 minute?
mean, you holistically, you know,
Can
holistically
I
speaking,
interject?
what did the government? Yes, please. Who is someone?
Yeah, that's Ajanle Koko. If you've been listening, then you must know Ajanle Koko. So that's the mighty Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, come in.
Yeah, I think I
Okay,
want
please come.
to rebut you there that the government did not try. The federal government, um, with the president as the head, carry a very strong weight when it comes to diplomatic engagement with other parts of the world.
Okay.
So, if the president, with or the vice president, on behalf of the president, have intervened or make move, you know, to uh, talk to the British authority. We don't know whether they did it behind the scene, but if they have carried a very strong diplomatic weight into this issue, maybe that time will not come at all. So, but I think Ribadu is right that the federal government did not do enough as expected. We saw what the federal government did in Sudan on the issue of evacuating our citizens out from there. He spoke to the president of that country. He called the president of Egypt to talk to him so that our people can have passage into Egypt and to the airport to bring them to Nigeria. So the federal government should have put a very strong, deployed a strong diplomatic mission into this, and to send a signal to British authority, we are one brother. We want this help from you. Do it for us. Yeah. So just to support Ribadu with this little interjection. So thank you.
All right. So Ribadu, it's a law and order situation, isn't it? So it's a law and order situation. And so the level of our government intervention is limited. Because if they are saying that Ekweremadu broke the law in the United Kingdom, then you cannot then tell them to set their law aside because he's a senior citizen from your country.
No. Can I come in?
Yeah, no, you have the floor. Carry on.
Yes. It's not. Nobody is asking UK to change its law or set it aside. No, that is. See, there is diplomatic channels. You understand? See, I mean, what is the intent? Do you understand? For heaven's sake, it's not like Ekweremadu kidnapped that young person to UK. You understand? He's not. He's an legal adult. You understand? We have many ways. We have government as an entity have so many tools and so many ways in their pockets to resolve this kind of thing, this kind of challenges. You understand? We have lawyers, we have international lawyers, we have diplomatic channels. You understand? Let's them bring the case up. You understand? Let them x-ray it. See what was the intent. You understand? What was the understanding from the local, as in from Nigerian level here, before even the boy travels with the donor travel to UK. There is a precedent for all these things. It has happened now. There is a precedent for all this. You understand? But what I'm trying to say, even you yourself, you mentioned that it was the Senate president. But what did the executive branch of our government did for Ekweremadu for support? It's really embarrassing, you know.
You know what annoys
It's
me, Ribado? You know what annoys me? If it was the equal measure, let's say somebody of Ekweremadu status from the United Kingdom is caught flouting the law in Nigeria. If you even arrest him for 1 hour, they will send gunboats to come and blow up your country. So it's just the double standards, isn't it? It's just the double standards.
I don't want to deviate from. I don't want to.
Hold on, Bishop. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, somebody. I
No,
don't.
carry on.
I don't want. I don't want to deviate from the topic. You understand? But do you know why I choose to come to this platform? Because a lot of things has been eating me up inside. Do you understand?
Yeah.
See, the moment you are out of touch from the government, you become nobody. You understand? Our elite, we are so unpatriotic that you know, when something happened to your colleague that he's from not your side or from not across the pond, you sat down and laughed. How many governors from Ekweremadu's side stand in solidarity with him? You understand? How many elders that stand in solidarity for Ekweremadu? I mean, what our own institution, did the federal government even bother to investigate what happened here before they even went to UK? Because we have to do our homework here. When we do our homework here, then we have the leverage to confront the UK and tell them, no, see, in our own country, this is how the law is. This is how it happens. And this is why he's here. Maybe our own understanding of the law is quite different from your own. Find the discrepancies, for heaven's sake. Find the common ground to solve this issue. I don't even know what is the health status of the daughter. Do you understand? And after all, is a genuine, sorry to say, it's a genuine case. It's not like he's doing it for money or for something. It's for his own daughter. So only if we, and it has really, really damaged our prestige. It has really, really damaged. Any patriotic person will tell you that it's uncalled for what the federal government did, the lack of support and the lack of serious. You understand? So in fact, not even a mayor of London today, if something will happen to him in Nigeria, they will not take that from. They will never take it. Talk less of our own deputies of Senate president. And you know the irony of it is, Nigerians fail to understand. These people, no matter their shortcomings, okay, no matter what they are, they represent us. You understand? You cannot just tear yourself away from them. Today, if a Senate president or a governor still, they will say he's a Nigerian executive, he's a Nigerian government's distinct. So you, as an ordinary citizen, how will you feel? Look at when you travel abroad. Look at what is happening. Nigerian, you cannot even hold your head high and say, I'm a Nigerian. Which some decades ago, it was not like that. So we really need to begin to tell ourselves the truth. When one thing happened, they said what happened to the nose will automatically affect the eye. You understand? We really have to tell our, if Ekweremadu was wrong, we should have the decency, the moral, the what they call it. We should have that the moral courage to call him to order here in Nigeria. But we should do all what we could to make sure we bring our person back. If he's going to face the law here, let this be here. For heaven's sake, we are 200 million, over 200. Do you know what do you know the advantage that our population gave? If we can only do it right, if we can only get it right, do you know what that means? A country like UK, they cannot.
Ribadu, if we can get it right, and when we do get it right, we will. We should be above the United Kingdom, if not in military might, certainly economically, because we have what it takes to be above them economically. So we should be above them in terms of just wealth. Really.
It's not just wealth. Why do you think China is beating America now? It has long gone. We are not in Renaissance era now. Nobody, your military might will not just buy you your way anyhow in this 21st century, in this era that we are. Do you understand? Why do you think China is beating America hands down? Look at the mess that America is putting itself now. Everything now is about market. It's about economy. And economy and market is when you have the population. You understand? That is why I tell you I don't want to deviate, because internally I'm already set on different topic. You understand?
Hold on, deviate, because it's just really, we're just here to talk. So I was even going to ask you what is foremost in your mind. So if there's anything that you really want to talk about, then we'll talk about it.
Okay. I hope. Well, what I really want to talk about is about this past election that we are waiting for the incoming government. You understand? I had had a lot of from different parts of the country. People here are against this, are against that. No, the guy is not healthy. This and that. No, Kashim Shettima want to take over. No. So what I really want to, people are trying to find for their influence. No, it's our own turn now. We have to put our own people there. All the time, whenever I'm given the opportunity to talk in public, whenever I have a chance like this, I want to hear what people will say. You see, wanting to be honest, tomorrow will be a Yoruba man that will be in that seat. But the issue is, if you are a Fulani man from Adamawa, which is my state, you understand, it's not an Igbo man that is going to come and govern you. It's a Fulani man. If you are an Igbo man from Anambra, it's not a Hausa man that is going there and govern you. It's an Igbo man. The same thing with your senators, the same thing with your House of Reps, the same thing with your commissioners, the same thing with the allocated spot for ministers and federal parastatals and organizations. So what's really is eating me up is, why is it do we always fight, disagree and make it a big deal that no, this one is that, no, it's me from
you know what it is, Ribadu. The Nigerian president is the most powerful president in the world, not because Nigeria is the most powerful country in the world, but the powers vested in the hands of the president of Nigeria is almost like a godlike power. Almost every decision is made that affects the country by the president, and there is no other system that is structured like that. So that's one. So that's why people fight so hard for it, because the impact that it can have are based on their political leanings. So there is that. And then also in Nigeria, we have in excess of 250 ethnicity, but we loosely bracket ourselves as the North, which is the Hausa Fulanis, the Nupes, the Kanuris, etc. We wrap them all under the Hausa Fulani umbrella. And then in the Southwest, the Yorubas, we wrap them, they're more of a homogeneous tribe. So we wrap them all together as one entity. And then the Southeast, the Igbos, they are homogeneous as well somewhat. We wrap them all under one identity as well. And then we have other satellite spaces, which are big nations themselves, but not to the size of the Hausas, the Hausa Fulanis, the Igbos, the Yorubas. So really, we see those three spaces as the power spaces of Nigeria. So now, in the history of Nigeria, take aside Nnamdi Azikiwe and that guy that committed the coup, we've never really had an Igbo person govern Nigeria. So that's one. And then when power was transiting to the south, the anticipation was that power should go to the southeast for reasons of equity. But now it's gone to the southwest. So now with that power going to the southwest, so we had Obasanjo, we had Buhari, Now we are having Tinubu. So of course we had good luck. We had Obasanjo, we had Yadua, we had then we had Good Luck Jonathan, which we can discount. So and then now we have Buhari, and now it goes back to the southwest again. So with the power going back to the southwest again, the concern from the southeast. I'm not a southeasterner, but from what I hear, because we've been running this platform for a while, the concerns from the southeast is that the power arrangement, the power structure in Nigeria is now some sort of cozy arrangement between the southwest and the north, and this is what aggrieves them. Do you see it from that point of view, Ribadu?
Well, there is some element of truth in that view. Do you understand? I consider myself as a new breed of Nigerian. You understand? That is deeply patriotic and try to call a spade no matter what. Okay, but you see, the political equation in Nigeria is this. I really partook in the feelings that at least it's time for an Igbo man to emerge as a president of this country for equity and then for that belongingness of Nigeria. You understand? But whenever I met my Igbo friends, I used to tell them, you know, you cannot just you have to build bridge. You have to build bridges, you know, between people. Yoruba people were prudent enough. Sorry if I can use that word. They are prudent enough to kind of build that bridges that the northerners will feel at ease with them better than the Igbo counterparts. You understand? And you know the irony of it, we have more Igbos in the north than the Yorubas, in a sense that you will hardly go to a village that at least had a population of 30 to 40,000 people. You will not find a reasonable amount of Igbos living there. You know, last year I was in Munguno, which is the last local government standing in the northern Borno. I went for a survey. I was very, very, you know, I myself that went there, I was scared. I was not free, you understand, to move around because it's an alien place to me. And then I cannot speak their language there. And, you know, it's the only local government standing all around it. It's all Boko Haram and all that. But when I went there, I find an Igbo man operating a pharmacy. The other one selling PVC products. You know, all these PVC pipes and taps. And I was, oh my God, an Igbo man with money, you know? So the irony of it, these people, they are everywhere in the north, you know? And you will never have an argument with an Igbo man just easily like that. So it's really beat my logic that there is this vacuum of that political bridge between the Igbos and the north. But thanks to the previous election.
Hold on. Speculate to what you just said now. If you are saying that there's a chasm still, and by the way, what you just said now, I agree with it. I've never thought about it before, but I agree with it. There are actually more Igbo people in the north than there are Yorubas who never really leave their land. Yes, but so why is there then no connect? Because when you're saying there are more Igbo peoples in the north, you are not saying Uchenna that just came down to do business. You are talking about people that have been there for 2-3 generations. They married there, they own property. So why is there still that chasm, that there's still that element of distrust between the two great spaces of the north and the southeast? Why is there still that little, standoffishness between those two spaces?
I think it's mostly cultural. Do you understand? I think it's mostly cultural. Why I will emphasize on culture is this. Now you will find a Yoruba Muslim marrying from the northern extraction. You understand? You will find a Yoruba Christian marrying a Christian from the north. Do you understand? That is why I think you will find both religions mixed in the Yoruba easily than the Igbos. But believe me, it's going to be very, very difficult for an Igbo man now to offer his daughter to a northerner, even if he's a Christian. Do you understand? So that is my own opinion. I may be wrong, okay? But this is my own opinion. And it's also very difficult for an Igbo young man that has been born and raised in the north to marry. There is one or two cases. I cannot generalize it, okay? But it's very, very difficult. That is one. I think you understand. And like in my state in Yola, Adamawa, we have a local government. We have an area called Lugere where is predominantly Igbos. We have one or two councillors that are from the Igbo extraction. So I think some of the element is cultural, okay, and then these are the, how will I put it for you? You know, these are elementary part that we are talking now. But when it come to the national level, unfortunately, you will see the political parties that are mainly from the Igbo land. They did not take roots in the northern part. Unlike, look at ACN, during the era of ACN, they were able to raise Nuhu Ribadu. You understand? So, I mean, if the politicians from the Igbo extraction can cozy up with some northerners and try to work that bridge together, I think one day we may end up with an Igbo president. But that bridge definitely that bridge needs to be built. And it's the element, the ingredient for building that.
Hold on now, Ricardo. Do you think the North are reaching out to them? Do you think the northern arms are open to the Igbos? Or do you think the North is a bit suspicious of them as well? Is it a two-way thing? Is it mutual suspicion?
I wouldn't like that word suspicions, because what are we
maybe not. Maybe that's the wrong word yet. But you know what I mean, though. But you are right. That's the wrong word. But the spirit of the question.
Let me put it. I understand. You understand? One thing, but if you come, I don't know. You see, culture is a terrible thing. Do you understand? Sorry to use that word again. It's not like, I think it's both ways. It is both ways. The Igbos are not forthcoming, likewise the North here in the North. But one interesting thing is all the ingredients, you need to forge that relationship. It's there. Because we do micro business with these people. Do you understand? I think apart from Kano, mostly if you want to see the Yoruba in numbers, it's Kano, Kaduna. You understand? But come to Gombe, come to Adamawa, come to Taraba, come to even Maiduguri here. The whole pharmaceutical market in Maiduguri here is run by the Igbos. And you will be surprised. So, I mean, all what we need, all the element that will create that link between the Igbos and the North, it's there. Let me tell you one thing. I have never crossed the first time that I crossed the Niger, I went to a friend's wedding in Anambra, in Inewi, or Kofia village. When they saw me, they were shocked.
So you've not been to you've not been to Oyo, laughing. You've not been to Oyo?
No, I've never been. No.
And you call yourself a
Nigerian?
You call yourself a Nigerian? And you've not been to Oyo?
Of course.
You know I'm from Oyo. I'm only joking. Carry on. Carry on. I'm only joking.
Don't be sentimental, okay? So what I'm trying to tell you is, when I went to that Igbo land, my friend, you will not respect an Igbo man till you go to his village, okay? Till you really go to his village. Kuma, I really think Nigeria is losing a lot because Igbo people, they are very good managers, believe me. When I went there, I would go around, I saw the churches they built, the roads, the schools, and I was very, very surprised and shocked to find out it's a community development done by the people, not the government. Do you understand? So all these things is we need reorientation. We have to tell our children, we have to tell the youths that what's happened in the past should remain in the past. We have to start making effort to trust each other, even bit by bit. You understand? We Because if you can do business with somebody, give credit, collect credit, then the basis for trust it's already established. So we need to have a reorientation that it encompassing. I think that's the key. Social
All right.
orientation that is encompassing should come to.
All right, Ribadu. Going
Yeah.
back to the elections that we've just had, and of course we're speaking about the presidential one. Do you think the results of the election? Do you think it represents the popular will of the Nigerian people? Do you think the elections gave Nigerians the results that they were after? Do you think the president elect is the president that Nigerians elected?
That is a very tricky one. Um, okay, let me answer you. It will surprise a lot of people. You understand? Even though I'm not happy with the result, but I can tell you, yes, that this is it. You understand? What I think you are trying to ask, what you are really trying to ask, is it's the modem they use. You understand? It's the modem they use in that election. Because let me tell you, if that election was rigged 100%, I'm not saying it's flawless, okay? But if that election was rigged 100%, you will have seen how will I put you will have seen the flashlights in the note. The pattern wouldn't have been the way it is. Look at, okay, let me convince you. Okay, this is the first time that we had a very complex election like this one. But the fact that Peter Obi was able to do remarkably good in the north, a place that nobody thought that man would shake, and did shake it, and it will tell you that yes, something has happened. There is far element of a general reflection to that result. But it's just that unfortunate that it turned out to be like that. So I think that is where I don't want to talk much on that, but I think this is what I will say. I don't know if you really understand my
Yeah,
message.
yes, we get the broad thrust. The elections, it could have been a lot better. There were riggings all over the place, but the winner really a true reflection of what Nigerians have voted for. But
Yeah.
the Peter Obi narrative and the noise that we're hearing from the obedient space, which continues to reverberate around the country, how are you digesting that? All these agitations that are still going on. We're 3 weeks from inauguration, and they're still claiming a mandate. And by the way, do you understand what mandate they claim was stolen from them? Do you understand the narrative that because we struggle to understand it. We did a spreadsheet on the elections. We did 5 spreadsheets, and we could not find a pathway for B to get anything. We were all surprised by its results. But what are you making of the noise coming from that space? And do you understand the mandates that they are claiming was stolen from them?
I think it's very unfortunate that they take that. There is what they call in politics, okay? There's what they call damage control, okay? And unfortunately, they are wavering away from that damage control. If I will happen to be a Labour Party man, I will strongly advise them, just keep quiet. At least they have, let me tell you, Peter Obi was able to achieve what almost in decades that an Igbo man was unable to achieve. I think Igbo people should be proud of that man. You understand? But that mandate, for heaven's sake, he did not even come second. So what mandate are you talking about? You understand? What mandate are you really talking about? If I were them, we will sit down, go back to the drawing board, see how far we were able to reach, what were the challenges, what were the lapses, then build upon it. For the next 4 years, let the Igbo nation take this advantage. For the next 4 years, let them take this advantage and then build more on what they have achieved. I think it will be far better, far, far, far better. And I think if we eventually we will get an Igbo man as a president, either we like it or not. That is nature. You understand? Eventually,
Yeah,
it will happen.
I have to disagree with you. I don't see it ever happening. Because Tinubu will run for 8 years. He's not going to die, as the obedience are telling you he will die. Look at it, he has a tube in his eye, all of this noise. Nothing is going to happen to him. He's going to govern that country for 8 years. And then after 8 years, either Kashim Shettima or El Rufai will be our president for another 8
No,
years.
no, no. No. I don't think. Don't make me go away from your platform, please. Don't. You are trying to prophesize a lot of things that are very difficult. See, seriously, we have to. If we did that, we are suppressing the Igbo nation. I'm not saying we don't have the power to do that. You understand? But I don't think. I think Tinubu.
Okay. Let me ask you this, because there's still a few more questions that I want to ask you, and I'll invite the panelists, because when somebody is new here, we like to get to know them. Does the window open in the next 16 years for an Igbo president in the next 16 years?
I think by now you should try to understand the precedent of Nigerian politics. Everything is possible. Everything is possible. As far as Nigerian politics is concerned, a lot of things are possible. You understand? It's all about knowing how. You understand? Let me give you. One thing. Asiwaju, I think eventually Asiwaju will be the very person that will pave way for the Igbo presidency. You know why? The reason is this. I have thoroughly studied the 8 years he did as a governor, and then sometimes it's in you to do what it's in you. Okay. At the end of the day, based on hopefully, I hope he's not going to fail us like Buhari did. Okay, but hopefully, from the element of people he's going to choose as his cabinet, will match because the guy have a knack for unearthing talent managers. So eventually, if not Obi, maybe he will end up picking a very prudent young Igbo person that will eventually give the North and the Southwest a run for their money. So this is my hope, really. This is my hope.
All right. I understand what you're saying, and more to it, Ribadu. I understand why you're saying it because you're a gentleman. But I am a gentleman too, but I try to speak to it, just the cold facts of it. I like to speak to the cold facts of it. So Tinubu becomes the president on the 29th, and in 2027, by hook or crook, is going to return himself to power. Because, of course, he will choose the INEC chairman, and Tinubu, he says once you grab power, you don't let it go. So he's going to be the president for the next 8 years. I think we can all rest assured on that. So now, after 8 years now, I don't think the North will want to hear anything about equity, that equals something. They want the power back. And whoever gets the power back in the North after 8 years of Tinubu, he will hold on to it for 8 years. So 8 plus 8 is 16. So there is no window for an Igbo president for the next 16 years. No window.
But we don't have guarantee that your timetable will work.
We know we are Nigerians now. We are Nigerians. You know it now. What are you pretending? You know now. You know.
before I know, I'm taking much of your time, but let me ask you this question before I'll give you my take.
Okay.
Why do you think was the reason of Konkoso not supporting Atiku?
No, I think Konkoso I don't think he likes Atiku personally because Atiku has betrayed him, I think, 2 or 3 times in politics. I don't think the North, especially the northern politicians at the top echelon, I don't think they like Atiku, but more damningly, I don't think they trust him. It's too shifty. It's too, I know it's from your home state, though, but it's too, it's not a straightforward man. So he has a history of betraying people. So Kwakwanso does not like him. But then Kwakwanso also feels that he is better than Atiku. Do you see? So the ego, I think, yeah.
I have a lot of weapon in my arsenal to defend Atiku with based on what you said, but I'm not going to
is
that
your
direction.
homeboy
Okay?
now? Is your
I will let
home? Yeah, go on. Oh, what happened? Come back, Ribadu. Ribadu drops us just as Hassan joins us. So what's happening? Are you using the same handset? Hassan, what happened to your phone? I was enjoying that. Come back, man. Ribadu, if you're hearing me, come back. But there it is. Ribadu, I think network problem. So yeah, voices from the north and the latest voice now, Ribadu. So that is what we always wanted. So the family is now.
Yeah, it's a good thing we are getting people from the north, to speak up. I actually like it, But though Ribadu and Hassan are friends, at least it's a good step in the right direction. I hope.
Oh, sorry, what is? Yeah, carry on.
Can you hear me?
No, but I'm a bit suspicious. Just as soon as Hassan logs on, Ribadu drops off. So I wonder what's happening there.
It could be network. In Nigeria, maybe data runs out. No, this thing eats a lot of data. This StreamYard. Data runs out really fast. Network breakdown really fast. But it's a good thing. I enjoy his presentation. It was nice, and if a lot of other people have this kind of Ribadu mindset, I believe things will get better. One thing I understand from what he was saying is that, of course, I will see people from the south. There are a lot of people in the south that have never visited the north to know how they live, and there's a lot of people in the north that have never visited the south to see how we live. If these things can happen in Nigeria, we'll start seeing different. But they created NYC for that purpose. That's why they created the NYC, so that people can move around and understand each other. But at the end of the day, politicians have broke that system down. Again, one thing I quickly want to say about this Igbo politics. I wanted to say this today, but I got carried away. The problem I'm saying this election is the death of Yaradua. We might accuse Ambassador for a lot of wrong things and can still praise him for a few things. But one thing he put on ground then, how which Yaradua didn't pass on, an Igbo man would have been a president either this year or this election or before now. And Buhari and Tinubu might likely not be in the ballot box because if Yaradua have served his term, he did not die. That position was going to the south east, and Papa Sajo being a fair man, and at that time the Nigerian politics was on his fingers. He would have make a way to make sure there's an Igbo man in that ballot and make sure he wins. Either typical Igbo or whatever you're gonna call it, but an Igbo man will be on that ballot, not just Jonathan. But because he died, unfortunately, that changed the whole dynamics of Nigerian politics. That's why we have this problem right now. I know many people will not agree with me that I take them to take the challenge to go and study what happened when Yaradua died. A lot of things changed. And a lot of politicians who were not supposed to be there came to Nigerian board. And this is the problem we are facing, one man. I will use the floor because we are in Japanese Christmas right now. It's going to take 1 week holiday. I'm busy.
All right, brilliant. You must show us what Japanese. Once you are ready, we want to see what it looks like. Thank you, Wapis. So thank you, Wapis. So Ribadu, if you are hearing us, please join us back. I was enjoying that conversation with you, and I'd like it.
Can I quickly say something, please?
Yeah, come in. There was one thing that Ribadu said that I've never thought about before. I don't know if you have, Akim. That there are actually more Igbo people in the north than there are Yorubas. So why there's not that greater connect between the Igbos and the northerners? as opposed to the Yorubas connecting with them. That struck me. Of course, it's a fact, but I have never thought about it before. Have you, Akim?
Sorry, one more before I answer your question. Sorry, is One Piece still there? It's World Peace, I mean.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Brother, I just last time I was listening from the background and I overheard you talking about the passing of your sister. And I just want to extend my condolence to yourself and your family, and may your soul rest in peace. And I just hope you cope well, brother.
Yeah, we see. Yeah, I'm on your turn now. Wait, you mean?
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, one man, let me come to your question now. So, could you just repeat that again, because I think I just lost the train of thought.
No. I was just saying one thing that Ribadu was saying that struck me was that there are more.
Yeah. I get what you mean now, man.
Yeah.
But why did it struck you? Why would it struck you? I don't understand.
I've never thought about it before. It's true, of course, but I have never thought about it before. That really, just by reasons of living together and association, there should be a better synergy between the Southeast and the North than there is between the North and the Southwest.
You know, our Southeastern brothers are like they are the travelers. They know, like the gypsies. You know, they're like the gypsies of Nigeria. So they're everywhere. They go, they move. You know, they travel a lot, and it's not a bad thing. They settled, and the good thing about them is like it's not like, you know, some tribe now they go somewhere and they will make money and then they will do everything back home. But the Southeastern will settle. They will build their house, you know, grow family. Anywhere they find themselves, they always make it comfortable for themselves and their family. And I think I'm not surprised by that submission from Noribadu, because it's, if you where have you been, one man, that you don't find an Igbo man? Except if that place does not exist. So for me, I don't think it's a. I think that statement is correct. Which other tribe would you think would be more than an Igbo man in any part of Nigeria?
Does it not then strike you as curious that there is no better, that the political synergy and even the cultural synergy is not more between the Southeast and the North, because they live together?
Can I interject?
Let Hakim land, then come in. And what happened to your friend? He left us. We were enjoying him. Tell him to come back. But Hakim, yes.
Yeah.
How did you know he's my friend?
He told us.
Politics is all local, one man. So it doesn't matter if you have people residing across people interstate relationship, but when it comes to politics, you bring your own local local ammunition together, and then you use it to go and negotiate against the other side. So regardless of how intermarriage we have as in relationship wise, when it comes to politics, it's just a different thing. I don't think it works that way. And don't forget, if you look at the arrangement from 1999, when the PDP was formed, so they formed a PDP to be like a super party, like almost like a one-party state. That was in my own opinion, I think that was the intention when they were creating PDP. But the likes of the Bola Ige and others in the Southwest, they had a different idea. So they didn't want to go with that kind of a super party state. And that was why you see the level of domination that the PDP dominated in some certain areas, especially in the Southeast. And the politics at that time, one man, it did favor them. Don't forget, there were this strong alliance between the North and the Southeast at the time. So I don't think there's an issue there. It's just that what happened, and I still keep saying it today, what Jonathan did was wrong. A lot of our Southern brothers don't want to admit it. When Yaradua died and Jonathan completed that 4 years, he should not have contested the second time. What he did there was wrong. We must call it what it is. The zoning arrangement was in place. Obasanjo did 8 years. He moved the power to the north. Okay, unfortunately, the man died. You finish the term, step down. And if Jonathan had stepped down, PDP would have still been in power today. That arrangement would have still been in place. Maybe after this northern that finished with this Buhari regime, maybe that would have been an Igbo person being the president next. But people didn't see it that way.
All right, brilliant. Essentially, they've allocated the Igbo slot to Goodluck Jonathan. But Hassan, the question really that I was going to is only really what Ribadu said in conversation that and it's something we all know, but we've never really thought about, that the Southeasterners, they have a long established relationship with the North. They live there for centuries and not centuries, but they've lived there for decades and decades, and they're generation deep in the North. But then in terms of the political mix in Nigeria, the synergy is more towards the Southwest and the North, and the Southwesterners don't really live in the North. You struggle, you correct me if I'm wrong, but you struggle to find a Yoruba person in the North. But then in politics, we sit next to each other, the Northerners and the Southern and the Southwesterners. So what do you attribute that to, Hassan?
Good evening, everyone. I hope everybody is doing okay.
Good to see you.
Yeah, you see, when Tinubu was making his speech in the beginning of this, election period, he said something, and that kind of reveals a lot. Buhari tried. He of all his 4 tries to get the presidency, he had taken 2 times, or is it 3 times? He had taken an Igbo vice president. He had tried, to build that bridge between the north and the southeast, but it just didn't work. It just didn't work. Buhari will get the northern votes, but the southeast will never agree to vote for the north. He tried the second time, it did not work. I think he chose Chuba Akadibo, he chose another man like that. I think he tried like 3 times. It was when he took Oshibanjo with the blessings of Tinubu that Buhari was able to succeed. So sometimes when Buhari, made that 5% speech, where it was unstatesmanly, but it was out of the pains, of decades, that he has had. He just blotted it out that you cannot compare 97 and 5%. It's one of those things anyway. But in truth, yes, it's true that there are a lot of Igbos. But as far as the average northerner, the way the average northerner sees the Igbo, there are commercial interactions and then there are social interactions. These are two entirely different things. As when you are interacting with an Igbo man, when there is money involved and there is trust, you can trust an Igbo man as long as you are doing a deal with him. He's a very trustworthy person. You can do business with an Igbo man. That I can beat my chest for. But in social cycles in the north, at least, Igbos like to keep to themselves, and there's this like a superiority complex. It's maybe from their culture, or maybe the Igbos are quite well read. They have professionals and all that, but you will not do well to underrate a northerner, call him an almajiri or whatever. You see that Quranic education that you look at and you see them because they are poor. You think like there is no philosophy in that. You think like there is no logic. You think that there is no history in all those things. There is no politics in all those things because it's written in Arabic, and you see children reading something that is not intelligible to you. So you assume they are just people who do not know anything because you can speak English and you have Western education. Then you look down on them. That is a very big mistake. A very, very big mistake. And it's unfortunate. Not all Igbos look at the north like, they climb this high horse and look at the north. But at least in the north, the way they conduct themselves socially, they are like, it's just like an endogamy within the Igbos. They hardly interact socially with the northerners. You find Igbos in one place, all of them smuggled together. And that's the way they live in the north. So but the northerner does not really care whether you interact with him socially or not. But you see the Yoruba, even and the fact that Yorubas are no longer in the north, it's not it has not always been so. There has been times where you can say the number is commensurate, but in the last 20 years, when the security situation in the north really changed, because most of the Yoruba were professionals, and people who were working for the government or people who were doing business. And I know a lot of Yorubas too were taxi drivers, they drive buses. And because in Meduguri here, I know where in Kaswan Shanu, where they used to live, it's a whole place. And anywhere the Yorubas lived, like they interacted. Okay, maybe a lot of Yorubas are Muslims too. Maybe that also played a part. But even Yorubas that are Christians, they really engage within, and they do not choose, they don't just huddle themselves together in one place and then stay there. They mix with people and they engage in social cycles. When when your neighbor is Yoruba man and your child is sick, he goes to the hospital. When you are doing Salah celebrations, he comes. When when they are doing their Christmas, he sends you food. There is this spirit of Yoruba to enjoy life. So he's a socially, he's very, very socially aware and he's socially expressive. So that helps that connection. And there are a lot of Yorubas too who are Muslims. I think that also helps. But if the Igbo had made and the Yoruba are not the type that just judge you just because of the level of English that you speak. No, the Yorubas tend to look at how moral you are and all that more than at least the Igbos that live in northern Nigeria. I don't want to make a generalization and say it's all the Igbos, but the ones that at least I've had experience with, they are wonderful people. They are wonderful people, the Igbos, but when it comes to these specifics, I will not say all of them, but majority of them, at least this is the way that they interact in the north. And you can see why the north was able to connect more with the Igbos than it is. But on individual levels, when you meet any Igbo man in professional cycles or in workplace environments where he knows that, okay, this is a Hausa man, but this Hausa man is he's gone to school, he can speak English, you see that he will change his behavior. He might, in the first instance, when you speak when you speak Hausa, he may not even talk to you. But when he sees you express yourself in English, and he can readily see that you are there, with all the white man kind of knowledge, he will change. His demeanor will instantly change, and you can be friends. The Igbo person, individually, when you interact with them, they are very, very nice people. As friends, you can interact with them. I've had a lot of Igbo friends. I still have them, girlfriends especially. But then
Hassan, Jafar is accusing you of pandering to the Yorubas. Jafar is a truth teller. Is a truth teller. Because what you are saying, essentially, you are saying the Yorubas are Owambe people. Anytime anywhere there's a party, they are there, and the Igbos they are too busy doing their business.
Yes. So that Owambe, it builds social capital now. It builds social capital. There's a reason for it, but the Igbos do not do that. So maybe it's a cultural thing. Some cultures they do clash, but I will not say it's born out of a place of say hatred or anything like that. No, it's not as simple as that. It's a complicated mixture of people's general outlook towards life, their philosophies and things like that. Because just like Rupado said, ordinarily you will think that because there are more Igbos in the north right now, and you see different things too, because when the environment changed, when there is a lot of security challenges in the north, the Yorubas like life, so they just most of them they just left. But the Igbo, his motivation is because of money, and money too by its nature, the risk you have to put down to get money. Sometimes even life, you can risk life to get money, and the Igbo man is down to get money. So no matter how hard the situation is, no matter how deadly the situation is, you still find an Igbo man still in the north. So they are still here, they never left, and we are still together with them, even though in social cycles you hardly see them mix with the indigenous people. But they maintain a very healthy, communal bond within themselves, internal within themselves. You see an easy Igbo, they have their own things like that.
So is this your roundabout polite way of saying they are too ethnic? Is that what you're really saying, that they are too ethnic? Is that a polite look at this guy.
I don't really want to say that, because their ladies are they are very, very, they don't. I've had a lot of Igbo girlfriends. I still have one now in Kolika. She's a very, very nice
it's a funny thing, the Northerners, they love Igbo girls. And who doesn't love an Igbo girl anyway?
Igbo girls are beautiful.
Everybody loves an Igbo girl. But
smart and beautiful.
Yes. But that's brilliant. That's brilliant. Everybody loves an Igbo girl. Look at that. All right. Thank you, Hassan. And Hassan, tell Roberto to join us just when he can, because I think we like him, But let's get back to the conversation. This is the story that has been agitating the political space over the last, at least today. So let me bring it to you quickly. I'm sure you are all familiar with the backdrop, but there's a lot more to it. We're gathering. Mute yourself for a moment, Hassan. There's a lot more to it than we originally thought. Sheyi Tinubu paid 11 million pounds for London property Buhari regime seized. So this is the story then of and I think we'll be hearing a lot more scandals about this guy as the weeks and months go by. President-elect Bola Tinubu's son has been linked to a London firm that paid 11 million. You kick this off for us, Kulata. President-elect Bola Tinubu's son has been linked to a London firm that paid 11 million pounds for a property in London that was previously confiscated from a notorious oil crook. Sheyi Tinubu, Mr. Tinubu's 37-year-old son, who has long cornered the outdoor advertising market in Lagos, was said to have bought the property in 2017, according to a report by business outlet Bloomberg. The Medium, in a story out Tuesday morning, said Sheyi used an offshore shell company, Arnada Overseas Corporation, to close the purchase, which was facilitated through Deutsche Bank. The property is reportedly tucked in an elite neighborhood in North London. And by the way, properties in North London, they're not for, The report further described the property as a private 3-floor residence in St. John's Wood, equipped with an 8-car driveway, 2 gardens, electric gates, and a gym. The property had been previously confiscated around 2016 from Kola Aluko, a notorious oil dealer who reportedly connived with former oil minister Dezane Alise Madueke to fleece Nigeria for nearly half a decade. Shortly after assuming office in May 2015, President Muhammadu Buhari started going after people suspected to have illegally enriched themselves under Goodluck Jonathan's administration. Aluko bought the property for about 15 million pounds in 2013, indicating that it was sold 4 years later for a lower price, an uncommon scenario for such an upmarket neighborhood. Bloomberg said it could not immediately find indications that Mr. Tinubu, 71, was involved in the purchase, but the affair could nonetheless strengthen critics' argument that Mr. Buhari was transferring stolen assets he seized from cronies of his predecessors to his own cronies. Mr. Tinubu has publicly claimed credit for making Mr. Buhari president in 2015, Although the Nigerian leader, in a rare pushback last year, said his victory was a collective effort. Several assets seized in Abuja and Lagos, for one, had been linked to Mr. Buhari's allies, including ministers in his cabinet. The outgoing Nigerian leader assumed office in 2015, claiming to despise corruption, but his wife, children, and close aides have since been linked with numerous multi-billion-dollar corruption scandals since 2015. The London property now linked to Seyi Tinubu was reportedly previously purchased as part of about 2 billion Mr. Aluko stole in Nigerians' funds, largely through shady oil deals. Mr. Aluko, 53, and Mrs. Alison Madueke, 62, have severally been on the run since 2015. Some of their ill-gotten loot had been previously located by authorities in the United States and Europe. Seyi Tinubu did not immediately return a request seeking comments about the London property from correspondents. Aides to the president-elect also declined comments on Tuesday. Mr. Tinubu's spokespersons also denied comments. Long before he was declared winner of Nigeria's presidential election in February, Mr. Tinubu was dogged by evidence of public corruption, drug dealing, and money laundering. The drug charges were first brought against him by the FBI in the 1990s. It was, and then they go into that space. But Kulata, there's been other snippets coming through that this is part of a convoluted deal that involved monies being transferred from Alpha Beta to an offshore company in British Virgin Islands, and then that offshore company then looking to cleanse that money in the property market in London, and that essentially Seyi Tinubu is just a bag man for this property deal now being carried out by his father. So what are you then making then of this Tinubu story, another scandal?
Wait. So let's see. Seyi Tinubu bought property in London, and that property used to belong to Kola Aluko.
Yes.
That property was it seized, or was that property foreclosed?
It was foreclosed.
It was foreclosed. So the property was in foreclosure. So because it's foreclosure in America, people list foreclosure, and then you're allowed to bid. You're allowed to buy a foreclosed property under the right circumstance. So because I'm seeing all sorts of generalization and connecting dots, and I don't know if those dots exist. Because if we stick to the fact, there was a property owned by a Nigerian, it was foreclosed, another Nigerian bought the property, and then we're making connections. So first of all, is my premise right? Taking away the sensationalism out of the story.
Your premise is not 100%, because the property was sold for £3 million or dollars less than the purchase price. And if you know St. John's Wood, which I suspect that you do, Alexander Gomez, yes, Alexander Gomez used to live there. There's no sort of foreclosure or not, you are paying over the odds to buy property there. So that's one. But then the connection between Aluko and Tinubu, which is a long-standing connection, there's two. And then the Alpha Beta angle, Monish offshore, British Virgin Islands, and then it's money laundering. It's money laundering.
Man, every single point you made has some form of hasty generalization, one way or the other. First thing, you said the property was sold. Is it 2 million less than how much Kola bought it? But guess what? It's a foreclosed property. It's a foreclosure. That is how much foreclosures go for. They go below market value.
Sorry. One man on this.
No. You don't interject me. I'm in the middle of a sentence. You can't interject me like that.
I'm not interjecting you. I'm getting confused.
Let me finish.
Let me
You are distorting my thoughts, War Peace.
Yeah, go on.
Because
Sorry, what, please?
in a foreclosure, I've not seen a foreclosure that sold above the price that was bought. I mean, well, I have not personally seen, and normally is below market value. So is it fair to say because it's a foreclosure and you bought it below market value, that's like a standard transaction for foreclosed properties?
One
Well,
man, are you sure that it's a foreclosed property?
no.
Yeah, that's the question. That's the question I want to ask.
Yeah, in another
One man.
report, in another report, they said it was a foreclosed property.
Okay. One man, what you said
How can it be a
it
foreclosed
belongs
property
to
when
hold on, hold on. Now, let me finish my question now. Sorry. You just read what you just read. He said something local was they were going after him by Buhari regime, seizing his properties. And those properties were leased for what Buhari confiscated and we sold. That's what we just read. And Quata came in and said it's foreclosure. So I was a bit confused.
I asked,
So are
is
we
it
not
a
cutting corners?
foreclosure?
No,
No, I
no.
asked
You
the
don't.
question.
No. It wasn't a foreclosure as
But
what I read. So
there are
we
two.
stick to the narrative.
I don't want to lose
We
my
stick to
thought
the narrative.
process for the remaining 2 points. So
No.
let
We
me
just stick with the narrative. We
Yeah,
start cutting
hold on. Hold
corners.
on.
We start cutting corners.
No, hold on. Let him land, and then you can chop him
because
up.
that's
Yeah.
why I didn't want to entertain. I don't mind the interjection, but I wanted to attack. I wanted to not attack. I wanted to take on each point. So the first point is, if you agree it was a foreclosed property, because I know they foreclosed Kola Loco's apartment, the $40 million apartment he had in New York. They foreclosed the one in LA. He had a mansion. That guy is reckless, man. They foreclosed the one in LA. I know for that for sure. And then the yacht he had that Jay-Z and Beyonce rented, that one too was foreclosed. Because I think even though he stole that 2 billion, he still bought them with loan. So that's point number one. Point number two, what was your point? Now that's why interjection is difficult because I can't even remember. Point number two, well, one point you said connection between Aluko and Tinubu. What is the connection between Aluko and Tinubu? Have we established any connection between Aluko and Tinubu? Because when we look at it, the only connection is they are Yoruba people. Aluko is from my town, is from Malaysia. Tinubu is from Iragbiji, Osun State, of course, is from Lagos. So I don't really see any connection between Aluko and Tinubu, except you, one man, you've established a connection because there is no connection. He lost the property, and then if it was foreclosed, because I asked you if it was foreclosed, you confirmed. If it was foreclosed, then if it's foreclosed, it's not all the time that a foreclosure goes into the open market because there's something called pre-foreclosure. And there's times that foreclosure is there, but they don't list it publicly. It's not listed in whatever. So do we know the specifics? Whether he bought it pre-foreclosed or he bought it foreclosed, or was it publicly listed as foreclosed?
Sorry, let the conversation carry on. Let Kulata land this point. Give me 5 minutes. Carry on, Kulata, but land the point.
So that part we've not established it. Then the third, I remember the third one. You now connected Alpha Beta Shell Company to the property. Where is that connection coming from? You just said it. It's not. I don't know if it's in the report. I don't know if that's confirmed. And are we saying that Sheikh Tinubu, within the capacity of the businesses he runs, is not able to afford that property? So that's why I said there's all sorts of hasty generalization and connecting dots that we don't know if those dots exist to be able to relay this sensationalist story the way you are making it sensationalist, because we've not established all the facts. So one piece, those are the 3 points. I did not want to lose my thoughts. If you want to interject.
I will interject. Sorry. Because I read a little bit of it. From what one what I was saying, what I was trying to tell you, I know me myself will get to this point you were trying to raise, but I wanted to take it step by step from how I read it. We'll tackle it from there, then we'll not come to your own. This same question you asked. I wanted to ask that, but from what they said in the papers, they linked the payment from Alpha Beta, not just all the payment. I think about 3 point something came from Alpha Beta, from who the company that paid it to Alpha Beta, how Alpha Beta paid it to the share company abroad. That link there, they're able to prove it. But that doesn't mean we cannot scrutinize it to see how true is it. But my say was, let's follow the story first, how it came. Let's trash it then before we move to the next. Plot. I don't know if you understand what I was trying to say.
I understand. So the
Plot, can you
original
hear me?
story, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you
I
hear
can hear
me?
you.
So, yeah. So
I
the
can hear you
original
clearly.
story, yeah, the original story is on Bloomberg. And there's a firewall. I think there's a firewall behind it. So I can't really read if they alluded to alpha beta or not, because the public ones you can read, they are Nigerian newspapers, and you can't trust Nigerian papers not to spice it up with yaji and ginger
True, true,
and all
true,
those things.
true, true,
So
true.
because that alpha beta, it could be someone being because I mean, if there's specific evidence that is linked to alpha beta, then we can raise alarm and say, this is part of Lagos State money or some corruption. But
Kulata,
if there's yes, is that
just
Madam
land your
Zita?
point. I want to come in, but just land your point.
Okay, let me land my point. So if we can establish a direct link between alpha beta, because a shell company, you can't easily trace a shell company to alpha beta. No, people that create shell companies, they're not that. I mean, it's not going to be this transparent. And of course, if they're using a shell company, Tinubu is smarter than that. I mean, there's a reason Tinubu did not come up in Pandora paper, because I know he will have set up his shells way, way, way more complex. That is not just easy. So I don't know if a journalist is taking advantage of is taking creative liberties to establish a connection where none exists. Madam Zita, comment.
It's Simba. It's not Zinta. It's not Zita. It's
Oh,
Simba. It's Simba.
Baba
That's
it's
it.
Daddy
Madam
Coco,
Zita now.
Baba
It's
Daddy
Simba.
Coco, you're looking for my trouble, oh, this early morning. It's not right,
You
though.
always look for my own trouble too now. All right, Simba, talk.
You are my favorite panelist here. Oh. Take your time, oh. Before I change my mind, I will change that for you.
See, I be they call you Zita. They make you not call you Zita. No be woman. You be man.
Okay, oh. Kolata,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
know, before I start discussing on a topic, there are some certain. Anyway, first of all, good day, everyone.
Zita, it's you. I'm sorry, I thought it's Zimba.
I think you the see Baba Daddy Coco this morning. No, wait till you eat now.
I'm sorry.
I
I'm
just look
sorry.
you've been drinking burukutu again, burukutu.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, carry on, Zita.
Before I actually jump into conversation or discussion on a particular topic, there are some clarifications I would like to make. Now, number one, maybe I don't know. That's why I need those clarifications. When you are a citizen of a country and you commit something like money laundering, stolen fund, you use it to buy property overseas. Number one, your government will call for what? I'm asking.
Say that again. I was multitasking. What will call for what?
Your government will call for what?
My government.
Yeah. I said, you are a citizen of Nigeria. You committed fraud, or let me use the right word, stolen fund. You use it to buy properties outside of Nigeria. Okay. And then your government is investigating how our money take loss. They find out that you are part of the people that took some part of the money they're looking for. And you bought property overseas. What do they call for?
They will call for investigation. Most likely, maybe they will talk to Interpol, or if they have a bilateral agreement directly with the police in that place, they will try and engage in some sort of investigation, but they can't abruptly go and seize the property without proper legal backing.
Okay.
So I think they'll call for investigation.
Okay. After the investigation, I found out truly that you stole the fund. Is it the government of your country where the money is coming from, or the government of the country where you bought the property?
It will be the British government in this case,
Thank
because
you.
your government doesn't have any jurisdiction over any property apart from the embassy.
God bless you. That's why I like having discussions with you guys. Now, when it is time to sell the property, like we don't seize this property after some years, maybe seized, but they want to make do with it because you can't leave such a mansion there, going bad. Is there any crime? You know why I'm saying this? Most of us, let me tell you how it works. For those people who are in Nigeria, you want to buy property overseas. I don't know whether I have seen anybody, but me, I did not. You use your own money, your own cash from your dorm account to buy it. I don't know. When you start ranging to millions of pounds and dollars, it usually pass through a company. Please don't get me wrong, I don't know whether it is legal or illegal. But what I want to know is there anything wrong if a citizen of that country that money is stolen from decide it's made open to the public, or maybe secretly to the public, or anyhow, and he said, okay, I'm interested, can I buy it? How much is it worth? Is there any crime to it? Is there any law?
Zero crime, except having money is a crime.
No, I'm not sure what that question is, Zeta, but
I'm trying to establish why this discussion actually one man.
All right, so let's establish that. So
is it wrong for a citizen?
No, you've said that. Let's establish it. Sheyi Tinubu, he bought. And by the way, Sheyi Tinubu, they say he's a successful businessman, of course, but and very heavily linked with Alpha Beta, but the nature of that business, of course, are still subject to controversy. But Sheyi Tinubu, and this is going back to 2017. So this property now, it was seized under the Buhari's administration's request, and subsequently it was foreclosed and then set to auction. But then, curiously, Sheyi Tinubu then happened to be the person that bought it. So now this property was seized from, and this was in St. John's Wood in London, and St. John's Wood in London is where the international elite live. So your Arabs, your Asians, all those international money, that's where they live. So now, they seized this property from Kola Aluko, and then the property then gets foreclosed and then set to auction. And then curiously, Sheyi Tinubu ended up being the person that bought that property. So he bought that property, of course, under an offshore company arrangement, which is no slight because, of course, international big money, for reasons of taxation, they usually use all these complex mix. But where it strikes us curious is that at St. John's Wood in London, a property seized from Kola Aluko, and as Kulata was suggesting that the only association is because they are both Yoruba men. No, they are both elite spaces within the Nigerian paradigm, which makes that a very small circle, which makes that then they have direct association. So Sheyi Tinubu, who has a direct association with Kola Aluko, who is on the run from the Nigerian government.
No, sorry. I appreciate you. You just created a.
Let him finish his fiction. Let one man finish his fiction.
You just created something there. The picture, please.
Let one man finish his fiction. His fiction. His narrating fiction.
No, it's not fiction.
You just created one bala blue there, and then you concluded, and then you moved on.
Let him finish. We're listening because I've opened the Bloomberg. I've opened the Bloomberg article now.
They want anything to be any corrupt.
But Kulata, did you get what woman was trying to do?
Mocha woman now.
In that association, Okay.
He has not even landed.
America call it nothing burger.
It's not a nothing burger. Hold on, Dewale. There is no reason, and there is every reason to conclude that there's a direct relationship between Kola Aluko and Seyi Tinubu. And why is that? They are both Yoruba people. They both fall within that billionaire bracket, which is a small cycle. So there's just the natural conclusion that there's a direct association between them. But what is even more far-reaching is that a property in St. John's Wood in London, which is a hot cake for everybody internationally, because all legal and illicit money internationally is looking to park in property in London, where it is the safest place for them to park. So this property, which was undersold for the value that it was bought for 3 years ago, just happened to go to Kola Aluko's paddy man. Kola Aluko being on the run from the law for reasons of stealing money, and then Seyi Tinubu, who then uses money that was farmed out via Alpha Beta to buy this property, which then comes in the realms of it's just.
Okay, one man. Wait. Adewale, wait. All right. So, one man. What is Kola Aluko's role? Wait, I no, sorry, I can't hold myself. Sorry,
Okay,
Madam Zita. What in a foreclosure sale? I'm sure. First of all, I'm sure you are aware of how the foreclosure sales are done, right? So, what is Kola Aluko's role in that foreclosure sale? Woman, what is
it's a
you made a link, a conscious link between the two Yoruba men that happen to be billionaires that are conniving in some foreclosure sale. So how does Kola Aluko facilitate a foreclosure transaction when they foreclosed on him? How does he facilitate it to favor another Yoruba guy that's a billionaire? Can you answer that question?
It never came to market.
It never, but it's a foreclosure. It's a foreclosure. Yes. A lot of times they don't come to market. And if it's a foreclosure that is government backed, it means Kola Aluko is a fugitive of the law. I believe you know that. He's running away somewhere in France or Switzerland, and he's converted money into diamonds, so they can't seize the money. And so it's not that kind of foreclosure that, hey, I'm in financial distress, come and buy this before they foreclose it. That is called pre-foreclosure. It's different from something that's already foreclosed. When it's already foreclosed, it's with the bank. If it's pre-foreclosure, that means the bank is almost on your ass. It's almost on your tail, and then you try and get it before it goes to foreclosure. So this one is a clear foreclosure. The bank put it for foreclosure. So what is Kola Aluko's role in a foreclosure sale by the bank?
All right. Let's go with what we already know. Let's go with what we already know, and then when that field narrows, it's an inferred suspicion anyway. But
you took creative liberties.
No, I didn't take creative liberties. I know. No. I took what was known and came to the non-natural conclusion. So we're talking about Deutsche Bank that facilitated this. So that's an international body. We're talking about Kola Aluko, a Yoruba elite. We're talking about Seyi Tinubu, a Yoruba elite. So that narrows that field as well. So that tells you then that there's a commonality which leads to an association.
One man. Can I help you? Can I help you? Let me be the devil's advocate for you today.
You can't tell that.
All right, come in, Hassan. I think Hassan understands what I'm saying.
You have
Okay. This is the argument one man is supposed to make. Anyway, for the sake of discussion, anybody that is trying to come against with one man stand. Okay, Tinubu is Buhari's crony. His son bought a property that was foreclosed under Buhari's government that was investigating. Tinubu.
No, wait.
No.
You made a mistake.
Let me land now.
You made a mistake. It wasn't foreclosed under Buhari's government. It wasn't foreclosed under Buhari's government. It was foreclosed in England.
Come on,
Okay,
let me
your
land.
plane don't
Let me
crash before
land.
it land.
Okay, go ahead.
No worry, no worry. Me crash.
Yeah, go
Okay.
on.
So this is the connection. Okay. Tinubu has a son. Tinubu is an ally of the president. The president, or his government is investigating Kola Aluko, and after his government reached out to the British government, and when that property was to be sold to the third party, it still happened that it was his ally's son that bought. Okay, if you want to make that connection, it's straightforward. Now we're all Nigerians. We know it's nothing that is it's not something that cannot be done within themselves. That is another cycle too of the Nigerian ruling elite. That should have been your argument, not Yoruba or
But
something.
Hassan, let me ask you a
No,
question. Hassan, you don't try, but who in a foreclosure sale, who sells the foreclosed property? Is it Kola Loco or is it the bank?
Bank. The bank.
It's bank.
it is the bank, but you have to.
Oh,
They are privileged information. Look, you see, rich people. No, wait,
wait
just
now,
let me
Aluko,
let
gain
me
nothing
let me
from me.
finish.
wait.
Let me
One
finish.
voice.
Let me finish. Whatever the bank will do, since that the ownership of the property of that money or whatever is happening within that bank, if they understand that this money actually belongs to the Nigerian government, the Nigerian government will have, timely information on what is happening in that case. And financial decisions are based are done. People who become successful in bidding and all that, they have prior information. That is the secret. When you know when that thing is coming in, and you know what the amount of money that is being looked for beforehand, then the amount you bid for will come directly proportional to what is already being looked for, and that you gain an edge. There is nothing that is happening. It's just privileged information. It can happen like that. I'm not saying it happened like that, though. I'm saying one man's argument should have been like this rather than the other way, rather than Yoruba something.
Yeah, no. The Yoruba something is still adds to it, but yes, along what Klasan just said, yes, it's a closing deal.
But Hassan, you too, you are not that different, because first things first, there's a difference between pre-foreclosure and foreclosure. I just opened the Bloomberg article. They did not call it a pre-foreclosure. It is a foreclosure. And a typical foreclosure sale is an auction. So, except you're telling me a bank that is a third party put up an auction foreclosure and then gamed it, so a Yoruba man can buy from another Yoruba man, and
No,
Nigerian government
I'm
will
not coming
involve.
through the Yoruba
Okay,
angle.
I'm trying to
Look,
join you and one man together.
wait. Just okay. Let's
let
look
me
at it
finish
as a
now. Let me finish.
mathematical probability.
Hassan, let me
Look,
finish my
the-
point. Hassan, let
oh,
me finish my
oh,
point. Let me
okay,
just finish.
finish your point.
Okay, ignore. I did not say Yoruba man. Forget that. So it means, so the bank now reached out to maybe Nigerian government to say, who is your preferred bidder? So they engineered and say, okay, pay 10 million. Because if it's a foreclosure, normally it's an auction. So Tinubu's son had $10.8 million from Deutsche Bank from an offshore account that Bloomberg did not connect to Alpha Beta. So there was another sensationalism out there.
Hold on. Sorry,
From Bloomberg.
hold on. Let me just interject you for a moment. That Aramba company that Sheikh Tinubu used, that company was mentioned in Pandora Papers.
Okay, but did they connect that company to Alpha Beta and Pandora Papers? Because mentioning it in Pandora Papers is not an equivalent to being
I think
Alpha
they
Beta
said
connected to
certain
Alpha
money
Kulata,
Beta.
can
were
I
paid
ask you
to
a question?
Aramba.
Kulata, can I ask
Sir?
you a question?
Yes, sir.
Of all the, let's just talk in terms of mathematics and just a mathematical probability of all the people in this world. A bank in England is foreclosing a property. Of all the people that should be available in that auction, it is Seyi Tinubu, an ally of the president, that happens to buy that property. Come on, man, come on.
But, okay,
Some things you
Asa.
don't have to follow book knowledge. Common sense day now. Come on, man.
Okay, Madam Zita, interject.
Thank you, Hassan. Thank you, Hassan. Waiting there, they talk.
As if coming down first. Be coming down. Wait.
Government sees the property. Another government official picking buy am. Waiting, who know get who know we know they get sense again. I'm waiting to happen. I beg.
Now, wow, for these guys. Anyway, that's how most, I won't say us, most buy houses. When a citizen of a country is being indicted, like the Al Capone house in Chicago, who bought it? When a citizen of a country is being indicted, most times when they want to sell it, they send signals to the citizens of that country. I don't know if you people have experienced it, but that is not even why I came in. Why I came in is that I listened.
Where was the publication to that effect?
No. They don't usually do.
Which signal?
No.
What do you mean by signal?
Now.
There is only way to do this thing now. Is by publication.
Baba Jali Koko, let me tell you. If you are a property seeker, let me use that word. If you are a property seeker and you log on, subscribe to all the property companies or real estate companies in that country, when things like that, because they usually ask you some certain questions, when things like that do come up, they send you signal. They don't actually, these things are being advertised in those property companies who are actually the one to give it out. I don't know.
Sorry, Zeta. No, hold on. Let me add Hassan's probability thing that I said to that. The probability of Tinubu then being the one that but carry on.
How big is even London? How big is London that the property will be vacant and nobody will go to buy? How big is London?
It might be anybody, because in the United States, for example, when I was trying to do one or two things, I subscribed to them. I had a long chat with them for several months. And they will come up with, of course, they will tell you the story of the property. So they have to call you. It's not necessarily that they will publish in the whole country and say, come on, these are the property we want to sell. But if you go to the website of those property companies, because it has to pass through a property company. I hope I'm making sense here. And a real estate company. So in the website of those companies, I'm waiting for one man to tell me that he bought it without a real estate agent.
What I can tell you, and Alexander Gomez, he will confirm it in the comment section. What I can tell you is that St. John's Wood is the preserve of Arab sheikhs. You know, anything that is for sale in St. John's Wood, it doesn't last 2 minutes before an Arab sheikh snaps it up.
Okay,
so hold on. Wait now. I want you to add this, because I think what Hassan said, it went under the radar. He was telling you that a property being sold in London, just in the laws of probability. I think somebody dropped. So Rebecca, if you want to come back and come in. In the laws of probability, what are the chances that a crony of Buhari ends up buying that property in London that was seized from? I mean, come on now. What are we doing now?
Let me finish my explanation.
Okay, carry on.
Hi. Now, wow. There might be every possibility. Maybe. I'm just saying maybe. You know, say me, I don't split out things. There might be every possibility that that property you guys are talking about went for 10 million and this guy decided to outsmart those people by adding extra 3 million? That being said, now let me do my explanation with my little brain. When you are interested in an area, more especially in places like Chicago, New York, California, they used to say things, you hear a real estate agent telling you this word, good neighborhood. This place you are talking about is one of the good neighborhood. They talk about the good neighborhood, they talk about the highbrow areas. They talk about the class areas. Now, you want to buy a property, you subscribe to those real estate. They come back to you with a little interview. What do you want? Where do you want? Blah, 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 blah. And then, because most of them are really is hustling job anyway, then they get to know the kind of person you are. And they tell you, this area you're talking about, go this way, go this way, go this way. You say you're fine with it.
You are deviating from the central point.
I'm telling you the probability of how it fell on Tinubu'S lap. That's what I'm just saying. Can we get that first? By the way, one man, you've not explained the crime committed.
The crime committed is cozy deals, seized properties from looters being farmed out to a different set of looters. Which has been the backdrop of our
Zita, let me ask you a question. When a bank sells a foreclosed property, are they selling it to the highest bidder, yes or no?
Yes, of course.
So that means the rate that Tinubu got it was the highest prevailing rate at that point in time.
Of course.
So that means there was no insider trading because the bank got the highest money that they could get.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so now Hassan and one man, where's the beef?
The crime. Use the word
where's the crime?
Before Hassan give you their.
No, we can barely hear you, Bishop.
Before
let me
hold on. Go on, Bishop.
Okay. I just want to be clear on a few things because most of the things we are seeing and hearing now are still in the realm of speculation. And my question is, number one, that property had not been confiscated by the Nigerian government. It has not even been confiscated by the British government. When federal government was on the trail of Aluko, and with all the challenges, he abandoned a property he bought earlier on, and he was not paying. He was not he defaulted in the what is the one that you pay regularly? Mortgage. He defaulted. One of the biggest reason, the main reason that leads to foreclosure is when you default. Now, when he defaulted, the house was foreclosed. Was there a link between Aluko and Seyi Tinubu that said, you know what, boy, please, that property, I like it. Can you help me to buy it back? It is a probability, but it is still in the realm of speculation. So that's why when we get a response, if there's ever going to be a response, and this transaction actually took place in 2017, and probably about 5 or 6 years ago, if my arithmetic serves me right. Yeah, 6 years ago. So now we are only speculating that because Nigerian government never got that house seized for the government. It was in the process of pursuing him that he abandoned him and took to his heels that house entered to foreclosure. Maybe it was the Deutsche Bank that originally financed it, that financed the mortgage, that eventually put it on foreclosure. So the bank did not just stumble on it. It is the property. They know the history. They know the origin. Could there have been a link between Sheyi Tinubu and Aluko? It's possible. It's a possibility, but nobody can establish that now. Now, secondly, is it too much? Is it a big deal that Sheyi Tinubu has interest in a company that bought a property in the excess of £10 million?
Bishop, sorry for cutting you. I get your points. It's true. I see where you are going with this. So I want to ask a question, this question is for you, Madam Zita and Kulata. All of you, just feel free. Anybody can answer the question. You can understand, at least as Nigerians, why one man is raising this issue, why I am concerned, and why Ajali Koko is also concerned. Because as a human being, you're supposed to take note of precedent, what has been happening in your country before. There is this thing we say in Hausa, maciji baya saran mutum a guri biyu, that if you put your leg inside where there are shrubs, and those shrubs has grown so long that you cannot even see where your leg is going, and a snake bites you there, that the next day you look carefully before you put your leg in that same shrub. Come on, as human beings, when the kind of history we have had and the way our resources have been stolen by the ruling elites for decades, and the kind of conspiracies that has happened in this country, it's only logical, it's only rational if somebody, okay, even if we cannot prove the point, at least you give us that space for us to raise this suspicion. It is a valid suspicion. So on this, I support one man. So you can just finish your discussion.
I don't know why they are pretending, Hassan. We all know what went down, and they are pretending like
No. Hassan, let me go first. Let me go. Is the property up for sale? Yes, it's up for sale. Will it be sold? Yes, they will sell it. Now, will somebody buy it? Yes. So the problem you people are having now is that it's a Nigerian, and who happens to be a known figure, and who happens to be, according to you people, corrupt, buying from another corrupt. So had it been an Arabian or a Chinese or an Indian that bought that property, you people wouldn't have had any issue, right? Maybe.
No. If it was Otedola, no problem. If it was Dangote, no problem.
No,
but our ruling elites. No, okay, that is the connection here now. Ruling Nigeria's ruling elites.
Hold on. You cannot say Dangote. You cannot say Otedola. There is something. Never mind.
Do you get the point that Hassan is making?
Yes.
No, I don't get his point. But I'll let Madam Zita finish.
People he just called in Nigeria are seen as corrupt. You want us to start?
No, that's not the point. Hold on 1 second, Zita. The point that Hassan is making, and correct me if I'm wrong, Hassan, is that this property was being chased by the Buhari administration as part of our recovery of stolen funds initiative. Hold on. It was part of the recovery of stolen funds initiative. So this property now, this guy abandoned it, as our bishop was telling us, is repossessed by the banks. And then in the course of that, a property being chased by the administration has then conveniently been bought by a senior member of that administration. Because whether he has a portfolio or not, Tinubu is a senior member of the Buhari administration. That coincidence is too rosy. It's too rosy. And what he was saying was that if it was Dangote or Adenuga or whoever, because of the distance between them and the administration, you'll still find it suspicious, but you might allow it. But because Tinubu bought a property being chased by the Buhari administration for seizure and forfeiture, it's just too crazy. And given the backdrop of our, we can't pretend like we don't know our country now. Why are we pretending?
One man, let me be honest with you. You're beginning to sound like an obedient in this case.
No, now we have to, balance
honestly,
it now.
Somebody still have to write this.
One man is right. Why are we pretending? Why are we trying to? What are we saying?
Please, let me interject before I leave the panel.
I'm listening for a second. Now, where I was going was this. Number one, I think it's wrong for you to say is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Yes, it is father and son, but there is a difference between Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Seyi Tinubu. That's one.
No, there's an audit trail. Hold on, there's an audit trail that actually links Tinubu to the purchase. But carry on.
There's
no such trail. There's no such trail. No.
I listened to you very attentively. The report even said they were not able to establish any link between Tinubu and Daddy. That was what you read. I'm quoting you. That was what you read earlier. That there was no link between Tinubu and the transaction. So Tinubu is his uncle is Wale Tinubu. He would have been fronting for his uncle, who we know can definitely afford it. I'm not holding brief. Like I said, whatever we are saying is still in the realm of speculation. But when we make linkage that has not been established, I think that's what kind of obfuscates the arena, what we are trying to arrive at. If it's a sleazy and it drinks of corruption and there is an exposure there, so be it. There are 1,001 properties that have been seized today, even in Nigeria. Very massive.
All right. Let me add a few more details, Bishop. So this property, of course, it wasn't bought by Seyi Tinubu directly. It was bought by a company that he's associated with, Aramba or something. So that company is registered in the British Virgin Islands, and it was captured in the Pandora Papers narratives. So one of the directors of that company is Oyetola, the former governor of Osun State, who, as you know, is a cousin of Tinubu. So there is that. And that company, it has an association with Alpha Beta. There's an audit trail of about 2 billion naira going to that company via Alpha Beta. And we have the association of Alpha Beta with Tinubu. So all of this convoluted mix, it speaks the language of money laundering.
1 minute before you even go ahead. Is this not the same property that came out about 2 years ago that was traced to Oyetola, that Oyetola bought?
I don't know.
There was a news like that about a year or two ago, that one house in the UK was traced to Oyetola, that he got money from Alpha Beta, something. I think there was a story like that.
Hello.
It will be fun. The same property that they are not saying is Tinubu, because 2 years ago they said it was Oyetola that bought it. I remember.
This narrative is wrong. This is wrong. One man, let me quickly say this.
Bishop,
you
cannot be so sure that
one man, let me quickly say this.
But it is clear that, look, the Party government are selling Nigerian property, home and abroad, confiscated properties to themselves. This is what this article established. We don't need to try to.
But this is not the Nigerian property now.
Please, can I interject? Please. I want to use the floor for. Can I interject?
Yeah. Hold on, let me. You tell it's not Nigerian property.
Has it been established that it's a Nigerian property?
Oh, hold on now. Who was that person that owned the property before, and who went after that person?
Yeah, but as Nigeria government sees that property, has they laid claim to that property? That's what I'm trying to establish. No.
That property was originally owned by.
Hold on, Bishop. Let Ajale Kokolan.
That property was originally owned by with the stolen fund that he took away from. He used our stolen fund to own that property.
He did not own the property. He bought the property, but did not own it. It's a mortgage.
Whether it's a mortgage or no, he was the owner on the paper, on the deed.
The bank is the owner.
That is fine. But
the title deeds are in his name.
Yeah,
the bank, but you have a lien on it. The bank is the owner of the property. You just mortgage the property.
Kulata, we are not in a courtroom. We are just panelists discussing something. Please, now you are too technical about these things. For God's sake.
But one more, please. I want to use the floor.
Hold on, one minute. Yeah.
This guy took our resources, he stole our own resources to own that property. And it was because the government discovered that he stole our property. I mean, he stole our money, and he owned that money by the virtue of our wealth and our resources. That is why he abandoned that property. That this guy, I mean, that property that what's the name of him? Tinubu'S son owned today. So look at the way that some of our government officials that are so corrupt that, you know, consistently looting our resources and wasting our resources away. So much money that he has paid as mortgage on that property, everything vanished to zero. It's vanished. It's been wasted. And now Tinubu'S son is the one that owns it again. Another son of government, one of their elite, one of their, within the circle of the government in Nigeria. I mean, why are we doing like this? And we want to try to look at some terms and justify something. I beg, native carrier, native taker, native the carrier. This is what they are doing for us in that country. Let me leave it. I'm with that.
What was that? Sorry, what was that fella song? Ajanle Koko, Government Magic. You used to sing it.
Yeah, it's Government Magic now. That is what they are doing for us here. So let us just leave them alone.
Okay, let me quickly interject.
Please go before I take my time.
Because I want to leave the floor for the next, but I want to leave the panelists. Anyway, what Ms. Jita and Plata is saying, and Bishop, I think we're supposed to put them in time out for 2 weeks not to come to this panelist to start making assertions. They are corrupting our mind. I want to point this to Ms. Zita. In Chicago, 2002, there was in one county, there was a Benin man that has moved to the Chicago in the 60s. He became a chief of police. Now they have confiscated cars from drug dealers and all that, and they went to auction it away. He now told his cousin, his nephew, from his mother's side to come and buy it. They were $50,000. They bought a lot of cars. They took it to Nigeria. 2 weeks before the man retirement, they now found out that guy that bought that car has a link to the chief, the police chief. He almost got him ruined. It was the mayor that saved him because on the document they wrote, "Do you have anybody related to the police chief or mayor or governor in that state?" And he ticked no. And they later found out he's his cousin. Why am I saying this? In Buhari administration, they were chasing this guy for his yacht and all stuff. Even Desiana, his gold was seized. And the property they listed out ended up being bought by the APC national chairman at that time, which is Bola Tinubu's son. And we are now cutting corners that what if? Did they write what if in the documents, in the full document that indicted them? That's why Nigeria, Ekweremadu, can be jailed by the British government and will be shouting. Because we see the truth, we want to cut corners. It's not everything we cut corners. We can talk. My own question, why now? Why didn't they bring this thing out before the election? That was just my own. They should stop distracting us. We know all these people are corrupt. And Tinubu was so stupid and so low to buy that property. APC to APC, then we're not talking here. What are we talking, Kulata? It's not nice. I need the floor, one man. I'll be listening on the.
All right, let me take back
War
my
peace, there is
let me
no
take back my
crime.
time. Let me
I'm
take back
not
my
talking
time.
about how they make their
Hold on,
money or that they are
hold on.
not criminals. What I'm saying, in this issue, where is the crime? That's just what I'm saying. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they're nice people or they're good people. We are talking about somebody buying a property, and I want you to establish the crime there. I'm not saying Tinubu is a saint or the father is a saint or whoever stole the money is a saint. What I'm saying, in this very issue, where is the crime?
Hello.
No smoking gun.
And
Okay, can I
and what we are
continue?
saying is just for the three people that are defending them to just give us a right for the right for us to have suspicion. Let we as Nigerians, we have a right to suspect these people. Anybody that has link with Nigeria's ruling elite, that is a prime candidate to be suspected. Give us that right. We have a right to talk to these people. Before military stopped us from discussing things, now we have the freedom to. And when we are in these panels and we are discussing things that we know is just a common thing within these people, at least give us the chance to discuss these things and how those things can be a stumbling block to our progress.
Okay, let me.
All right. So sorry. Hold on, everybody. Kulata comes in next. You are asking for a right to ask these questions and to be suspicious. So you have that right. But let me give you a reason. Hassan. So this is the same property. Pandora Papers. Buhari visits Tinubu in corruption-tainted London villa acquired by Oyetola. So this is the same property. But let me just give you this paragraph. A Premium Times investigation has now revealed that the mansion where Tinubu welcomed President Buhari is not only embroiled in a multi-billion fraud scandal, the Buhari government had actually secured a freezing order on the property from a federal high court before the previous owner, who is now an international fugitive, sold it at a huge discount to an offshore company owned by Governor of Osun State Gboyega Oyetola, a known proxy and relative of Mr. Tinubu. This revelation emerged as part of ongoing global Pandora Papers reporting project led by the international, so XYZ. So there it is now. What are we doing now?
Okay, let me see. A lot of people, Nigerians, were emotional, were frustrated, were all this, were that. It is understandable, but let us stick to the facts. The facts are Kola Loko abandoned the property. Is a fugitive. You literally just read out that is a fugitive. So he abandoned the property. The bank, it's a mortgage. It wasn't owned by him. The bank owns the property. As soon as he abandoned it, the bank sold it, whether you call it repossession or whatever, it's a foreclosure sale. And the bank is out there to make money. So they'll sell it to the highest bidder. It just so happens that the highest bidder is a Nigerian in the name of Sheyi Tinubu. So those are valid transactions. Does it pain you that Nigerians can afford to buy expensive properties in the North London? Yeah, because a lot of people are suffering, but a lot of people are also making money too. So unless from Bloomberg, the source of this news, they said it's a foreclosure. They said it was a transfer from Deutsche Bank. They did not say it has anything to do with Alpha Beta. You just read the Nigerian newspaper that said it's Oyetola that owns it. So you can see that I will take Bloomberg over all this sensationalist news because we dwell in sensationalism. Nigerian government has zero power to control that property because it's a transaction between Kola Aluko and the bank, and then the bank and Sheyi Tinubu. So Nigerian government has zero to do with this. So there's no way Nigerian government can engineer a bank foreclosure sale. It's between the bank and the highest bidder. So this is just a pure financial transaction that we're making too much noise over. It has nothing to do with what we're thinking or whatever. As far as the facts stand, someone got a good deal in North London, and that's it.
Government magic.
Hit,
All right.
hit the gavel as your Lord wishes.
Morally wrong,
If
legally
you
right.
explain it, you explain everything in total.
That is government
This is not government property.
abracadabra. How the people
No, it is not government property. Nigeria government has nothing to do with the property.
abracadabra. Where did they say it?
All right. Let's sound check. Let's sound check. Ribadu. To see if it's audio. Ribadu, say something. Let's see if you are there.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Good to have you back. Did your system drop?
Yeah, sorry, I had a technical issue, as they say.
Yes. All right. Good to have you back. So that's Ribadu. So I mean, well, I suppose I suppose this will be the story for the future of the team. It's just the double standards. You know, we have double standards in Nigeria. If this was Abubakar Malami that was doing this sort of deals, we'll be stoning him on this platform. Now Tinubu's son does it, you know, all the legal angles and all the kulata magic and everything. Is this what we're going to be doing now? Giving Tinubu a pass on everything?
It's a good thing that it's happened before the father comes into the government, you know. Then and secondly, I like the submission of the last panelist here. I like his contribution really. I key into it because it's just a mere bank transaction, you understand. And after all, if there is fault, I think the fault should be found within the Nigerian government, because not just this case of this villa. In fact, if you follow the history of all the confiscated properties and assets abroad that the federal government did, there was no transparency in the procedure. You understand? Even the one they did here within the Nigerian borders, what the EFCC confiscated. I mean, what did even an ordinary Nigerian on the street know about it? We are not pressing for that, but now because a high VIP person went and purchased a villa or something that has a high value amount of money, we start making noise, for heaven's sake. How many words of assets did the federal government confiscated? But who knows where it went? The EFCC, even the former Abakari squad team, that you know, all this. I mean, it is there. It's just too numerous to mention. But the issue is, do we have an organized body that is responsible for transparency of such procedures? Do we have any legal entity? Do we have law that is backing, or that a law that has been passed that say, okay, if they confiscated a property, this is what to do, this is what to do? Did they tell the Nigerian population, did they tell the Nigerian citizenry that this is from so year to so year, or from our annually, this is what the EFCC confiscated, or this is what the Nigerian authority confiscated, and that is the value, and this is where the money went, or this is what we do with the money? You know, all these things have to be considered.
Ribado, sorry for interjecting. There is a freedom of information bill in Nigeria, but it doesn't bloody work. They never respond to your freedom of information request. It's like you sent it to a cemetery. Nothing. You hear nothing. I have sent this kind of letters. In fact, if you send them too much, you might find yourself in DSS and dungeon. So this country, so at least yes, even though they are doing it, even though we've not been able to hold them to account, at least we should have, you know, a channel to put out our grievances. Like this place, how can we come and be discussing the things that are hurting us, and then some people out of us are telling us that no, we are not thinking correctly, and they are bringing technicalities to say no, it can never happen. Even probability, just mathematical probability, just look at it. Of all the people on earth, this bank, he's talking of Deutsche Bank, he's talking of a bank in England, how many people are in London? The percentage of Nigerians that are in London or in that North London neighborhood, highbrow neighborhood, or where, of all the people, it did not even fall to one Nigerian billionaire who is even residing, or even a Pakistani, or even a Chinese, or Of all the people, over 200 countries, over 54 countries in Africa, no, over how many countries in West Africa, no, it still came back to Nigeria. Even in Nigeria, it still came back to an ally of the president. Come on, what are we talking about?
Malasan, I know, one man, I hope you can hear me. See, this thing is, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. This has been the philosophy of the British. Okay, they are the main, what they call it, publishers, or the writers of white collar corruption. Everybody knows that, from the pillage of the India Raj to the colonization. All this one, everybody knows that they are the first. They are the people that perfected the idea of deal. Okay, so, but what I'm trying to say, this Tinubu's boy, he's not part of any government. You understand? His father is not even yet sworn in as the president. So even if it's not a clean business, but he's using it not from the, it doesn't, even though it doesn't have direct bearing to the government per se. That is where I'm coming from. You see, I'm trying to be unbiased, seriously speaking.
Ribadu,
yeah,
they are one of the ruling class. When we're talking of the ruling class in Nigeria, the Tinubu is one of them. You know that. And his son. Even his son does not participate in politics, but we know what he owns in terms of financial capacity in that country.
Mm-hmm.
So you cannot exonerate them. You can't, take them out from the ruling class. Tinubu and his family are well entrenched in that power of the ruling class. And
Ajaliko, can I ask 5-second question to you? Is it illegal? Is it a crime to participate in a foreclosure sale?
It is not.
You don't get. You seem not.
What am I missing?
You seem not trying to understand what we are saying. The corruption behind the scene. The corruption.
Kulata, can I ask you a counter question?
Sure.
Does a court take notes of antecedents, even in judgment, before they make a final judgment?
They look at their previous judgments.
Come on, then what are we talking about? We are just talking about what has happened within the ruling class before now. We are not in a court, Kulata.
But
the way you are arguing these things is too technical.
Hassan,
I'm listening.
It's not technical, it's very simple. Who sold what? Let's start with the basic. Who sold what? Is it Nigerian government that sold the property, or is it
the way you are arguing it? I know.
Bank in
wait,
England?
Just listen. The way you are coming off. You are coming off as if we don't have the right to even suspect these people.
Can I interject?
But there has to be a basis for the suspicion. There's no basis.
There has been basis. Even the fact that Desani is corrupt. Tinubu has been, fingered a lot of times. He has been fingered for corruption. That is enough basis now.
So that is another hasty generalization, because Tinubu is fingered in XYZ. That doesn't mean he's also fingered in ABC.
We all know. We are Nigerians, and come on, Kulata. We all know. You have to leave that power structure for EFCC to even attempt to do anything to you.
But
if Jonathan had won, this discussion would not be having it today. No, come on. Tinubu has been entrenched in that power structure
Hassan, you are being emotional. You have to agree with me that you are being emotional.
No, I'm not.
Because look at it this way. Look at it this way.
You are the one that is being more emotional, Kulata.
Yeah, but I'm being factual.
Okay, I can just say that to you.
Okay, look at it this way. Look at it this way. Who facilitated it? I mean, the initial transaction.
We've gone over this discussion before.
He abandoned the property.
We've already finished that.
Someone bought it. So where is Nigeria's government involvement in a mortgage?
Don't you think it is suspect? Don't you think it is suspect of all the countries in this world, of all the countries in Africa, of all
what am I supposed to suspect? What am I supposed to suspect?
Nigerian and
what am I supposed to suspect? My fellow countryman. For what? For a crime he hasn't committed that I know of. What am I supposed to expect?
Hold on.
Antecedents. Come on.
Hold on, Hassan.
Please, can I speak to this?
Yeah, you can speak to it, but let me just give you this. It says the Buhari government had actually secured a freezing order on the property from a federal high court before the previous holder, who is now an international fugitive, sold it at a huge discount. Oh, so somebody that was saying that the property, I think it was Adanle Koko, that was Nigerian property. You can infer from that is Nigerian property because they've put a charge on it before the guy then moved quickly to try and recover. And then they just flipped it to his party man, who is a Buhari crony.
Can I interject?
Oh, all right, have that interjection, and then we move on to another topic.
Okay, thank you,
This is what I'm about to say also, please. This topic
hold on, Ribado. Let's hear from Patrick, and then we hear from you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, I think there are two sides to this question. The issues that are before us are two. One is, how did they get that amount of money to be able to do that? I think that's what you people are trying to ask, but you are just not asking that. The point is that property does not belong to Sheyi Tinubu, belong to Bola Aluko as at that time fully. It was a mortgage, and the original owner, which is the bank, did a foreclosure on their assets. Now, it could be bought by anybody. This is one of many properties. How many of such property have you heard that in Nigeria bought? Of all the foreclosure and properties, all the Bori properties and everything, they were sold to people. But in this case, a Nigerian bought it. That's just the point there. Anything could have happened.
That's a coincidentally.
No, anything could have happened. That's where I'm going. There could have been. Wait, now let me finish. Now, I said anything could have happened. There could have been some underhand. That's what I was about to say. There could have been some underhand dealings, which every bidder in a foreclosure
hold on. You still have the floor, Patrick. You said there could have been some underground dealing.
There could have been some
hold on. Stay there. But what Hassan is arguing is that looking at probability, because this is not a property in Abuja or Lagos or Port Harcourt or Maiduguri. This is a property in St. John's Wood, London. I don't know what the equivalent is where you are in Canada, but think of the most plum area in Canada. So this is what we're talking about. So what are the probabilities that it could have gotten from the hands of Aluko to the hands of Tinubu if there was no puppeteering going on, if there's no master hand moving things? And by the way, and also a property that a freezing charge had been put on by Buhari's administration, Buhari and Tinubu being body.
Okay, let me finish now. If there was a freezing charge on it, the bank would not have been able to sell it. The government would be the one that will sell it. Or when the bank sell it, whoever buys the property, they will have like their own share. I don't know if they have like a joint lien on the property, or what do we call that thing? I've forgotten the name we'll call it now. If you have like so many interest on the property in a foreclosure, some interest take priorities. So the fact that the government had a charge on it doesn't mean that it could not be sold. It just means that, look, we have interest on this property, we've registered our interest. When it is sold, after paying the mortgage, if there's an equity, please pass that to us. You understand? That's the essence of getting all that. Because essentially that property does not totally belong to Nigerian government. The bank obviously has a larger part of it, and maybe the mortgage that the guy has paid on it, they are trying to get him to say, okay, the equity should go to them. You understand? In this case, that's the essence of that freezing charge. So to rule that out, what I'm saying is that there could have been some underhand. Maybe they've done some things. Like in so many auctions, people try to get information, people try to speculate and stuff like that. So it's possible that he could have done that, but he wouldn't do that with government. He probably would have done that. Maybe he has a friend in the bank, he has a friend in auction, he has some information on similar properties that were sold. You know, some professional auctioneer, he could have done that. He couldn't have done that in this case with the government because the government was not in
Exactly.
control, was not in charge of that sale. Even if that property belonged to the government, once it's put on auction, the owner will not be in charge. The auctioneer will be in charge. That's what I want you to know. Even if that property is in Asokoro normally, or if that property had been a property, maybe part of the Nigeria embassy, is being sold. Once they put it on auction, the owner is not fully in charge, has given it to the auctioneer. The auctioneer will control the process. So the idea of, hey, it's a property of government, Buhari must have, no. This is London we're talking about here. And their procedure, I've been involved in foreclosure because at least I had the opportunity to work with an insolvency system. So we saw a lot of properties, I witnessed a lot of auction. The owner does not necessarily have power over it. The bank will say, okay, there's a reserve price that this is the minimum we can go. And then when they put it, the auctioneer will register that reserve price in the auction. Everybody will know this is a reserve price. So you can't go below that. So the idea of who gets what, Nigeria does not have power over such. More so in this case, the property was not Nigeria's property. They just have an interest in the property. So the major question we should be asking ourselves is, how did Tinubu get $12 million? Or is it pound now to buy that kind of property? I think that's the real question.
Is a wealthy man though, so he's a wealthy
Okay,
man.
so you have justified that now. So then there's no discussion.
Really?
There's no discussion. The real discussion is the real discussion.
Where did he get
No, you
his
just
wealth
said the real discussion is where did he get that money?
Yeah, where did
That's
he
the
get
question.
that money from? Where
That's the question I'm asking too.
Yeah.
And to me, that's what we should be. That's what we should be talking about. I'm Batfad. I'm not Sheyi's follower. I'm not.
Where has he worked?
Can I speak?
These are the questions we should be asking.
All right. Let's hear from Ribadu. Ribadu, come in.
Yeah. One man. I think we have did justice to this topic of a mansion. So I think I'll prefer we move to something more futuristic that is ahead of us.
All right. Yes. Yes. I was just waiting for the window to do that. So you were indicating that you are interested in the permutations of Tinubu's administration. Ribadu.
Yes.
So you were
please.
You were talking about Tinubu's cabinet in the chat section.
Yeah. Okay. The reason why I brought the idea is because we have to, as the Nigerians now, we have to kind of be ready so that what happened with Baba Buhari will not happen to us. So if you can all remember, it took Baba Buhari a lot of time before he was able to set his own cabinet, and I think it was from there that any attentive forecaster would know that we are in trouble. So hopefully we have to see how we can have dissect this the upcoming cabinet, and also see how far they are going to plan for the economy and for the population at large, so that at least people like us, that all we do is to put our own contribution on platforms like this, can able to kind of mobilize a force, and then see how we can bring that to the ears of the people. So
all right. Two things I'm going to say on that, and then everybody else can come in. Firstly, what happened under Baba Buhari is unlikely to ever happen again, because over the last week, 10 days, Buhari instituted into law a statute that says that every state governor, every president, they must constitute their cabinet within 60 days. So by law, Tinubu only has a 60-day window to constitute a cabinet. So it will not have that 6 months that Buhari was just I was so disappointed, actually. They were telling us it was taking its time because it was going to put a first-class team together. And when we started hearing the name, we were hearing Rotimi Amechi and all of this kind of characters. So we're not going to get that again because of the law does not allow for that. But also, there's been a leaked list of who is likely to be at Tinubu's team. So I have that list. So maybe we kick it off from there, and maybe you can kick it off from there as well. So this is the list. I'm not quite sure how much of it you can see on your screen, but that is the list then of what's been leaked. Somebody actually sent a senior person sent this to me that this is what is being circulated. So for the Senate presidency, I'm not sure if it's visible on your screen or not. For the Senate presidency, they've got Godswill Akpabio. For the chief of staff, they've got Femi Gbajabiamila. For the minister special duties, I'm not quite sure if that is an existing portfolio or a portfolio that they're about to create. But for minister special duties, which is a roving minister, a super minister, they've got Faleke. For the national security advisor, they've got Ribadu. For the special assistant domestic, they've got somebody called Benson. Secretary to the federal government, they've got Malam Nasir El Rufai. For the minister for the FCT, they've got Yahaya Bello. For the minister of defense, they've got Borotai, which I think will place Hassan, who's a real Borotai fan. For the minister of information, they've got Bayo Ononuga, special assistant media and publicity Festus Kiyamo, Nigerian ambassador to the United States, Dele Alake, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Kayode Fayemi, Minister of Interior, Yemsin Wike. So I'm not quite sure if it's a cross-party cabinet. State House Council, Babatunde Ogala, Attorney General of the Federation, Babajide Raji Fashola, Minister of Agriculture, Ben Ayade. So there is the list. So we can go through them one by one, and it's an open conversation, but you lead the space, Ribadu. Do you see then Godswill Akpabio as Senate President?
Oh my goodness, this is a very terrifying list. This your list is very, very terrifying. Even though I've seen they have made me a minister of what was it? Let me see. A national security advisor, but it's quite terrifying. And that is exactly the reason why I said we should talk about this. I'm afraid, even though I don't have much time, I may go any moment. But the issue is this, it is the quality of the cabinet. I just hope this list is not genuine. I deeply pray that this list is not genuine, okay? Because it's a terrible list. I hope it will. I expect the best from Tinubu, especially Kashim. Kashim is there, so if they put their heads together, which they are both strong leaders with a very high intuitive quality of selecting lieutenants. He did it when he was a governor in Lagos State. He brought one of the best minds as commissioners, and I hope he will replicate that here. But this your list has become quite encouraging.
All right, Ribadu, let's do it this way. Let's go through the list one by one. Say if you agree somewhat, you disagree totally, and if you disagree, who would you rather have there? So the Senate presidency, do you agree, Godswill Akpabio?
Okay, you see, I know that guy have a strong personality, but I cannot speak of his development in his states. So I will only speak of the one I can authoritatively defend myself from. You see, like chief of staff, Femi.
Hold on, Ribadu. Stay with the Senate presidency first. If you don't have Godswill Akpabio, first, which region do you think should produce the Senate president? Ribadu.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, thinking.
You see, Senate president is not part of the cabinet. That is why I said your list is a horrible list. You understand? The Senate president is entirely something else, is different arm of the government. I think that one we have to give it its own take when it comes to legislature. I'm talking of the executive branch. You understand? That is why Senate President shouldn't be in this list, even though the presidency can lobby and influence like the way they did with the current Senate President. I know they have that power to lobby, but I didn't think I will go with Akpabio. And for now, I will not talk about this till I do my due diligence on the senators and see what they did. Then maybe perhaps we will talk on that. So let's come back to the cabinet. Are you with me?
All right.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Let me run you through the list just so that it has an order to it. The Chief of Staff, Femi Gbadabiamila.
Yeah. Yeah, Femi is a good person. I think if you see the way he handled the house, I think he deserved that post on my own chief of staff, But it will be too, he's a Yoruba man also. So it's I don't know. I think the rest of the members will give a take. But personally, Femi, the personality of Femi, he's a cool-headed person, he's a very cool-headed person, and I have seen his working style in the house. But that chair, that chief of staff is a very strong chief of staff is a very strong post. I don't think Femi is bold enough to hold that position. That is my take.
A lot of people actually say Fashola there. A lot of people say Fashola there.
Fashola, the current Minister of Power.
Yeah, no, of Works and Housing, the current Minister of Works and Housing. Raji Fashola.
Are we going to keep him forever in power, eh? Even though he has what it takes, but it's not. Government is not being run like that now. He cannot be 8 years in Buhari government and also come into the next. That is the reason why we are having this decay in the government system. We don't give room for the fresh people to come up. We keep recycling these old men from time to time. I wouldn't say anything about that seriously. I wouldn't give credit to Fashola. I'm not doubting his capability and his capacity, but it's not just right. I think that is my take.
The one that jumps out at me, Minister of FCT, Yahaya Bello. So I cannot say that. A lot of people would like of the FCT for Abuja, Minister of the FCT, Yahaya Bello.
Governor
Yes.
See, okay, let me tell you something. The only people, let me just pick one person that I can tell you I personally agree with. You understand? In this list, I think if not Malan Nasiru El-Rufai, if not Malan Nasiru El-Rufai, I did not see anyone. And even El-Rufai himself is saying he's old now. He need to rest. You understand? All this list, even my uncle here, when you cannot even get your PDP, your APC government primaries, a woman bet him hands down in the primaries in Adamawa State. What will he go do as a national security advisor? He's a policeman after all. He's not even an intelligent personnel career. His career is not even in intelligence, which national security required that. So all this list absolutely is just absolute. Seriously, the list is obsolete, completely obsolete. We don't need these people in this government to come. Maybe if he can give them what they call it, advisory role, when we can tap from their experience as advisors, but as active ministers, let me allow you to do the job.
All right, I'll bring Zita into the list in a moment because I think we may not have her for too long. But you're from Adamawa State, Ribadu. What played out there? Because we were all excited that we got our first female governor at last, but it was snatched from us at the last minute. What played out there? What is the sentiment in Adamawa regarding what played out there?
Well, I think in politics, that is why I told you earlier that everything is possible in politics. You know, the issue is the woman, she has Aisha to Binani. She will have been the best thing that will have ever happened to Adamawa. And I will give you my reasons before I answer your question in conclusion. You see, we have the first lady for 8 years, and Buhari is very close to us. But our Lamido, that is the premier emir of Adamawa State, he not once, not twice, he has laid his complaint before the presidency that our premier university, that is FUTI, Federal University of Science and Technology, YOLA, FUTI, please should be turned into, should be enlarged and turned into conventional university where they will introduce courses like medicine, law, and the rest. But for more than 7 years, we did all what we could. But the presidency refused to answer our appeal. But this woman, she pushed that agenda in the Senate. She did all what she could. She pushed it to the extent that they implemented at the end. Single-handedly, she was the reason why today we have Modibo Adama University instead of FUTI. Just to give you a clue of what that woman is capable of. So she's the best, or she was the best for the state. But unfortunately, the moment is for the sitting governor, Fintri, that is the PDP man. So everyone
Do you think she was rigged out?
I'm an APC person, but I will tell you the truth that she was not. Definitely, she was not.
She was not rigged out.
Yeah. She was not rigged out. The guy has
and that little cameo that we saw from the returning officer, what played out there? Because he's now been arrested by the police.
Yeah, it's we went. I think that was the first one you were aware. That was, I think, the first one you were not aware what happened. Even before they postponed the election, we went to curfew. They announced curfew in the cities for 3 days. Before it was even announced that it's inconclusive. The issue is APC is a very strong party in Adamawa. We have the likes of the boss Mustafa, Baba Chirlawan, former chief of staff to the president. SGF, secretary to the government of the federation. You understand? So we have all these Abuja-based politicians with a lot of influence and wealth, with the police in their pockets, all that. So they did all what they could to try to turn the election in her favor. Even though I voted for her myself, but that is not the right thing to do, actually. And then Adamawa is a very enlightened society. As you can know, we are one of the most educated states in the Northeast and the Northern Nigeria entirely. So at the end of the day, it's, the truth prevail. And we don't like him, the governor, but he is one of the best performing governor Adamawa State ever had. So that's just the cardinal truth of it.
That BBC woman, she's from Adamawa, isn't she? The one that does the presidential interviews. What's her name again? She's from your state.
No, I know.
She's from Zamfara.
Zamfara, oh, is she?
Yeah, Kadaria. She's from Zamfara.
Kadir Ahmad. No, she's not from my state.
All right. Speak to us a bit more then about the composition of the cabinet, your concerns, and where you are hopeful.
Okay. Let me see how many minutes I have. Okay, I still have some time to talk. Okay, my take is this. I would love to. I would pray for this incoming cabinet to be more inclusive, one, and to be more subjective, in a sense that based on merit. You understand? I hope he will find the courage to bring back people like what's the name of this African Development Bank chairman? This Yoruba guy.
Additional.
Yes. people like Adesino, and even the current, yeah, Adewumi, yeah, people like Adewumi, people like Sunusi Lamid or Sunusi, you understand? Even the current Minister of Foreign Affairs, you understand? People like that has proven themselves over and over and over again. We have them. We have talent in Nigeria. You understand? So we hope he will bring these people from that has been in the fringes of government for long. I pray he will bring people like that will bring substance to the table. That is one. Then secondly, what I really want to talk seriously is about our education system. I hope he will bring the cabinet that will give more emphasis in skill education. You know, I believe you all of you know in the 70s and 80s we have technical schools, but now we don't have them any longer. We keep producing graduates that cannot cater for themselves after graduation. Without government employment, they are just nuisance to the society. Sorry to say that. So I hope he will bring people, a cabinet that will have that innovation to kind of tackle this unemployment and also the education decay that this country is going through. I would like to give you example of the power of a good cabinet. Look at during Yar Adua regime. Look at the stage. If you could recall what Niger Delta, look at the turmoil the Niger Delta was going through. But look at what Yar Adua did with it. Today, Niger Delta region is one of the safest in the country. And where did Yar Adua get his 7-point agenda? You know, this 7-point agenda was borrowed from Pakistan during General Musharraf. So what if really we want to develop this country, which I know the Jagaban and Kashim ticket, they have that capacity. The template for development are there. They are so numerous across the country. There is so many successful stories of templates and you know, it is all over the country, be it Indonesia, Malaysia, you know, it is all there that we can harness and put. So I'm hoping this next cabinet will pick people that are of high caliber, and then we will concentrate to human development. Then inter-border trade is most important. Inter-border trade. You know, prior to coming to Buhari, bag of rice in Maiduguri here is 7,000 or 6,700 or so. Today it's more than 30,000. Just 8 years. He has closed all our borders. I don't know what is it that people will not go and sit and tell this old man the truth. People are suffering. School fees is high. Feeding is high. Rent is high. All these things. But nobody, you know, nobody has the courage to go and tell this man enough is enough. Look at even the senators in the Senate. These are smart, Senator Smart was busy crying, breaking down emotionally about the problem of this country. But nobody take it serious. Even Kutaje Kazaure, the guy from Jigawa, look at what they did. They went and financed his opposition. And now he has failed the ticket. He's not coming back. So this is all hard truth. These are all hard topics that we need to tell ourselves. So that is my intake, please.
Are you optimistic or pessimistic for the Buhari for the Tinubu administration? Are you hopeful or are you a bit trepidatious about the Tinubu administration, Ribadu?
See, from this Buhari experience, I don't think any one can be optimistic or pessimistic on any other person in this country. You know, so I will not tell you. I will wait. I will reserve my judgment and wait. But witnessing Kashim Shettima regime and knowing what I know about Jagaban, I will say I'm positive, but I'm not giving any guarantee. Let's see his cabinets draw up. It's from his cabinet that we are going to know how far they are going to go, and it's from his policy. One thing is we don't have a continuous policy in this country. When this one come, he will build black villa. The other one come, he will build white villa. There is no continuity of policy. In the 60s, mid 60s, 70s, we have National Development Plan 1, National Development Plan 2. You know, we have all those national development. That was what brought a Federal Capital Territory from Lagos to Abuja. It was part of the National Development Plan cited by the Murtala regime. Even prior to Murtala regime was the one that implemented that survey. But now, when Mr. A finishes tenure, you don't know what is going to happen till when Mr. B comes. We have serious planning need to be done. I don't know where this government are getting their policy. And the worst thing, upon all the professors, upon all the intellectualism you have in this country, you know, nobody is asking the hard questions. If a government is incoming, before they come, even at the party level, they should have their manifestos. When they have their manifestos, this is what we want to do to this country. This is what we want to do to the country. If you extract those manifestos, you will know why they put the manifestos to that. What they are the problem, how did they see it, how did they plan to solve it? Their manifestos will speak for them. So when they came, is that manifestos that they are going to interpret into policy. Today, we don't even have an organization, agency, government institution that is policy driven. We have IPS, MNI institution, National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies. We have them. But what is the effect that that institution was designed primarily to guide the government on policy, on development policy. We don't have policies. Look at how the economy is going down. Look at how we are allowing our forests to become deforested. Look at how we are allowing our rivers to, you know, from Kogi State to Tinkan Port, there should be a river that a ship will come through. But because of there is no development plan, nothing is being provided for such plans to carry on. The government forgets about it. Look at this, our Ajakuta. Can you imagine? In fact, you need to make a separate topic for this Ajakuta still. Do you know the potential of that Ajakuta?
I'm not sure if you got.
Hello? Hello, can you
No,
hear
we
me?
can hear you, but you're dipping. Yeah, we're hearing you, but you're dipping heavily. Let me ask you one final question. How long of a honeymoon period would you give the Tinubu administration before you make up your mind? So how long would you give them to before you make up your mind if they are good for the country or not?
3 months, at least 3 months. After their cabinet,
3 months,
give them
100 days.
From there,
yeah.
Yes, 3 months. That is it. 100 days is enough. From there, you will know all the signals.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. And before you go, you have to promise us that you will come back because I think people actually enjoyed hearing from you. We are here every day, so just make sure.
Let me ask him a question.
Yes.
Ricardo.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Is anything that constitutes fear to you in Tinubu?
Sorry?
Is anything that constitutes fear to you in Tinubu as we are waiting for him to become the president of Nigeria? Is anything that constitutes fear in him to you at all?
Sorry, can you elaborate what you mean by fear?
No. Yeah, are you fearful of anything regarding Tinubu becoming the president?
No, my fear is just his health. You understand? I hope he is healthy enough. That's it. You understand? Apart from that, I don't have any fear. I just pray he's healthy enough to implement what we are hoping. You understand? I just pray he will remain healthy. That is just it. But apart from that, I'm not fear. Why should I? No. Nothing like that.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Ribadu. So stay with us just for as long as you can.
One more question. What is you see your state, Adamawa State, is like it's hard to tell which party is stronger than the other between APC and PDP. To you, which party do you think is stronger and is, really on the ground above the other in that state? And what is Atiku's political strength in that state?
I'm very happy with this your question. You understand? You see, that is why I tell you we are one of the most enlightened people in the north. The most highly educated, if I can be selfish. You understand? PDP, if you take from 1999 to 2007, it was PDP that ruled. You understand? The same thing with Babo Memangoro, Admiral Nyako. So, but when Bindo, Jibrila Bindo, the former senator, came as a governor in APC, he did 4 years. But PDP kicked him out. Yes, PDP kicked him out from the seat. So in Adamawa politics, we are very, very pragmatic. You understand? We are very, very pragmatic. When you did not deliver, we will kick you out. Because let me give you the example of that to answer your own question. The moment they said Tinubu, APC has won the presidential election, in all the states, the APC start picking steam. APC start getting more influence because they have won the center. But when it become to gubernatorial, with all the influence they have, you understand, with all the influence they have, they wanted Aisha to be Nani to get in, including me. I really wanted her badly to be the governor. At least we will have the record of being the first state to produce a female governor. That was my dream. We did all what we could, you understand? But because the governor is working, because he's delivering, he ended up winning the seat. So in Adamawa politics, there is nothing like this party is marginalized, is a hegemon, or is that no? It's about what did you do for the people? Did you deliver or not? So that is, let me answer you to that. Let me stop here.
Ajale Koko, hold on. Ajale Koko, you also asked about the popularity of Atiku in Adamawa. Yeah, so how is Atiku viewed in Adamawa?
He's not popular. That's just let's not go into detail. He's not popular. We like him, but he's not popular. That's just it. And he's not popular because of the mistake.
Hold on,
yeah?
Ajale Koko. Yeah. Carry on, Ribadu.
Okay, he's not popular because of the mistake he made when he was the VP. Even though he tried more than 1,000 times to remedy that mistake, which he did. But human nature, when first impression matters. When he was the vice president for 8 years, we did not have any tangible development, even from his own local government to the capital city of Jimeta. There was no road. There was nothing to show. All what he did was to build people. That one I cannot deny him. He really did build people on the individual level. You understand? Because it was during him that Adamawa has one of the highest rate of employee in Abuja. You understand? But when it comes to physical development, he brought nothing to the table. And that has been his nemesis all along. That has been his name. Look at what they did to him in Adamawa now. Even though he won the state, but what were the margins? So I'm sorry to say, but that is the reality.
You said that he built people. There's this particular girl that is always talking about him. She calls herself Jeruma Empire. She's from your state. Do you know her?
No, I beg. We are above this kind of.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. I don't catch you now. So you are part of that. Say, hey, I don't catch you. She's one of our articles pupils, the Roma Empire. He knows what I'm talking about. The Kayamata lady.
We are above this. Let's discuss.
Look at that. I don't catch you, Ribadu. So there it is. Did you have one more question for Ribadu before we go on to Zeta Adale Koko?
Yes, Ribadu.
Yes, please.
Be very watchful. Anytime you find one of our panelists, Jafar from Kano, on the platform, don't ever say Adamawa is the most educated state from the north. It will wrestle you down. Don't say that. Just be very watchful. If it's here,
Okay.
don't say that Adamawa is more. more.
The people of Kano, they have a superiority complex in the north. They feel they are better than everybody else in the north.
Just
But let
leave
me
them.
ask you
Just
this:
leave Kano people.
are you telling us that you have high rate of educated people than that of Borno State? Because Borno is more popular to us at a state that have a lot of sound and educated people, and we can see in what do you know the
you
vice
make me be
president,
talking.
the vice president elect, the way he blow grammar. One man like him like another thing. No, that guy.
Who's that? Who's that?
The vice president elect. What is his name?
Oh, Kashim Shettima.
Shettima.
Oh no, I'm
One
a big fan of.
See, when you are talking of big grammar or oratory, my mentor is here. So please, when my mentor is here, who is Kashim Shettima?
Baru kebar wannan maganan da Allah.
You know, just before we move on to Zita, you know, one of the reasons I'm so confident in Tinubu's administration is not actually because of Tinubu, it's because of Kashim Shettima. I really rate him. He's a sharp brain. If you hear him speak, you will see the brain functions total. I won't say he's at Wale Soyinka level, but is at the top of the is somewhat like Lamido Sanusi. He reminds me of Lamido Sanusi, okay. but Sanusi is more refined. But he's
no. Let me tell you something, okay? See, what make a leader? Do you understand? A leader, what make a leader is the ability to command respect. And that respect will only be in when a leader have educational competence. You understand? When you have educational competence, then that competence that you have of knowing what you are doing will translate into capacity that people will come to understand. Yeah, this man is capable of leading me. I can follow him. I can obey his command. You understand? So he has a professional knowledge and he has a professional competence when it comes to Kashim Shettima. He knows economy very well because he's an agricultural economist. You understand? He has been a banker for long. He has been a lecturer, and then he has been a commissioner of finance, then a governor for 8 years, a senate for 4 years, and now you understand. So when you have that grooming, when you have that knowledge of how
you know that it was Jim Ovie that trained him. It's a Jim Ovie boy. It may be from Borno, but it's a Lagos boy, really. Kashim Shettima is a Jim Ovie. Jim Ovie, you know the banker Jim Ovie. He trained him.
It is Jim Ovia, not Jim Ovia. Woman.
Yes,
Woman, you're always having problem with Nigerian names.
Why you always bother people's names?
So, in nutshell, what I'm trying to tell you is, when you are capable, when you have competency, definitely people will respect you and they will like you. It's not just mere English or grammar or whatever. No, you have to know what you are doing. You must have the knowledge of how that thing is done. And then you must have the capacity to be able to understand intellect, to have the ability to choose good lieutenants that have capacity or are capable. So when somebody has that type of knowledge, people will naturally like him. That is one thing I can tell you with Kashim Shettima. Then Tinubu, as you can see, Tinubu is the kind of man, it's only his work that is speaking for him, because he has a limited he's a man of limited words. So we are lucky this time to have this combination, but it's like a flipping of a coin. If we are lucky, we flip the right side of them, this country will be very, very, very nice to be. And if we are unlucky, which I hope it will not be the case, we flip the other negative side of it, then we are doomed. That is why I said I will reserve my judgment till the first 100 days. That is one thing I can tell you with Kashim Shettima. So he's a very competent person. He's a very, very competent person, and he's a very capable man. So that is what I would say about him.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So that's another discovery by the One Man Went to More platform, Ribadu. So there he is. So certainly we will force him to come back again. But stay with us just as long as your phone holds up. As you listen to the words of Zita, who talks us through now this leaked document that purports to be what Tinubu is going to present us as his cabinet. So Zita. The one thing that jumped out to me from this list is the heavy Yoruba lilt of it, because of course one of the biggest criticisms of the Buhari administration was it was too heavily northern, but now it looks as though Tinubu wants to replicate that. So what are you then making then of this list as the cabinet to be inducted?
Oh man, I don't know where you got all your stories today, but then we are speaking. I don't know where you got that list from, but
it was sent to me privately by a senior person within the Nigerian space.
My take on it is that it's rubbish. But let's take it one after the other. Let's go through it. Since we are talking, it's just an exercise. First of all, I must say that I think Tinubu and Shettima knows what they are doing. Let me give it to them, first of all. But this list, let's go through it one after the other. Che, you said agree or disagree. What my preference, right? Is that not how we are going to do it? Hello?
Yes, it's like that.
Where is one man?
Yes. I am here. Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you now. Okay. So let's take it one after the other so that I can run through all of them.
All right. Let's do it that. Yes. So for the Senate presidency, Godswill Akpabio, seeing that from the political permutations of the Nigerian landscape, I'm not talking about your personal preferences, but the political permutations of the Nigerian landscape, it automatically places the Senate presidency within that cusp of southeast. So the name now that seems to have gone that seems to have won through is Godswill Akpabio. So Senate President Godswill Akpabio. Agree, disagree, or who would you substitute him with?
Woman, don't tell me your story. When you call one person so that we do it very fast, tell me his position. I agree, I disagree, I tell you my preference. If you want me to tell you my reason for that, I will. If you don't want, we go to the next person.
All right, start with the Senate President.
Senate President, as I said before, not east, not west, not central, a little from the south. Nothing in the southwest, nothing in the southeast. But then, south, they did a lot of brain reset. Senate President is somebody you will like to work with, who believes in your vision. If Tinubu is comfortable with Akpabio, fine. Next one. But I wouldn't want Akpabio anyway. I would prefer somebody from the northwest. Go ahead.
All right. Do you have a name though? If you don't want Akpabio, do you have a name from the northwest?
I don't want to mention any name. I've told you the reason I want somebody. If he can find somebody he's comfortable with working, we in northwest, fine. Next name, please. Next person.
All right. Chief of Staff Femi Gbajabiamila, which a lot of people feel is too feeble.
Femi what? Why?
Gbajabiamila,
they just throw that name out of that place. Now, Chief of Staff. I don't really want a Yoruba person there anyway, but if it must be a Yoruba person, it must be Fashola, because I think He understands Tinubu very well. Or I would prefer El Rufai. Next one, if you want me to tell you my reasons, I will. But I think I'm trying to give space for some
Are we
people.
allowed to interject on this subject, or we should?
Yeah.
No, you can interject so that it's
Okay,
conversational. But
madams.
I
Okay,
will
if I can go
agree
quickly.
with that. Come in, Adewale.
Okay, thank you. You know, it is apparent and it's evident that Bajabe Amala will become Tinubu's chief of staff on one reason only. If you remember, this man went to Akure when he visited Pasharati. He referenced Bajabe Amila's impact on how he stood firm to ensure that this fight was fought to the last conclusion. And on that point, who else was fighting for him at the national level? Not Fashola. It was Bajabe Amina that stood in gap for him. And
You know the job of a chief of staff?
if you noticed, Bajabe Amina has been representing him in some of those functions now since he became the president-elect. He visited
Bajabe Miller is not fit for that position. I don't have time.
as a speaker
Madam,
of
I
the
feel
federal
Next one, please.
Hold
Talk
on.
about it next time.
as a speaker of Federal Republic of Nigeria, this man has already networked himself.
Mm.
So for the fact that he has been representing him and also stood in gap for him at the national level, this man, I can bet everything I have that Kujabi Amina will become Tinubu's chief of staff, not
If he
Fashola.
becomes wrong choice, when
You
it gets to
know,
your
see,
turn, Adewale, you can
Bajabi
make your
Amila has been
excuses.
in the camp of Tinubu for years.
And they are talking about Zita and Zita's opinion.
Okay, let's conclude that.
Bajabi Miller should be flinged out of that place.
Let's
If he
move on.
needs, look, Adewale,
But
I
don't you think it's not
Can I
disservice to
finish?
him?
This is my space and I want to go to bed. Can I finish? We can discuss. This thing is a continuous discussion because the cabinet is still going to come in and then they start work. We continue discussing the good, the bad, and the ugly. I just want to run through this list. You know,
And I'm saying that real quick. Do you know that Fashola hasn't played at the national level when it comes to heritage itself?
Adewale, let us finish now.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I said El Rufai or Fashola. I know my reasons. I work with information. I don't work with what you people see. I've said my own. I'm not Tinubu. I'm just my opinion and my analysis from my own facts at hand. He needs somebody who will understand him. He needs somebody who understands him very well. He needs somebody who knows his vision. Anyway, never mind. One man, the next one, please.
The National Security Advisor Ribadu, which Ribadu, curiously enough, was telling us that. Hold on, just hold on. Which curiously Ribadu was telling us that he has policing experience, but you need somebody with a bit more expansive security experience. So, National Security Advisor Ribadu.
You see, there's one thing you people don't know about Roberto. I'm not saying he's perfect for the job, but when it comes to national security, you don't mess with somebody who has a lot of information in his hands. I'm even surprised they've not killed him by now. Next person.
All right, secretary to. All right, let's just steam through it, and then we'll yes, let's just steam through it. Then, secretary to the federal government, Malam Nasir El Rufai.
I will rather twist the two. Either he goes for the second one we talked about, Fashola goes to the other one, or he goes. Two of them are perfect for the job. Next one.
Minister of the FCT, Federal Capital Territory, Yahaya Bello.
I will say something that will shock you people. I think he's perfect for that job.
What?
You think so?
Zeta, what do you mean? What do you mean?
That's the most ridiculous.
Hold on. You know, when I want to give somebody a position, I give that person a position because of two things I do. Using his virtues for the work, I will still use his vices for the work.
It was a failure as Kogi governor, failure.
Wait now. I said something. I said when I want to say somebody is perfect for a position, I use both. If his virtues fails, I try to look at his vices. You see that Federal Capital Territory, it needs somebody, El Rufai was one time Federal FTC this thing.
Under Obasanjo.
Yes, he did a very good job. You need somebody with one funny, crazy kind of rascality to handle that position. That place has been quiet for a long time since El Rufai left that place. They need somebody who has a kind of stubborn, irritating, because that's the kind of rascality El Rufai had that time, to do that job if being given a free hand.
It doesn't have the brain. Yahaya Bello, it doesn't have the brain. It
Anyway,
doesn't have El Rufai's brain.
Mind. Another day, one man we discuss intensively. As I said before, I work with information. I don't work with what you people are saying. Forget about that. I've said what I said. You people can say it's another person, but no, never mind. Another day.
No, hold on. I think this Zeta wants to rush through it. Let me take you to the Minister of Defense, Burutai, who was the Chief of Army Staff until it was let go by Buhari. Burutai, the Minister of Defense.
For Defense. You see, all the chiefs and the Minister of Defense, if Tinubu asks my opinion, I will say retire up to the 4th level. I want a very young, hot-headed people for that position. Minister for Defense, Army Chief, Naval Chief, young, you see all those old, that is the area I really want young people who are ready to perform in that area. So he's out of the question. Next one.
All right. Minister of Information, Bayo Ononuga, the one that is telling the Igbos to get out of Lagos. Minister of Information.
Perfect job for him. He's perfect for that job. Add FKK join them as a state, so that if they want them to set Nigeria ablaze, they go. Next one, please.
The next one here, I'm not sure if anybody can disagree with this next one. Special Assistant Media and Publicity, Festus Kiyamo. I think that's a hand-fit glove sort of. I don't think too many people would disagree. The position that Adesina and what's the other guy called from the north that they occupy at the moment? Garba Shehu, yes.
You see, I would actually, if you ask me my opinion, I would say turn it around. Communication, give it to what's his name? Festus Kayamo, and give the other guy the other inner job. To me, but for some certain reason, I don't really want Southwest inside that Aso Rock. For some reasons, but this is a global problem. I must say it will not go do me anything. Next one.
All right, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Kayode Fayemi. So the position that Godfrey Oyema that is occupying at the moment, Godfrey Oyema, who Ribado is very impressed with. So, but Fayemi also very erudite, very well spoken, presentable.
Former Ekiti State Governor.
Former Ekiti Governor, yes.
Do nothing Fayemi. If Tinubu cannot get...
I beg to differ.
it's my space. So when I go now, begin to defile the one way.
It was my
It's my
former governor.
opinion.
That's why.
It's my opinion.
All right. I think Zeta wants to steam through it. Yeah, we'll carry on, Zeta.
Do nothing fire me. If Tinubu cannot return Onyema, he should look for somebody who is, if not better than Onyema, as good as Onyema. Next one, please. Fire me, fire, okay. Next one, please.
Adewale
All right. So this next.
I mean, continue now. Why would my governor be treated that way?
Diva doesn't want you to differ.
All right, Zita, this next one is a bolt out of the blues. It's a bolt out of the blue. This one is completely left field. But what do you think? Minister, or this is the position that Aregbesola occupies at the moment, the one that is not letting us get passports abroad. Minister of Interior, Yemsin Wike. So do you see that, Minister of Interior, Yemsin Wike?
Interior includes customs, immigration, and prisons.
Yes, those sort of.
Yemsin
Wike, but he's a PDP man, though.
He has a lot of information. Don't worry about that. You see, for such position, you give it to somebody. Aregbesola was do nothing now. You give it to somebody who is in the street. Don't look at their virtues. Look at their vices. How their vices can help. So yes, Wike in that area, he has a lot of information. The guy gets information now. Leave that one. If they want to give it to him, let them give it to him. If they don't want to, find next one, please.
Attorney General of the Federation. So a name that you have mentioned severally now, Babajide Raji Fashola. To replace Abubakar Malami.
Actually, if there's any Yoruba person I want close to Tinubu, is that Fashola. That's all I can say. Next one.
All right, brilliant. So now, if this one here, another bolt from the blues, Minister of Agriculture, Professor Ben Ayade. So we know that he likes to name his budgets funky names like Blossom, Elegance, and all of that. So that elegance now to the Ministry of Agriculture, Ben Ayade for Minister of Agriculture. Can you see that?
You see, let me say something funny. Now you mention Ayade. I think Professor Ben Ayade. Okay, I won't say. He will do good as Minister for External Affairs. I won't say my reasons, but leave that one. Next one.
Well, we've run through the list. State House Council, Babatunde Ogala, but I'm not sure if you know who Ogala is.
I don't know who. I don't even know what is State House Council. I don't know whatever that is.
Yes,
Next
that
one.
sounds like a new portfolio. Nigerian ambassador to the United States, Dele Alake.
That position supposed get swag. Call next one.
And then the last one, Minister Special Duties. So I'm not aware that department exists at the moment. But it sounds like a super minister to oversight other ministers. Falike. I'm not sure if you know his history.
Yeah, that position currently exists, woman.
Who occupies it?
I don't know, but it's currently, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it does. Minister for what?
Special duties.
Super minister.
What kind of duties is special? Because that position, I think it sometimes it interferes with foreign affairs. Never mind. I don't know.
No, it does not.
Presidency
It does.
is a president. It's kind of like an advisor for special duty in the
Utility
That's what I'm
minister.
saying now. When he's going abroad for anything special.
No.
You don't
That's
understand.
a super minister.
Hello? No, is a roving minister that deal with on situations that
Yeah,
are not particularly rooted
Right
in
hand
any
man.
issue.
it can be. The president can assign any duty to him at any time.
Yes.
Yes.
Example now,
You know
if
why
you
I'm
can,
saying this? There is one information I got when Buhari was in the US, and then Onyema. That's the name is ringing. That duty is ringing in my anyway. Never mind. Never mind. If you people say it doesn't interfere, no problem. I won't start telling all manner of stories on this platform.
It
Okay.
has nothing to do with internal affairs. It's a special position that president can assign any duty to go and do this, go to Ministry of Finance and go and work with them, go to
It travels with him too.
and travel with him too. Yeah. So
Okay.
it's
I'm
like
not gonna tell you why I say interfere. At least you have agreed that he travels with him.
yeah,
Okay, thank you. One man, next one.
he works
No,
with
I think
and the president can assign any the president can give him any assignment at any time. So he does not have a specific office, but it's like a messenger to the president. Go and do this. Go and follow up this for me because I cannot be there. Go and represent me. Go and do this and carry out the job and give reports to the president. You know. So the
One
power.
man, next one.
all right. I think we've exhausted the list.
Okay.
So that's it. So thank you, Zita.
First of all, your list is fake. If that is what Tinubu had, I'm kind of being skeptical. I'm not saying that I don't like the names there. What I'm saying is the positions that are being given to them. But one thing I have to say, some certain positions, I heard the last speaker saying they need new people, green people. There are some certain positions you have to put somebody as special assistant, as a young person, as special assistant to learn on the job before he can assume such a position in future prepared. It's not because you are young, you are qualified for a position, because you have the certificate, you have read about it, you qualify for the position. Some positions need experience. So that's why I'm saying I don't really mind few of the old people there, but then the list, I don't want to accept that it came from Tinubu. Muna, good night, good morning.
Oh,
See you guys next time. Bye-bye.
all right, brilliant. Thank you for your company, Zeta.
Kachipo, Madam Sita.
One man,
Yeah.
can I speak? Can I say one thing?
Yes, carry on, and then from there we go on to we go on to Kulata from there to get a different inflection on this list because I find this list quite interesting, and I think the conversation has not yet been had. But let's hear from you.
Okay. Madam Zita made some good analysis on some of those names, and I would say that those names I'm seeing there, I don't think that list represents who Tinubu is. Number one, you see that list not representing, not giving us what we call the true federal character. Don't forget that by the time you are nominating ministers will definitely come one per state. One per state. In fact, ministerial positions does not even go around many of the ministers. Some of them have to share sub portfolios like junior ministers, minister of states. There are sometimes like that they have to break it down to minister of state if the ministry is a big what's it called ministry, and sometimes if the something does not go right. So if you look at it very well, number one, the southeast is not well represented there. I will not succumb to that kind of fact. I don't think we need to even talk about it. Number one. Number two, I'm not seeing other parts of the country ably represented according to the federal character, and I don't think he represents who Tinubu himself is. I don't think he is good. Then another thing I want to say is this: Tinubu will do well for himself because if you look at the antecedents in Lagos, if you go and check some of the brains that they put together, in the cabinet, even Sanwo-Olu, And even those guys, all these guys that we're talking about, you look at them, that many of them came on board in their 30s, mid 30s, early 30s, late 30s. That was when all of them joined the cabinet, and they've been progressing. So I would like him to bring in some new blood, probably as SSA, to complement some of these guys that are experienced, and give them responsibilities. Let the youth feel that they belong. They are part of this government, and also the women. That's affirmative action, 35%. I don't know what we've been doing concerning it. We've not been utilizing our women. Do you know that third largest rice mill that was built in Lagos was supervised by a commissioner? That I think the woman should be less than 40, and she saw to the completion of that particular project. So we are not utilizing our women. We are not utilizing our youth. Think it will be best for him to use those guys, bring them in a bit, and give youth all. No, I think that's my take.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Darati. So let's go on to Kulata. So Kulata, what Darati was saying is quite valid, because remember when Tinubu got his certificate of return, or whatever they call it, he said, and to the youth, I hear your message very well. And what people interpreted from that is that he's going to give them quite a reasonable representation and in his cabinet. And the Nigerian landscape also, they've been agitating very much for gender balance in terms of governance. But this list was actually sent in by somebody that has access to spaces. So for what it is, the Senate presidency, Godswill Akpabio, I think it's a toss of a coin, isn't it? Is either him or the other one, Kalu?
No, for me, well, my preference is not Kalu, because I don't think he turned up for Tinubu during the election. And it doesn't strike me as someone that you can really trust like that. It looks like someone that, if he doesn't have his way, he will be playing PDP side and all that stuff. So my preference is, I prefer Akpabio. If I had a choice and if I could bend their rules, then I will pick the Ebonyi State. I'll pick the Ebonyi State governor as the Senate president. But we know we can't bend the rules. So, given that, I think Akpabio is a decent choice. He's also a criminal, but it's a decent choice. It looks like someone that can be loyal, even though he has his own shortcomings. But it looks like he's someone that can be loyal. I mean, he developed the states. He developed Akwa Ibom. Like, Akwa Ibom is the cleanest state in the country. It has brand new infrastructure everywhere. Everybody associates that development with Akpabio. So I'm good with Akpabio. I think that's a decent choice.
All right. Dewale was just saying it's a nailed-on position, and the way this guy has been hustling, it will take something for him not to get the post. Even when we were seeing snippets of Tinubu traveling around, walking the streets of France, next to him was Femi Gbadabe-Amila, Chief of Staff Femi Gbadabe-Amila. Do you think that is fait accompli? That is a done deal?
Oh, yeah. I think I said it before in this platform that Femi Gbaja he is primed for this role, because I mean, just like Dewali said, that's the leader of the house. Why would you have a chief of staff that won't have a great relationship with the legislative? Because if the presidency wants to deal with the legislators, you need a good chief of staff that will be the gatekeeper to make sure the right committee members come in. They can influence all this stuff, pass it through committee, pass it to for floor vote, and get things moving along. So you need someone that can broker that kind of relationship and get that kind of camaraderie, because they were colleagues before. So in that, I mean, given that, I think he beats Fashola in this position, because Fashola may be a bit too idealistic dealing with all these cronies in the Senate and the House.
So Bajami Alua will be able to walk the aisle on behalf of his boss. And he's been a shoo-in for this position, really.
Yes, I think he will get it as well. I think most people think he will. But the concern that people have is that does he have it within him to push back against Tinubu? And should the chief of staff have that within them to be able to push back against Tinubu when they hold a strong contrary opinion? Do you think he has it within him to push back against Tinubu?
I don't think he has enough to push back against Tinubu, but that will be
I
one of
disagree.
his. That may be one of his not so strong suit, because I think Tinubu is too. The reverence for Tinubu may be too much for him, because
Yes.
the problem with that, picking the chief of staff, that kind of like your boy, you can't tell him, Egbon, you're messing up. And the chief of staff is supposed to be able to give you the candid, blunt truth, like, hey, this guy that comes here, or me, I won't give him access again, or this thing,
Sorry,
one
can I
thing, one thing,
interject,
one thing.
Kolata? Sorry. Let me just
Sure.
interject. You see, this point you made now, was what I wanted to why I wanted to interject, interject while Madam Zita was talking, because if you could remember the primaries when this guy stood up and went to call Tinubu in a very polite manner that you can't pass the vice president like that. Do you understand? So this is
To
why I
remind
know
him to
that this guy
greet.
is matured for this position. Check and balance. He can check and balance the president. Do you understand? Yeah. So
Yeah, but that's not
Can I
enough
disagree?
evidence.
Can I
Go ahead.
politely disagree with two of you?
no, it's still part of it. It's still part of it. Let me be
And
honest with you.
I would love to politely disagree with both of you, both you and Colin.
Go ahead, Diwali. Go
Okay,
ahead.
the reason why I said is that if you look at Tinubu's antecedent, even while he was a governor, his inner caucus has never been a boy. He has always surrounded himself with people that will push back. Remember Fashola? Fashola was never a politician, but he brought him in. And what did he do? He made sure this guy, him being a lawyer, he needed somebody who will be able to push back. Remember when he was testifying on Channels News, when he said, this man macromanage, like it will be on your neck, that 1 a.m. he will call you. Now, if you look at Bajaber Amila has been in the inner caucus of Tinubu since 2003, and he has been in the house since that time. What do I mean by this is that, yes, it's possible that you maintain the uptick in the public, but within and in the inner room, you try as much as possible to push out the truth, what you believe in. I don't think him being a politician, a seasoned politician, will surround himself at this point in this game called politics. He will surround himself with people that will be saying yes sir to him, and for him to have gone to this up to this level and still succeeding, I doubt it. But for
It's the same thing
someone,
we're talking about now. What
no,
it's the
no,
same
no,
thing we're talking about.
you were saying that he won't be able to push back. Isn't that what you agree
No,
with?
no, 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 no. I meant he will push back.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what I was trying to say.
You
Oh,
That
guys
he's
are
somebody that
against my own
will not lick
position.
ass.
oh,
Uh,
okay.
I think both
Because
Yeah,
of you are saying the same thing.
yeah,
yeah,
as a
yeah.
matter of fact, I will even say that Bajaber Amila has been an inner caucus with Tinubu than Fashola, because even when Fashola was having issue with Tinubu, but Jabiya Miller stood, firmly with Tinubu, never publicly disagree with him, and that shows for him to have up to this moment still with his camp and still in the house. That shows he maintained that closeness, that proximity with Tinubu, and he needed someone who understood him, who has been with him right from the get go. So to pick Fashola at the national level, remember, Fashola has never been or contest for a position at the national level. Hardly does he even have any connection with all these big politicians at the national level. Him just being a politician, a minister. But Bajabi Amila has been a speaker that knows being in interaction with both public elected official and appointed official. So he has an edge above Fashola on this. I'm not saying that both of them would not have administrative quality, more than each other. But at this moment, Baja is more suitable than Fashola.
A
That's
quick
it.
interjection, please.
I don't die with this injection. Okay, go ahead.
one, a very quick one. I just want to disagree with the last speaker. I have my reasons for not wanting Baja. Number one, let me correct you. Fashola never had any open confrontation with Tinubu. We heard that things happen behind the scene and the rest. And I have my reasons for not supporting, that I will disagree with Bajabi Amila as a suitable candidate for, and there were things he did in public space. Let's remember, for one, this idea of fuel subsidy that lingered till now, it was the intervention of Bajabi Amila and the Senate President, Lawan, whatever, what's his name? Ahmed Lawan. That, they went and, because they say, now Bajabi Amila is finding it difficult to take tough but necessary decision. He wants to pander to things that are popular, that will make people happy. Sometimes you need to take decision about exactly what he did in the case of that fuel subsidy. I believe I expected them to oppose. I said, okay, you know what? Don't let us remove everything, but let's face it so that the impact will not be. Then secondly, Bajabi Amila was there when ASU began their strike, and the strike lingered on until it was not until the government went to court and they were going to enforce the no pay rule that he now intervened, and it was giving those people confidence that they shouldn't worry. We know it was a difficult decision, but it was a necessary decision. He almost sabotaged that thing. He almost, because he went to, he was holding a public opinion that they will withdraw the case from court, and he was giving the ASU people all the confidence when they know they have messed up under that, what's the name of the ASU president. So for me, there was one other thing he did. I remember those three things very well. And for me, those things knocked him off. We don't want
Bishop, don't you think that
all right, make that the last intervention, because I want
with the level of experience he has gotten, he was just trying to be diplomatic in that ASU space. So I don't think you should really use that against him. I just feel like, because you will not come and just, you've seen how angry the people were then. So you will not just come out and just pronounce something and you just go against the people like that. He was just being, to me, I feel it was because of the level of experience he has gotten, he was being diplomatic on that issue.
All right, let's get back to Kolata. So Kolata, Minister of Special Duties. So I wasn't even aware of this as a portfolio, but Ajale Koko was just explaining that it's a form of super minister. But the name being attributed, Faleke, what's that role, and is Faleke suited?
The role, I quickly read up about the role. Honestly, I did not know about the role. Basically, the role is just to be monitoring constituency projects and making sure that they monitor all these constituency projects and evaluating implementation of Federal Executive Council policies and projects. So basically, this is a project manager. Really, that's his role. And James Faleke, I don't think is a massive portfolio or anything like that. Is a glorified project manager. The mayor is not that important of a position in my opinion. So Faleke, yeah, sure, you can put him there. It's from the North Central, even though it's Yoruba, but it's North Central. There's so many Yoruba names here, but yeah.
No,
that's
that concerns me as well. So many Yoruba names. National Security Advisor Ribadu. So I cannot see that. Can you?
I can see that, because being the EFCC, the head of EFCC, he was in the police before. So in terms of internal security, he has some knowledge. Maybe military, he will have some gaps. But even in the Western countries, like in the US, the national, the people that they make Secretary of Defense or the Homeland Security Secretary, they're mostly civilians and sometimes lawyers. And I think Rivadu has police background and maybe legal background as ex-EFCC. to be able to know, like, pull both. I mean, pull different, because I think in a lot of cases, I like lawyers in many positions, government positions, because they know loopholes, they know all those things. And him having that, I think he has a legal background, or am I misjudging him?
No,
But
no,
he
I
has
think
police
I think
background.
you're right. I think you're right
Okay.
about his legal training.
Yeah. So, but I think it comes with those strengths, including police. It doesn't have to be a soldier or anything to be a security advisor. And he comes from the right part of the country. He comes from the Northeast. So I will endorse this. I will endorse this. Another Yoruba name.
No, it certainly cannot do a worse job than the person there. That Mongono, who was telling the people to be fighting Boko Haram with a bow and arrow. So yeah, so let me take you to the space. Secretary to the federal government, Malam Nasir El Rufai. Do you think that's the best use for El Rufai? Because I
Yes.
see
Yes.
El Rufai more as NNPC than
No. Someone has to reform the civil service. And if anybody can do it, El Rufai is that guy. He is ruthless in his execution. And I think we need a lot of cleanup there. So I will definitely endorse this pick, because I've actually been thinking, like, if I was to give El Rufai a position, is this SGF that I'll give him? So I like that pick. I'm not even gonna lie. I like that pick.
All right. This almost seems like a comedy infusion, because I'm not quite sure, because this now almost questions the veracity of this list. Minister of the FCT, Yahaya Bello.
This is the youth pick. This is the only youth on the list, though, a thug. No. This makes the list look crazy. Why would you put Yahaya Bello as FCT? If I was going to give Yahaya something, like, in the US, you give people political appointments. Like, you hire technocrats, you also hire politicians. In the US, a lot of politicians are made ambassadors. So for someone like Yahaya Bello, if I want to, like, bring him into the government, I'll just make him ambassador of Chad, or ambassador of Congo, or ambassador of somewhere, no man's land, just ambassador somewhere. I don't think it should be SCT minister. I think they should find someone young and able to do FC minister. So I totally disagree with that choice.
But what if I said to you, Abdullah Ganduje, FCT minister? What would you say? Because I wouldn't mind that.
No. Don't appoint Abdullah Ganduje as anything. You don't even appoint him as a dog catcher. I mean, if I'm going to keep Ganduje, I'm going to keep him as my cabal in inner caucus. I'm not to be able to, the northern whisperer. I'll make him my northern whisperer to tell me what's going on ground in the north.
Sorry,
So,
can I interject at this juncture?
yeah.
Yeah, when you were mentioning all these names, I remember one guy, the former Lagos State Governor, Ambode.
Oh, Ambode. That's another Yoruba, though. Come on now. Can we reduce the number of Yoruba in this guy's cabinet?
No, you see, one thing, we have to learn to identify capacity. I don't know how the Lagosians view him, but for us in the north, he's a very capable young man, definitely. So
You
I
know,
would
he
love to see
campaigned.
him.
You know, he campaigned against Sanwo-Olu in the governorship.
He did.
He did. He backroad about three of his commissioners during his administration. They were on they were on his team. They were on his campaign. In fact, remember that incident in Ekpe where they said they were shot at.
Yeah.
But one man, he didn't come out openly to campaign for.
Yeah, but his commissioners were campaigning for him.
Yeah.
So that's to show that he's backing him. That incident that they said they shot at their cars. On that entourage, there were about 3 commissioners from Ambode's administration on that train, on that entourage.
He's number one enemy I mean, political opponent to Tinubu in Lagos now. Tinubu will never consider him for anything. That one is guaranteed. He will never consider him for for any position at all. So for the next 8 years, if God's willing, Tinubu is going to be there for president, and there will be no party politically in that country. So, Hassan, forget about Ambode for now. Is it Hassan or Ribadu? Who is that?
Sorry.
It was Ribadu. Yeah.
Ribadu. Forget about you.
Babati.
I want to believe that this is a joke, so that somebody just came up with this prank.
This was sent in by Lord Gomez via his contacts.
Nelson Wiki, really? Belu Yaya FCT. What is this? Come on.
Come on, man. What is wrong?
I don't know. That's not the point. Yeah, no.
What is wrong in Nelson Wiki?
Nelson Wiki, come on. No.
He performed in River State now. He performed.
No.
The most performed governor in the South.
Stop capping.
The best performing governor.
I know you are trolling, because there's no way any serious mind will honestly think Wiki belongs in that cabinet. We are looking forward to something better for the country.
You will be shocked. He's going to have.
It's not a matter of being shocked. Stay with me here, please.
You will be shocked. Tinubu will give him political appointment.
Okay. Let's pause on that one. Minister of FCT, Belu Yaya, for real.
No, now.
What is that?
Yeah, just staying with that. Let's stay with that Minister of FCT space. And Kulata and others. Why not just go completely left field and appoint an Igbo man as the Minister of FCT?
There's no Igbo man on this list.
That narrative we did not.
That's my point. Okay, that's my point. They are feeding that narrative of them being marginalized. Why would you put this out?
This is marginalization. No, I'm going to fight for my Igbo family on this one. This is marginalization.
No, but that list is not to 36 now. That list is not to 36 now. You have a lot of ministries now. This is just, if you look at this now, you are looking at maybe some kitchen cabinet there. The chief of staff.
Patrick, we know that.
Yeah.
I'm saying that even if you had them on a different list, at least pull one or two of their names onto this, just to show that you
into this kitchen cabinet. No, somebody just got this now. This is not an official list now.
No, this is a leaked list.
Is it up to 36? How many ministries are available? This
I don't think it's even up to 20
now. So
okay, I like the idea of Fashola for Attorney General. Actually, I was hoping that
when last did he practice law? This man's not practice law for the past
just saying
almost 20 years.
I would have preferred him to be the gatekeeper, but for them, but they have him as minister. But the Wike and
Wike, they say Nigeria will be better. Is Wike not better than Baba Kabiru?
By the way,
you say we are looking for a better Nigerian. Is Wike not better than Aregbe?
Patrick, wait. What is the Minister of Defense? What is he doing there? Boretai? Why is his name on the list?
Hold on. Let's go through it in the structure. I want to label the FCT more, and I want to, of course, Kulata. An Igbo man as the FCT minister, that would be a masterstroke. Yeah. Yes.
An Igbo man as the FCT minister, it may come with some complications that I'm not sure I can discuss. It may be tricky. I will think for FCT minister, they should pick someone from the North Central. The reason being, if you pick an Igbo man as FCT minister, if there's any inkling that looks like whether real or imagined, I'm being sensitive here. Any inkling, whether real or imagined, that maybe people are making more investments and all that stuff,
a lot of people will misconstrue it and misinterpret it, even though the Igbos are just doing what they do best, which is developing and all. And there may be some sides that are shown that may be another no man's land scenario based on bashfulness that may create some complexity. That's why.
Oh, like if they keep just getting lands everywhere in Abuja.
Yeah, but they do. I mean, they're successful people.
But sometimes they're not very good at keeping quiet and staying.
Yeah, that's the problem that I'm trying to allude to. But I'm trying to walk on eggshells. I'm trying to kind of like
be
sensitive about it.
Just say what you got to say, man. At this point,
yeah. So
don't worry. Family members,
that may create some sensitivities, and I mean it will be unfortunate because it's just the nature of things. Like this, they're successful. They'll do stuff, but then at the same time they may be boastful and bashful. And if that guy is the FCT minister, many people that are not as successful may misconstrue it and think, oh, you're giving preferential treatment, and it's just going to go sideways. That's why I don't think it's a good choice.
All right, let me move you to the. Sorry, go on, Baba. Say.
So, what would be like in the cabinet? What would be a place you can put an Igbo man that would be a very powerful, respectable minister in the cabinet? Because
economy.
Okay.
Finance.
Okay.
CBN. They have brain power.
Right.
They have economic acumen, business acumen, finance, straight up.
Because it has to be something very meaningful. You can't put them in sports or labor.
Oh no. You need to give them powerful ministries. Like, I mean, the finance is an obvious choice to me.
Aviation, those kind of. Yeah.
Aviation is neither here nor there. Like,
Kulata, what you call a powerful ministry depends on the focus of the government at the time. The Ministry of Transport became a very powerful ministry under Buhari, with all the rail project and everything.
In a Tinubu government, the Ministry of Finance is consequential.
I think agriculture
ministries.
The most powerful ministry was the Ministry of Agriculture and that internal affairs.
I'm not looking at power. I'm looking at the work they have to do. Tinubu cannot afford not to get the finance right. He cannot afford not to get CBN right.
Right.
So he needs to get brain power. Agree. Look, the farmers go here, farmers go there, irrigation. There's not the end of the world. We're still an agrarian society.
We'll make investments. You are looking at where the man wants to make investment.
But the investment, the engine is what concerns me. Like finance, CBN is not the ministry, but CBN is quite important. National defense, the defense ministry. Those are the key ones. And Igbo must be one of those key ones. And if I was gonna give Igbo, I'll give them finance. They have brains for finance. I'll give them in an area where they're going to be visible and where they're going to be consequential. So if you put them in finance and the country does well, it's better than having Senate president, because you can say, yes, he's our guy. He's one of the people that did it.
Very, very integral to the success of the administration. Then you just market that person.
Yes.
Government, so.
And that person may be the future leader that
no, KK, future until they call him Antaibu and that time bashing him again.
No, if you get the 35,
you can imagine the 35 year old, he was a man. You can imagine somebody that because he was a man and he's in APC, they won't call him Antaibu. They'll sell him.
I'm saying, because in the APC, how that goes now. They will turn him to a Korocha. They will say he's in the Korocha next thing,
But do you think you should find a way to bring in Madam Ngozi back?
Madam Ngozi can't come back. No, I think we're overplayed.
Come on now. I mean, you can't.
We've overplayed that hand. There's a lot of young kids. In in investment banks in the US, in McKinsey, in Bain, in all Bain Capital, in all these places that you can bring to turn finance around. They're 32-year-old, 35-year-olds in all these companies. Bring them
No,
in.
what you
They
need,
will.
what you need is to me what Ngozi was bringing to the table was beyond the brain. You can gather a lot of brainy people that will do that. You need someone who has influence in the international financial platform market. You understand? Somebody who's probably been in IMF or knows someone who enters IMF building today and everybody, large number of people knows him or her. He goes to World Bank.
Do
People
you
know him.
do you have
He
a
has
name?
influence and yeah,
Do you have
there
a
will be
name?
people like that.
No. Do you have a name? Somebody can. Do you have a name that rings off of your head?
If we look, we can get.
They don't have to be the finance one, even though I think Edun is going to be the finance minister.
No,
But the
no,
finance,
you can't have a Yoruba man as me. No,
well,
not.
yeah, I'm telling you who I think is gonna be, but I may be wrong. But the finance thing, you don't need any known names like that. His capacity is brain. Okay, I don't want to go to the United States now. Do you know that a Yoruba boy that is pulling a lot of strings in U.S. foreign policy as when it comes to using U.S. dollars to almost wage war? That Russian sanction is a Yoruba boy that crafted that thing. He's been working in in Obama's government, and it's currently in Biden's government. But what I'm trying to say, and that boy was an unknown entity. So there are many Nigerians like that you can pull in a lot of all these places.
There is two of them.
Yeah?
There's also one Igbo lady like that in the same government of Biden.
Yeah, there are three of them. There's another Yoruba girl too. There's another Yoruba girl.
Just bring them in now. We can say, oh man, we need them in our country, Jari. Bring them in.
No, they are high up in the US. They won't. I mean, I'm saying there are many people you can bring from finance like that. There were plenty. I said we, like I did it. There are plenty. So I think don't put Igbo in FCT.
Yeah,
put them in consequential
but do you get my point? Like when this list came out, I was thinking, oh, technocrats, new faces from all over the world, young guy, but this is the same familiar names on the list, nothing new.
But when we look at this list, though, this list is not these positions, they're not technocrat positions, really. Out of all the ones we're looking at, like which position is suited for a technocrat?
Do you feel comfortable having look at the Minister of Defense, Buratai, with his reputation that he's had in the past? Do you feel comfortable with him coming back if this is true? I don't feel comfortable.
No. What was his reputation?
Patrick, stop. Come on.
No, what now? Let's be objective now. Don't sell narratives. What is Python dance? We all know now what Python dance is. So tell me the reputation. Don't sound like obedient. Now mention 2, 3 that you think.
You know what? You're not gonna. Let's not do the thing you did yesterday.
No, don't just say failure.
No.
Let's mention. Can I tell you something about Buratai?
One voice. Yeah, carry on.
Buratai was in the theater before he was appointed in the Northeast, fighting at the forefront of fight. He was appointed, and his appointment as Chief of Army Staff saw to it under Buratai, we decimated Boko Haram. Now we have another security challenge we are fighting, but we could say that under Buratai in the Northeast, Boko Haram was grounded. Under Buratai, Nigeria Army had the Nigeria Army University. Under Buratai, the Nigeria Army Industrial, what they call it now, in Kaduna, was resuscitated. And now we produce armor tank, we produce all the under Buratai as Chief of Army Staff. Under Buratai, let me just finish now. Under Buratai, before now, when you appoint a Chief of Army Staff, maybe your Chief of Army Staff is a member of regular, maybe 10. The moment you appoint regular 10, every other person, regular 9, regular 8, they will be retired. Or every other member of regular 10 of that his class would be retired because they can't serve under him. Now, Buratai came up with a policy that look, you can't be losing brains. So he pushed it and they made it optional. If your chief, you understand, if your chief is your junior, but you still want to stay, they'll post you to defense headquarters, then you can use your brain to help the system. He also did the same thing before now under Buratai. If you fail your promotion exam first time, that means your mate are now your senior, your junior are your mates. They will allow you. If you fail it second time, now your junior becomes your senior. By the time you fail it third time, you'll be retired. Now, under Buratai, you have the option of staying. Oh, Buratai did a lot of reformation in the army that a lot of you don't know. That he had a problem with Northwest does not make him a total failure. You understand? So let's begin to reflect and think. The best brain, the best hand for Ministry of Defense is Buratai.
I totally agree with you. How can he? I think he's retired now. I mean, he was.
Yeah.
I mean, he's retired. Why must he be brought back again?
He's retired as a chief of army staff.
Hold on. This system of recycling nonsense.
No, that's not recycling. Someone who served in civil service or someone who served in a company. Some people retire from private sector and you bring them to ministry now.
Guys, let me make a point. Let me make a very important point.
Can I
the position, let me just make quick this point, maybe to shed some light. The position of Minister of Defense, the portfolio, the responsibilities is different from what Buratai was doing, which was tactical on the ground. This is an administrative position.
No, as chief of army staff, you think it was not administrative?
But wait,
who was managing all those military structures?
Is Buratai capable of civilian administrative tasks as opposed to a major general, actually a lieutenant general, that had command and control to do his work?
Okay, you want me to answer that question?
Yes. I'm trying to add some light. Like this is because you're using his past presidents to dictate.
I will tell you that he can do that. Two things. You see, running the army is like running a country. They have their Ministry of Health, the medicals, they have their engineering works, they have all those, everything that is present in a civilian system. One. Then two, they have civilian staff. If you go to army hospitals, there are civilian doctors working in army hospital. They have civilian staff who are not controlled or managed under the typical command and control that you have. If you go to command secondary schools, which is like their own educational ministry, they have civilian teachers. In short, the teachers in command secondary school are civilians. It's only in a place like maybe NDA.
Patrick, now commander go.
But you have civilian teachers in command now.
All of them are civilians now. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. Good. And so they manage them. So if you can manage those civilian staff, if you can manage the civilian staff in all those hospitals, civilian doctors, you manage civilian staff in other functions, and then he's managing the admin. The army is not just in the field. You have structures, you have admin, they have finance, the man can manage any system. All these Obasanjo that were able to manage Nigeria, where did he get his training from? Is he not in the army? Obasanjo became a civilian president managing.
But Obasanjo was not a good civilian administrator. It was very dictatorial.
What I'm saying is that the army gives you that leadership. You are imbibed with leadership skill. Buratai will be able to manage the ministry. That's just the truth. They say, oh, why are we recycling? When we say we recycle, that's not recycling. When they recycle is when you appoint somebody as a politician, somebody who has served in private sector while they became CEO. He left private sector and now come to serve as minister. Will you say that's recycle? This man served in the public sector as a chief. And then you now brought him as that say it's recycle. Which one is recycle there? Was he Minister of Defense before?
I don't know how you want to define it.
No, was he Minister of Defense before? If you bring the former CEO of First Bank now to come and become governor of Central Bank, will you say it's recycle?
Patrick, let Adan Lekoko come in.
You see,
there is no other way you can describe it other than, I mean, you can't describe it. You can't twist it. You can't spin it. This is a purely, recycle.
He's
He,
not
the head of the military,
chief of army staff.
and yes, he was the chief
Yeah,
of.
not the head of the military. Was
Well,
chief of army staff.
okay, chief of army staff. Yeah, it was when it comes to military, this thing, the only person that is responsible to was maybe Minister of Defense and the minister and the president.
Chief of defense staff was his boss too.
Yeah, yes. So now it's coming back to be the head that structure of that military structure again, and you want to say it's not.
He's not the head of that military structure. Okay, let me explain to you why it's not recycling. This is recycling. I bought a bottle of Coke. I drank it. I took the bottle to the factory. They crushed it, reproduced another bottle of Coke with the same material. No, wait now. That's pure. That's basic. Wait now. Wait. That's
when we
to
are
me.
talking of recycling politician from one position to the other, you know what I mean.
No, Baba Dale Oko, you will not create your own dictionary.
Don't go to.
Don't twist my word.
No,
let's be straight. Let's be straight. What is recycling? What is recycling? Recycling is using the same material for the same purpose.
Yeah.
I will tell you why. No, woman, please don't. Let me finish this one.
Yeah.
In this case, a recycling will be this. If you take Buratai out and you bring him back into that role, maybe as a chief of army staff or as someone chief of navy staff or something, that would be. But in this case, it's even a promotion. This man has served in that ministry, and now he knows the gap. He knows he has probably understudied the former minister of defense, and he knows the deficiency that is there. Now he has gone out of the country as an ambassador, and he has probably had interaction with the president of other countries and see the way things are. He's bringing that experience into that ministry. Okay, tell me, who do you want to put? Tell me someone that platform now that you think is better than Buratai.
Don't be president of any other country than Cont president. That is it.
Yes, that's the president of the country. So, now, tell me someone who is better than Buratai that you can put there.
A lot of people are better than
Mention one. Adewumi.
What are you telling us? Are you telling us that
mention one now?
Are you telling us that all these people you found in the position of authority in Nigeria are the best? That
tell me one. I've just asked you one.
I have a classmate. I have a classmate too.
No, let Adane Oko mention one.
No, but he cannot give you a name. That's an unfair.
No. Adane Oko can speak for himself. One man.
At the present moment, that is.
Give us one.
It doesn't.
Give us one now. Sense. Okay, give us one. I've not even asked for 2 or 3 or 4. Give us one that you think is better than.
I don't need to.
That was the argument. No, but one I even said, if you agree that he said go through the list. If you agree, say so. If you don't agree, give us another person. Was that not what you said, one man? And you are now saying you should not say that again. You were the one that said so now. So if you don't want Buratai, give us the one that should replace him. That was what one man said we should be doing. I be one man, you know, the thing you talk with that.
And what about El Rufai?
No. Don't suggest to him. You said in the beginning, you said go through the list. If you agree, tell us you agree and how. If you disagree, give us somebody that is better. One man, was that not what you said? I want
yeah, that's what we're going through. Yeah.
So now you are speaking against me now. Say no, don't let him say that.
Patrick, can we I know, but can we bring the tone down a little bit? I don't know why you are.
No, okay, voice. I mean, I came a bit more echo.
Relax a little bit, man.
All right. You got people attached. You got people attached.
All right. Let's just move it on because I wanted.
Let me say this. I will yield. I think it's Tunata that still have the floor.
So
Yes.
my position is very clear. The other time I said it here that we need new faces as the head of governmental position in that country. All governmental positions, I mean, security, security chief and all the rest. I said it here. There should be new faces. All these old Rukbaratai and all those, they have tried their best. Let them go. They have failed. We have not seen any improvement. There's nothing that is bringing now that is going to change anything. He had 8 years to deliver, but rather he failed. And the security of that country wasn't under his watch as the, what do you call him? As the chief of staff.
Chief of Defense.
Chief of Army Staff.
Chief of
Chief
Army
of Army
Staff.
Staff, sorry.
The security wasn't under his watch. What is he bringing now that can change the situation? No, he had 8 years and he was given the best of the best support. He was given the best of the best financial resources, everything whatsoever for him to deliver. The defense for the past 4 years, go and look at our budget. Defense was stopping the lead.
Have we lost Ajan Lekoko?
I think
all right. I think we've lost.
Defense have been topping the lead. Can do this. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we're hearing you now. Yeah, carry on.
Yes, I'm saying go and look our budget for the past 4 years. Defense have been topping the list of all the sector on our budget. But yet, this guy couldn't deliver. With so much given to him, the security wasn't under his watch. What is it that they cannot do? For 8 years that Buhari has been governing, maybe he was there for six years or how many years?
John, let's not pack in a gun for anybody that wants to interview.
No.
Now they want to come and deliver.
Yeah, Bishop, we're going to move on.
Let us just forget about all this.
All right, thank you, Ajan Lekoko.
New set of people here.
One man be feared now. Let me have a voice.
No, Bishop. No. Hold on. What I wanted us to do was just for Kulata to just meander through the list and give us thoughts, and maybe two or three people more do that, and then go to another topic. But we've been stuck on Brutai for so long. I just want to move it on, and I want to move it on to the Minister of Information, Bayo Ononuga, who was intent on kicking the Igbos out of Lagos. So if that guy gets a portfolio, it'll be I don't know, man. What do you think?
Dano.
Honestly, I think it's a great choice. You guys will think I'm crazy, but
so?
we need a minister of violence. A minister of water.
What my saying, Bomber.
But we have two ministers of waters now, Kiyamo and Ononuga.
Yeah, we need both of them, because for Tinubu to be successful, you cannot let anybody frame the narrative. You have to have people that are capable of framing and defining the narrative, and you have the likes of Bayo. I mean, if Bayo Ononuga is leading Ministry of Information, then it's not going to be a slouch. They're going to go hard, real hard. So I think it's a great choice. Jokes apart, no, actually, on a serious note, I think it's a good choice, because if I'm president, I want to set the narrative. I want to define the narrative. I want to be ahead of the narrative. I want to push the stories. I don't want anybody defining me. I want my success to be recorded. I want my failures to be downplayed. I want a propaganda machine. So that guy fits the bill, in
Kulata.
my opinion. So
And it's a real bruiser as well. It's a real bruiser as well. Remember how
Kulata.
yes, it's a real bruiser.
yeah.
Real quick, do you think between Dele Alaki and Bayo Onanuga, who is more brutal and who is more polished between them?
Dele Alake is more polished, but I don't think we need polish here. We need brute
But
force.
he too has proven to be very, very, pound for pound during the election too.
Yes, now, but Bayo Onanuga is more forceful. Dele Alake is still elements of polish here and there. But Bayo Onanuga is, have you watched bare knuckles boxing before? No gloves.
Yeah.
That's Bayo Onanuga. Dele Alake is maybe boxing gloves, but Bayo Onanuga is like, if we come out all this thing, there's fight, blood everywhere. And a government like Tinubu's own that is going to be highly controversial, very, very highly controversial, and he has a lot of enemies, you need someone like this guy. You can't go and put some fine boy there that won't go to battle. You need someone that's going to battle. Like, is it on the floor? Is it jiu-jitsu? Is it aikido? Whatever, we'll take it on the floor. We'll brutalize each other. So if this is true, it's a good choice for Minister of Information.
Kolata,
Minister of Propaganda.
Talking about blood on the dance floor. Blood on the dance floor. Special Assistant on Media and Publicity, Festus Keyamo, to replace Femi Adesina. So, what about that?
That's going to be. It's a good choice. That's just cheap spin machine. It's going to be doing the spinning. That's the one that's going to be duking it with Rufai and Ruben Abati in Arise. Seun Okinbaloye. They don't need to do anything in TVC. I mean, we know it's propaganda. NTA to join the propaganda. Those are the people that are going to be getting we'll go and trigger them in all those places. And then you will now work with what's the name of that government ministry to be fining them anyhow. No, you shouldn't do it that way. But
NBC.
I said you shouldn't do it that way. NBC should be independent. But you need Festus Keyamo. Yeah.
I'm of the opinion that Bayo Onanuga should head the NBC.
No, that's too low. That's too low. That's too low for him. That's too low. That's too low.
So that they can deal with their sleep TV.
No, that would be too obvious.
But see, Festus Keyamo will go and beat them in Arise. Minister of Information will blow it up.
No, he's reducing out the sanctions and the fines.
But that's too low for him. You can get someone special, a younger person to do it. So, I mean, the two combination, they're good for information power, because information is power in this new age. They're gonna look at the way they finished Buhari. They just finished his government, even though the government saw.
Do you know what even shocking that towards the end of Buhari's government, we're now hearing of everything he's been doing for so far. Man, we didn't know that. Why, how come we didn't say this? How come we didn't say that?
That was a failure on Lai Mohammed's part.
They failed. I'm sorry, Lai
Mohammed was the abject failure. It failed.
Because in terms of infrastructure, the guy did a lot. He did a lot.
He did. As much as we detest him.
Gentlemen, you can't say Lai Mohammed failed. Look, we are in a world of social media. So this social media, even with Tinubu, they will be overwhelmed by this social media campaign.
Ajan Lekoko, we're closer to social media than you. It's fire for fire.
Look, what I'm telling you is that this social media campaign by Nnamdi Kanu, by Yoruba Nation, by all of these, it was the government non-performance that trigger that social media spaces.
Yeah, but the government performed is what people are saying. Ajan Lekoko. The government performed. But they didn't get the information. There was a time that Buhari actually cried out that they are not highlighting
which performance. Which performance did they have?
The first
when
year
you have insecurity and killing. Hold on. Let me. Hold on. You will come. Let me make this point. which performance of the government you want to mention
Mamila,
when you have massive insecurity across the country, when you have massive killing across the country, kidnapping at the highest rate, insecurity everywhere. What concern people with what you are doing as infrastructure and this thing when insecurity overwhelm all of that? It doesn't resonate with people now. It was the cry and pains that people were going through all over the country, and the killing we have seen, particularly in the north, that people that were displaced and everywhere. That was what resonated with people. So no government can beat that social media campaign, even with this Tinubu. They can't be. The only way Tinubu can be if Tinubu can bring peace and stability in that country. And it is obvious.
Ajane Koko, hold on, Ajane Koko. You know where Lai Mohammed failed, by my own estimation, and of course nonsense, you can dismiss it. He did not recruit to that social media space for them to go after the narrative on that space. So he was on traditional media countering narratives on social media. For you have to go to where the fight is.
I will agree that. I will agree that. That is the area they can work on.
Lai Mohammed is used to conventional warfare, old soldier. But Bayo Nonuga, guerrilla warfare, Janja weed in the mud, anywhere, for. And Tinubu has all sorts of army on the social media.
They will be paying the bloggers too. It's going to be blogger against bloggers now. It's
blogger versus blogger now. The way they take down those obedience on Twitter, those APC young boys, they take down obedience. They beat them.
That is the only strategy that can work. Yes. That is the only strategy that can work. If they deploy social media,
they have to. They have to.
That is the only. Yeah. I agree with you guys. Yeah, that's the only strategy that can work.
All right, Kulata, still staying with this special assistant media and publicity. So you are the decision maker and you have a choice between two names. So you are saying Festus Keyamo is a crafted hand that fits that glove, or is a crafted glove that fits that hand. But if you had the choice between Festus Keyamo for that position, special assistant media and publicity, if you had the choice between Festus Keyamo and Ajuri Ngalale, who would you pick?
I will use Festus Keyamo for this, but I will make Ajuri the official presidential spokesman, because Ajuri is highly talented and capable human being. Young guy, very smart. So extremely.
You saw him on CNN.
He dealt with that babe that Niger babe.
He destroyed her.
Destroyed her like she was lost for words. That Ajuri will be the role of that Yoruba guy now. What's the name of that nonsense Yoruba guy that's with Buhari? What's his name?
Femi Adesina.
That Femi Adesina, Jagbajantis guy. I will make Ajuri my own Femi Adesina if I was Tinubu, because Ajuri will be will be the official spokesman of the government. So it will appear I'll be putting in BBC, CNN, take him to the US. I think it's also mixed race. Just inject that, half there, and like fine boy image. Then Festus Keyamo is special advisor. I'm going to be decking Rufai, to be decking all those people. And Festus knows how to deal with all those ones. So I won't use Ajuri as special advisor. I'll use him as my official spokesperson, because he's so polished and is well spoken and is highly intelligent. So that's how I'll do it if it was me.
All right. One of the minor successes of the Buhari administration is Godfrey Onyema, who a lot of people, myself included, feels he has done so far, still doing a reasonably decent job. So the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Kayode Fayemi, he certainly knows how to put on a presentation, but does he fit that role? Kayode Fayemi, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Kyle Ifeanyi is a disappointment in my opinion. Sorry for anybody that comes from Ekiti,
Well, Omo you
but
also now.
I beg you, the guy just guy
Oh
is
my, oh my, oh my.
Omo you also now.
that no man, that fire me no. When he was Minister of Mines, he did not do anything. I had so
Not
much
a
high
single thing.
hopes. He didn't do nothing. He even
I
went
was
there to
so
steal money.
disappointed.
I was so disappointed. So no. Kyle the fire me, please, with his gap tooth. We don't know. No.
Hmm.
Take him away. I don't. He doesn't have to be minister. They should make him ambassador of New Zealand, so we can't see him again. Just send him somewhere.
All right. So sorry. Did you want to come in, Babati?
No, when he said this, like, could buy Israel, baby. This one, yeah.
No, we don't want to see Kyle
You
Ifeanyi.
know,
I don't want to see.
how does he keep getting all these appointments? That's what I want to know. What is it? It's all logo.
What does he do? What does the guy do? I don't even know.
I don't know what he
Adewale Osende money. Adewale, they are running out your governor. Okay, it's not there. Maybe it's gone to the it's taking a break.
Even as a governor, it was a failure. Well, I'm sorry.
It was a failure now. Ola will be hyping him. One thing. I beg. This guy is taking. They should not appoint him for anything.
All right, this next guy should be rewarded for what he contributed to the emergence of Tinubu as the president of Nigeria. But would you have Yemsen Wike as the Minister of Interior?
Hell no. No way. His only reward should be not going to jail. Like maybe they don't unleash EFCC on him. No. I mean, why would you want to put Wike as
But
Minister
Kay,
of
you know,
Interior?
the bar is so low with the last guy we had that had no clue of what the portfolio even does.
Jay Aregbe.
Yeah,
That's my
this is
townsman now.
So the guy had no clue what the job of interior minister. So the bar is so low now. We don't even you can't go lower. So I don't know.
You can't, I mean, what will he do? He'll be issuing passports. He will be, I mean, building prisons. I mean, what else do they do in Minister of Interior? Oh, well, interior security too, I think to an extent, yeah. But it's a big portfolio, though. The Minister of Interior is a big portfolio, but not for
Huge
Wiki.
now. It is huge. It's a huge portfolio.
It's a huge portfolio. This is one where I think maybe they should give a qualified Igbo guy this Minister of Interior. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't go for this one. Should not go to Wiki. Not at all. I don't agree.
Okay, so what would be the best? Okay, let's say they have to give Wiki something. What would be something that they can give Wiki?
They don't jail him for his corruption. That's the best thing they can give him.
If they have to give him something like a put in.
No, they don't have to give him anything. Even look at the rigging he rigged. It was the sloppiest rigging ever. That they can go to IREF and say Tinubu did not win from the result in IREF. Is that the kind of? I mean, he did a sloppy job too. No, he doesn't deserve anything, in my opinion. No, that's my opinion. Because why will you give him minister for what? You have competent people that should be able to do interior. Like this interior, I think we need a technocrat for interior. Foreign affairs, we need someone. Yeah, we need like a Bolaji Akinyemi kind of caliber. And but interior, no. No. I don't agree.
All right, this next portfolio, it's probably one of the most. From my own personal view. This next portfolio is more important than any ministerial position possible. Now, when Buhari first made an appointment to this space, it was one of the. In fact, when I saw the appointment that Buhari made to this space, I knew that we were in for a struggle, and there was a good possibility that his administration would fail. He appointed an 80-something, 90-year-old man to this position. But certainly, Tinubu not going to do that. Nigerian ambassador to the United States, Dele Alake, so a very pivotal position. But would they carry out a job?
Dele Alake, I think is okay here. It's okay in the US. Because what will he do? We need access to lobbyists. We need to lobby to make sure we're in the right, we have right footing with the US and to impact some US policies. So we need to lobby. So I don't know his ability to execute all those stuff. I mean, as an ambassador, he's not the one going to directly lobby, but the people that will be lobbying will be talking to him and all. He's young enough, is articulate enough, he will do okay in that role. And most importantly, it will not be that visible in Nigeria because I don't think we can have the likes of Dele Alake and Bayo Onanuga running around in Nigeria. So I think he's far removed enough, and he'll be able to do a decent job in framing a narrative when he's talking to fellow ambassadors and also when they're walking the corridors in Washington when they deploy lobbyists. Because if I was Tinubu, unlike Buhari, I will make sure we hire a lot of lobbyists in the US. That's how work is done. Saudi Arabia, serious countries do serious lobbying. I don't know if Buhari knew about that or if he did that to a serious extent. We can't be having some random senator or some random guy just stop our arms purchase by claiming Leahy Act or some nonsense act like that. If we had serious lobbies, nobody will be threatening us with those kind of nonsense. So if if Dele Alake is capable of representing Nigeria and also making sure our interest is pushed in the US, then I approve that. I approve that appointment.
We don't have any lobbying group for Nigeria right now in US.
I don't think under Buhari, I don't think we had anything serious. I don't think so. Otherwise,
one minute quickly. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, come in, Prince. I've been waiting to hear your voice. Yeah, Prince Daddy, come in.
Oh yeah, thanks. Is there on the list? Do you have the ambassador to China? I think that's where the lobbying should be taking place, not really the U.S.
Yes.
Do you lobby in China? Does China require lobbying?
Oh,
because that's a different democracy there.
They are more of a business deal. You just they don't need you to go behind the back door or anything. They are more direct with their approach to business. So US is more like an indirect form of, so.
Well, U.S. is more direct. China is indirect, I would say. And in China, yeah, it's a different form of lobbying, but yes, they do lobby, and they're not to get things done. In Washington, it's just a bunch of waste of time. I mean, it's China that has the weapon. If you need weapon, they have it. What do we need that they don't have?
Let me explain what just give me a second. In China, I want A, you have B. Your government sits down with them, they deal. Okay. America is, if they can discuss something on the House, you don't have access to the government directly on some things like the Leahy Act now. Now I'm going to go to a senator and lobby the senator to get that bill changed, that law changed. So they do more politicking behind the scenes before you see what you see on TV. China, I believe, when it comes to Africa, is more of a direct approach. It's government to government. America, that's why most of the countries in the world or business dealings, they have lobbying groups in Washington, D.C. I don't think that's the same thing in China. So it's a different approach to dealing with the American government. So that's where I mean by lobbying group. So you must influence them or induce them to get them to do what you want them to do, as opposed to go to China where you are upfront to dealing with them, because it's more like an exchange. America is more like, okay, help me out here, do this for me, So it's kind of that's the lobby part. Just to clarify where I'm coming from. So. Yeah.
China, I think if you have a deal for them, they'll deal with you.
Yeah,
it's very
straightforward. They're very straightforward. America is like, what else do you have? Because they have too many moving parts in America. Like I was giving an example of what happened in Mozambique when they wanted a loan and they were lobbying to get some loans from America. And the deal was, listen, you want this, you must stop exporting cashew. Like, why? Because that is for India to do. So they have a lot of moving parts that where you go lobby for something, somebody else is already there, and they must move you around to fit you in their whole global plan. So it's a lot of politicking behind the scenes for America.
All right. So what's the next one? 1 month. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. I don't know this portfolio, and I certainly don't know much about this personality, but you are more steeped in Nigerian politics than I am. State House Counsel Babatunde Ogala.
That's very important too. That's the president's lawyer. That's the White House lawyer. That's the Aso Rock lawyer. So if they're suing the government, if the government is trying to weigh some legal stuff, outside of Attorney General representing the country, that is Aso Rock's lawyer. So it's very important. It's very important. But I don't know who the guy is. I've never heard his name before. But that's another Yoruba. Like this list is full of Yoruba people. So I don't know the guy, but the position is pretty important.
The name sounds familiar, but I couldn't give you the backdrop to his history, Babatunde Ogala. But a lot of these names within the next few weeks we'll probably know their from their birth to date. Attorney General of the Federation. So now you were disagreeing somewhat when Zita was speaking. Babatunde Raji Fashola, you were insisting that it's been out of practice for a while.
No, that wasn't me insisting it's been out of practice. That wasn't me. That was another voice.
All right. So Attorney General of the Federation, Babatunde Raji Fashola. So he will get a position, but is that the position for him?
So here's my stand. There are two positions where if you want to be ethnic, or I recommend you get the most trusted hands. The first one is the Chief of Staff. The next one is the Attorney General of the Federation. So in that case, I think Tinubu needs someone that is very close to him, that can help him do his bidding. And I think Fashola, even though he may not have practiced law since, it doesn't matter, is a son still. And he will have a team working for him. Like he'll have an army of lawyers working for him. So it's not like the one that needs to be quoting this, quoting that. They have people that will work for him. So I think that's a very, very safe pick for Attorney General. You can't risk having someone you cannot trust as an Attorney General. Attorney General can destroy. I mean, if you choose the wrong Attorney General, your government can get destroyed. So Fashola is a decent pick in my opinion, because he's not the one going to be doing all this stuff. He has people that will be doing it for him.
Do you think that's the best role for him, though? You know, it's only a shame that they're not on good terms, but Oshibanjo would have been a shoe-in for that role, just the perfect fit.
Yeah, but Oshibanjo cannot go from VP to
How can you
Attorney
go from
General.
VP and one man? What are you? What's the man talking about?
Oshibanjo is going to maybe Switzerland or go to the Hague or go somewhere as some international mouthpiece somewhere after this government. So Oshibanjo, but he will go by himself. I think because he can't be president. I don't think he'll ever be president. And what will he be doing? Will he go back to Unilag to lecture? Like, what will he do?
He could do that, you know. If I was him, I would do that, you know, just to, you know, why not? He's made all his money and he's gone as high as he will ever go in politics. So why not give back? Is that yeah?
Oh, he either needs to be in the speaking circuit, or
I think he mentioned that too before. That will probably
going back to Unilag.
Yeah,
allow you to catch out.
Yeah, I mentioned that before.
Anything fair now?
Because Unilag is going to give him opportunity to do what the Clinton, the Bush, all those public speaking.
Not the Nigeria academic. Allow you to cash out. What did that billionaire? Rabbi.
Pastor Manu.
Pastor.
He likes if you notice, he likes speaking. So I think he's going to go into that as
speaking circuit.
But Patrick, speaking in international communities,
don't you think?
And he's already doing that now.
No, because I feel like him not being in good terms with Tinubu, you can speak, but do you really have that credibility though? I mean, I don't know. It just if I know that the person in charge of the government is not really messing with you like that, like not in good terms with you, when you speak in public, I'm like, but you should have done this, you missed this. If I was in anywhere speaking, I would just be bombarding with questions of what you have done. Because I don't see him making any impact in Nigeria for now. I mean maybe I don't know. I just
but global. So you can get if you can get global
if people want to listen to him globally, you can get on the global circuit.
But okay, discussing
that's what Tony Blair. That's what Tony Blair does.
No, one man, the man worked with Buhari. When you get out there, they will be asking some questions about your failures in government. I don't know what is going.
But he knows
That's not the
Kamala
audience,
Harris
though.
and all these people now. Maybe they will just give him. They may put him in World something Save the Children, one foundation on the other, some billionaire.
But some think tank, yeah.
Some think tank like that. That maybe some think tank somewhere in Europe. It's those kind of jobs he needs. So nobody sees him in Nigeria, and then he can be a guest lecturer that can just come into Unilag. Teach some PhDs, a few courses here and there, get back.
Which kind of Unilag?
Is it Afe Babalola University in Ekiti?
Please, you know what? When is it going to be the turn of Africa for the United Nations Secretary General again?
Who knows? I don't know.
We had a Nigerian there once, an Igbo man.
No, that is a deputy. They're talking about the real deal, the executive himself.
Isn't Emeka and Yaoku one of them?
No.
That was Commonwealth.
It was Kofi Annan. I'm thinking.
That was Kofi Annan.
Kulata, since Kofi Annan, now we've had like almost 2 now. So there's chances that it's coming back to Africa. And if that is the case, the Nigerians stand a chance to have, but they usually pick a diplomat, somebody with foreign affair experience. But him liking, very good in public speaking and all that, there's chances that maybe if
I don't think it's African turn yet too.
You sure?
After that, it has gone to Asia. We had Ban Ki-moon, and the guy that is there now is from where?
South America.
Then we should be thinking of Europe now.
Okay, that's true.
We have not had Europe in a long time. We have not had that. So
they will put him in some foundation somewhere. I think who is the current? Isn't it the current person? Is that not an European guy or what? Who's the current person now?
What is this guy?
I think it's from Asia too.
No.
America.
United Nations.
Now. United Nations.
It's a South American Spanish guy, kind of. Yeah.
Oh, Antonio Guterres or something like that.
Guterres.
I think it's Europe's time now.
Well, it's possible it's Europe, yeah.
And they'll get him somewhere. They're not rotating
into, but it just shows that it's the pendulum has been swinging from one continent to another. So there's chances that Europe will be the next term.
Yeah, Oshibajo will find his level. They'll settle him.
But are we all agreed though that as far as Nigerian politics is concerned, Oshibajo's career is over in Nigerian politics?
He's dead like the dodo bird.
What a pity! Not to deviate, but there was this headline. I think you recently wrote a book. Oh God! You couldn't resist that, could you, Patrick?
Leave will be alone now.
Yeah. Sorry, Kulata, for interrupting your time. You know how I know this Alaye has catch up big time? When his daughter got married while he was in office. That's when I knew that this Alaye is trying to catch up big time. Well, how come he can't even wait till the tenure is over before that girl is done married? She got married at probably like 22 or 24 or something like that. So Alaye is trying
to catch up. To delay the marriage and delay the girl when she has found love?
If you want love, I beg you. Everybody is trying. Remember what?
Outside government, you won't be able to invite Dangote now. Dangote won't come now.
Ruben Abati in Asleep TV today, this man was found to have said that, look, he's not in government he's in government to make money. After all, he needs to take care of his family. That statement was credited to him. So everybody in government is trying to catch out. So Oshibajo is not left out. I beg. Let's move on.
All right. So finally to this one then. I'm not sure about this guy. Maybe it's a comedy effect, but it's a Minister of Agriculture Ben Ayade, Professor Ben
No.
Ayade.
No. No. Like we say, no. He's a professor. He has a PhD and all, but it's not. I don't think he has anything in agriculture. So I mean, we need a technocrat for agriculture. Like out of all this list, where we need people that know their stuff, that knows their shit: defense, agriculture, interior, NSA. I mean, where we can't afford not to get it right. Of course, the what's it called? The chief of staff. Those are the main ones. So this agriculture, I don't think we can mess with it by putting some political guy, Ben Ayade, even though he's a professor, but it doesn't matter what's a professor, some guy with a PhD that wrote papers and then they promoted him to professor. So no. I don't think Ben Ayade should be agriculture minister. So there's names out of everything we've reviewed. I mean, I can tolerate a few, but Ayade, it goes. Wike, it goes. Perhaps Burata, it goes. Yaya Bello, of course, it goes. This
Does
Falake,
Ribadu
Ribadu stays
stay?
in my opinion. Yeah, Ribadu can stay. This Falake special duties, I don't think is that much of. I don't care. That's not an important position. But those are the guys I'm going to cut out. I'll carry the fire me. I forgot the gap to take guy. I'll take him out. I'll take
But
those ones.
he has to be rewarded for stepping down for Tinubu during the primaries.
New Zealand now. It's settled here now. We'll send
okay.
him to New Zealand. That's how I take it. But it's not too bad of a list. But those ones I called out, nah. They need to take them out.
All right, brilliant. Does anybody else want to have a stab at the list? Bishop, let's bring you up. So Bishop, I stopped your interjection only because we wanted to move away from that brutalized space. It was getting over labored, and so apologies for that. But the list, as Kolata has just talked through it, your thoughts on it?
Well, good evening once again, everyone. I know that the list is not real, it's not genuine. I've seen this list about 4 or 5 days ago. It's been out there. I think some people are just trying to make permutations. So let's have that at the back of our mind. Having said that, it's okay to deliberate and look at what each person is bringing to the table, so we can run through them. But know that this list has nothing, absolutely nothing, to do with the president-elect. So we can take it one after the other.
On what authority are you saying that? On what authority are you saying that?
I've seen that list about 4 days ago or 5, and it is not. Right. It's not. How do I call it now? It's not associated with any real source. In fact, they've changed some of the names. So it's like one of these permutations. Like, we have a team of 22. Who is going to field for the first 11 in a match that is coming up? Everybody is setting up their own teams, and the rest. This list has nothing from the president-elect. You will get to it, and you will see. Yeah, a lot of them I feature, but not anything near this order that we have now.
Okay. Who amongst them do you think would not feature?
No, let's take it one after the other. The way you've taken them before. You started from the chief of staff, right?
No, I started from the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio.
The president, he will not. It is not my preference. I want the Senate President to go to the South. I would have loved if Ben Ayade had won his senatorial bid. He would have been very qualified to be the Senate President, but he lost. And I wanted to go to South. So the next best person is what's his name? Godswill Akpabio. Well, we can make do with him. I'll go for him. I mean, in the absence of any other person from the South that can fill that space. So I don't have anything. And I don't want Senate President to go to the Northwest. And that would be too much. I think South for obvious reasons. Number one, we should try. Let's not pretend that the Muslim candidate was a little bit too harsh. It almost split us down the middle. So if we take the Senate President to the Northwest again, I can assure you he's going to be a Muslim person again. So I don't think that's what we need now. So South, beautiful for Senate President, and Ababio fits the bill.
Oh, all right, Chief of Staff Femi Gbajabiamila, which a lot of people have considered that's most likely to be the case. But is it the best choice?
For me, I'll be disappointed if Tinubu chooses Femi Gbajabiamila as the Chief of Staff. But I'll defer to him. I believe he knows better. But from the little thing I've seen of Femi Gbajabiamila, I think he's too feeble. And we are entering a phase in the Nigerians' life that is either a make or ma. It's either we make how do they say it now? It's a make or ma phase. Either we make it or things just go haywire from here. And we need to take some very difficult but necessary decisions. We don't want somebody that wants to take popular decisions because that's what people are clamoring for. In this case, they used to say vola populi volatile. Sometimes few people know what is right. Majority are just following crowd, multitude. So we don't want mixed multitude. We need at this phase of our life, if we want to advance as a country, to take some very painful but necessary decision. Femi Gbajabiamila does not cut it. It does not. That's my
all right. Who would you have instead?
Unfortunately, I don't think if I don't know too many people, but either of Fashola and El-Rufai can sit and have a deep one-on-one intellectual debate, serious intellectual debate with Tinubu. Gbajabiamila cannot. Gbajabiamila, almost 9 out of 10 times, we always defer to Tinubu. Yes, sir, yes, Baba, yes, sir, yes, Baba. I don't think that's the kind of thing we need. We want somebody that will be able to coordinate. And the work of the Chief of Staff basically is he coordinates the ministries, coordinates the ministers, coordinates other staff, brings out the best in them, organize, arrange, schedule meetings, decide which meeting president should go, which one he should not go, what should be top priority, the weekly schedule. It's a whole lot of work. A whole lot of work. I know El-Rufai has the intellectual capability and the physical strength to do it. I know Babatunde Raji Fashola can. There are a few other persons too in the academia that if you bring them in, they can. But because of those might actually lack exposure. And because Femi Gbajabiamila, with his length of time in the Senate, look, let's not deceive ourselves. There will be at times that they will need to clash with the National Assembly. It might be a friendly clash or whatever, but it will come, and it will be difficult for Femi Gbajabiamila to not take side. You want to say, okay, do I take side with my primary constituency, which is the legislature, or to my principal? So, honestly, if you want to make fast progress, I won't go with Femi at all.
Hey, one more quickly. 1 minute.
Yeah, Prince. Let Prince come in first. Yeah, Prince.
Yeah, I was gonna say, sometimes when you're making maybe a basketball team or a soccer team, you need the right players in the right position. You don't necessarily need 5 strikers or 5 defenders to make a team, right? In the case of basketball. So I think some people are down on Femi Gbajabiamila, but Femi seems to be a very fitting candidate for that position. It doesn't have to be like Fashola or somebody else. I think it's a good fit. In fact, it fits perfectly for the Chief of Staff for Tinubu.
I don't think he's a weak person. I don't think he's a weak guy. I think he's a guy that understands law. I think he's a lawyer and he understands how the House works and the Senate. He needs somebody that's more like a coordinator that liaises with other parts of the government. So Femi seems to be the right guy. I wasn't sure exactly what Madame Zita was talking about, why she doesn't think he is the right person, but again,
Prince,
sometimes you don't need the right, you don't need the best. You need just the second best would suffice.
Sorry, there is going to be a presidential liaison officer with the National Assembly. Maybe that's the position you really want him to be. Or if it's the think tank powerhouse of the presidency, which resides in the office of the chief of staff. For me, and it's very clear, he's asking my own view and opinion. For me, Femi Gbajabiamila is a no. That's me. That's my view. That's my opinion. I'm not saying
a woman.
But quickly, I was gonna say also quickly that I guess it depends on how we understand the description of the position of a chief of staff, right? So to me, my understanding is like a chief of staff is like a gatekeeper that allows, connects the president with the right people, or try to make the president's schedule the best as possible to to meet his goal. So it's more like
what the chief of staff is.
Like a gatekeeper. It's more like a gatekeeper.
That's not. It might combine it, it might drop one, but that's not what is what do you call it now? It's that's not what his principal duties are. And the president also has a chief principal private secretary that keeps his schedule, the people that are coming in. He has a principal private secretary. He has but his chief of staff is like, the other name we can give the chief of staff is the coordinator, coordinator of the president's office, president's affair or president's office. The coordinates, supervises ministries, ministers, and the rest.
All right, let Prince land that interjection, and then let Babati and Patrick come in, and then you round up that space, and then we go to the next one now. Prince, land that interjection.
Oh yeah, so yeah, I guess he sees that position. Is it Bishop or Patrick? He sees the position differently. So, yeah, well, I just think Femi is the right person, is the right candidate. His demeanor seems to be very befitting of that position, and he's a smart guy. Having the right agenda in terms of the schedule for the president is key, and being able to streamline the president's schedule, making sure the right people get in to see the president, to talk to the president about different issues, is someone like Femi Gbajabiamila. I don't see. Yeah, I understand Fashola was once upon a time chief of staff to Tinubu back then, but it's overgrown that position, so to speak, and I don't think he has that personality. Again, all the fingers keep pointing back to Femi as far as I'm concerned. So I know we all have different opinions, but we shall see. Thanks.
Okay, just to chime in, Prince. Like you rightly said, Raji was his chief of staff at the state level, but don't also forget that the first time of Buhari, he held 3 ministries. It was a super minister, right? So if somebody has that experience with the same person and has held three powerful key positions as a minister, who's better to coordinate the ministries to better put them in the best position to fulfill the agenda of the Tinubu government. So in terms of, I'm not saying that Femi is not a good or will not be a good will not be a good shit. I'm not
candidate.
But I'm saying that we have a better candidate for the job that has experience at the state level and has held ministerial positions, so he knows the inner workings and how this works. Now, you can say for Femi has the benefit of he can relate to the house or the legislature, but that's not the job of that's not the job we're talking about here. Coordinating the ministers, that's what we need. And I think the person that has held three key ministries and has held a job with the same person at the state level is better qualified. It's just picking the better out of the two.
Yeah, yeah, I see that. I see that quickly. I see what your point. That's what I was trying to make a point earlier. So sometimes you don't need a super minister or the best of the best, like Fashola, so to speak, right? You just need the right. Sometimes you just gotta make sure the gloves fits, right? And it's not about if Femi is of the same equal as Fashola. Not that. My point is that is Femi a befitting candidate for that position more so than Fashola, for example. And I think so. We don't need somebody as great, so to speak, like Fashola. We just need somebody as good and decent like Femi to occupy the position.
All right, brilliant. Patrick, you wanted to come in?
Yes, I also support Prince. I also support, was it Prince that just spoke now?
Yeah, that was Prince, yeah.
Femi to me is the best for that role. And these are reasons. One, he is a lawyer. He was a lawyer practiced in Nigeria, also practiced in the US. He's a doctor's jurist. He was a minority leader of the House for 8 years. He was a majority leader for 4 years. He was a speaker for 4 years. He's been a speaker for 4 years now. The reason is that position offers him the opportunity to relate with all government agencies. I'm sure he has related with all the chairman of all the boards, the chief executive of all the boards, all the ministries. And so he understands how those agencies work. So when an issue comes up, you know which agency is involved, who and who should be there. And then beyond that, he has a very good relationship. To me, he has he's a very composed person. He looks like someone who is intelligent. And he has that legislative experience because one of the role of chief of staff that I'm seeing here is that as chief of staff, you are the chief executive of the presidency. That's the office. You are the chief executive officer of the presidency. You are the one in charge of all the staff of the presidency. So the way things move around, information, transactions, and processes like that, you are in charge. To me, if he's been able to manage National Assembly, should be able to manage that office, that presidency, that sort of structure. That's what chief of staff is. There are a lot of people who can look the president in the face and tell him the truth. We have other kitchen cabinets. Part of kitchen cabinet is SGF, which is Erifa, and you'll agree that Erifa will be the one to tell him the truth. He has kitchen cabinets. The NSA is a kitchen cabinet. I'm sure he's going to put someone there that can look into his face and tell him. So the fact that you think he's not going to be able to tell him, he's not going to be able to tell him no, is unfounded. One, then two, we have other people who can also do that. So if you want a good relationship with the agencies, with the legislature, because that's one of the key role of chief of staff that I'm seeing here in other climes. In the US, the primary role is one negotiation of legislation with the Congress, with cabinet secretaries and all that. So he's the one who's going to be able to really, really do that as a person. Fashola is not a politician. You need someone who's also a politician. Fashola became a governor not because he was politically asked of any political.
I don't understand what you mean by saying Fashola is not a politician, a chief of staff for 4 years.
Compared to wait, now let me explain now.
No.
Let
Okay.
me explain. He's not as a politician as somebody like Femi now. Femi
After 20 years.
Yes, Femi had played with all politicians from all parts of the country. All local governments have representative in National Assembly. He has a broader sense of politics than Fashola. That's what I'm saying.
That's because he's your candidate.
That's my opinion. No, it's not my candidate though.
Because
If
your
he likes,
choice.
let him choose anybody.
That because it's your
Actually,
choice.
sincerely, my candidate, the person I would really have wanted was Fashola. If you asked me before now, but after listening to everybody spoke about Femi, and I went to read his profile, I also went to search for what are the roles and duties of chief of staff. I've seen that of the US. I'm trying to see the chief of staff role in some companies because a number of companies have chief of staff too. So I've read through the roles in those companies and in presidency. So obviously, considering the roles that I've read, control of flow of people into the office of the president, managing the presidency staff is going to be one responsible for selecting senior official for the president's office. I think Baja will be better. Before now, I was routing for Fashola, but from what I'm
One
seeing,
man,
Baja is better.
okay, one man, let me add one more thing to it. Apart from policy development, formulation, and implementation, apart from coordinating the affairs of the president within the presidency, apart from overseeing and interacting with department, ministries, and agencies, he also coordinates the KG cabinet of the president. Under the KG cabinet, we have the CBN governor, the Minister of Finance, the National Security Advisor, the ADC, the Chief Security Officer to the President, the, what do you call it? The CSO of the President is the one that sees to the internal security. The external cordon of the security is the Commander Brigade of Guards. But by my own estimation, does not have the clout to supervise and administer those people. That's my own. That's me. And the flippy floppy part was the role he played, like I said earlier on in one of my interjections. There was the third one he did that I was really, really very disappointed. I don't know whether it was during I think it was during the strike of the resident doctors. When there was going to be the subsidy removal, I thought, I mean, for me, I felt disappointed. During the ASU strike, when they started and he did not intervene, it was when government now insisted that some people now lobby him. He now want government to stop that no work, no pay rule, which was a very, in fact, it was then during the National Association of Resident Doctors too, the same thing he did. And I felt that, look, if you want to be popular and you are afraid of taking necessary but tough decisions, then you are not fit. That's my view. We can move to the next.
Woman.
Yeah, let's hear from Simba. We make Simba the last interjection and then we move on. Yeah, Simba.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I just want to lend my voice about this chief of staff. Me too, I agree with Bishop. I don't think Femi Gbajabiamila fits that position because he doesn't have the character. I'm very sorry to say. He's too soft for my liking. And I don't think he is also that. Don't let me use that. He's not that as intelligent as a Fashola. If you look at the role that a chief of staff plays, because at least I was privileged to be close to a chief of staff of a governor. So I want to use that one to extrapolate to what will happen at the national level. All the documents of government passes through the chief of staff before it gets to the presidency. And you need somebody to scrutinize. Because when we are talking about corruption, that is how look at what happened between Buhari and Emefiele. If Buhari has somebody that is intelligent as chief of staff, you should have prevented that. The chief of staff is just like he's the vice president. In fact, he sees more things before it gets to the presidency. So everything comes to the chief of staff first before it gets to so the one it can prevent so many things. And looking at Tinubu at this stage, he needed somebody that will assist him, that will be able to see so many things before it gets to him, and be able to take a drastic decision. Femi Gbajabiamila is a nice guy. He's too nice for that position. So I don't think he's actually fit for that position. I'm very sorry to say. Then you look at the senior president. I take this one from me. It's like they are doing some things underground, and it's like they want to see how they can amend this standing rule in the National Assembly. It's like they want to find a way of putting this Edoman, what's his
Oshiomhole.
name? From Oshomole.
Oshomole, yeah. I think I heard
That's
that
what,
too.
yes, that's what they are doing now. So don't be surprised if Oshiomhole emerge as the Senate president. So that is about. So that's just what I want to say about it. This one. And even use on Wiki, they can give use on Wiki Minister of Niger Delta, but giving him Minister of Interior, it doesn't have the character for that. He can't do that. He's too arrogant for that kind of position. We need
Simba,
somebody that.
don't you have to be at least a one-term senator for you to even vie for that
Yes,
position?
a ranking senator. Yes.
Ranking senator.
It's not in the constitution. It's not in the constitution. It's just a rule.
Hold on. It can even be that can even be suspended. They suspended
Exactly.
it for the same what's his name? This same
Akpabio, when he became the minority leader.
That was his first time, and he became a principal in his first term at the Senate. So he can be suspended. All they need to do is that somebody will just raise that they want to suspend the rules, and they will suspend and adopt and move ahead. They did the same thing for Akpabio, and the heavens did not fall. So can we move to the next one, please?
All right.
One man. I've been on this platform since 6 o'clock. How come everyone has made their own submission, but except me? It's the only occasional interjection. No, I this is a regular thing that always happens. Everybody will make their submission, but never for once call me. Is it that
And
I
one
have
man
nothing
doesn't
to
call me
contribute,
too.
or what, or
Me, I
why?
interject.
Me, and Patowski. But for tonight, I'm speaking for myself. I've never been called. This is like more than going to almost 5 hours now. How come one man?
All right. Apologies. It's not deliberate.
He hasn't called me too. I'll just interject. I mean, we've been interjecting.
Same thing with you. I will interject.
Everybody
you've been
wait
a
for
regular.
your turn, man.
No, it's not about Babanja Lego. You will be specifically called in to interject for a specific topic tonight.
No, you didn't call me, you know. I interjected. He didn't call me. He never called anybody.
You will see the Bajile Kokuna is playing a good role of chief of staff for one man.
This is the highest level of marginalization.
Guys, wait. Let's fight for Diwali's rights. He has the right to this platform. Let's champion
I like
Diwali's
that,
rights.
Simba.
Okay?
Yeah.
It is unfair.
All right. Before we go to the next one, let me actually address what Dewale was just saying, because apologies first, Dewale. Of course, you know we delight in your company, especially me. But what would you rather? Do you want it to be conversational with interjections, or do you want us to time slot it so that everybody gets like 20 minutes, that sort of thing? What do you think best fits?
Nobody has reason.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go on. No.
Okay.
I was going to say you answer first, Dewale.
Okay, nobody has reservoir of wisdom. We're all here to share our knowledge and opinion and what have you. But when one person dominates and keep pouring I think we should be, have a time slot where we yield the floor for others to bring in their idea. Then if you have any interjection, then you can, use your own time to interject and to debunk whatever or to dissent what the other person said, rather than just waiting till Jesus Christ comes back, from heaven.
One man quickly. Adewale, of course, his name just like mine is a Nigerian, but it seems to be do you live in Nigeria? I don't think so, because you like a gentleman waiting for your turn.
Yeah, it's just like Femi
don't do that. Don't see in a platform where you have rational mind and agilicoco, you gotta be a lion, man. You gotta jump in.
No, there have been times where I was more, loud, and at the same time more, interjecting here and there. But in some instances, I want something that more like when we have no conversation. I mean, not monologue, but conversation where everybody talks and the other person pitch in, and instead of just let woman. Okay, I'll keep my mouth shut. You let Ribadu talks for hours today. It was as if the section was actually made tailored for him to just keep pouring. I understand it. I have once enjoyed that privilege when I joined this show. I mean, this platform, but I
Well,
guess
you
now,
just said it. You just said it. I wanted to
yeah,
break
but
his voice in. I wanted to break his voice in. That's what I
No,
was.
Oma, do you know what's happening? Diwali is beach for the after hour show. This is where we get to freely talk and just relax. I think
Yes, I'm waiting for
seriously,
Thomas to turn up, because
Thomas time. Thomas time
yeah.
is the
no,
one that
seriously,
Adewale speaks very well.
because Thomas
Diwali
will give
flows.
me
Diwali
plenty
flows for
to.
like hours. We just listen to Diwali talk.
We just catch
Like,
cruise.
yeah, we just enjoy his. I'm telling you,
Babati,
yeah.
one thing is that I try to
Thomas
caution
ń
myself.
gbẹ̀gún jẹ lẹ́yìn. Thomas
No,
ń
no,
Yeah,
no,
look
gbẹ̀gún
at
jẹ
it.
Babajale
lẹ́yìn one
Koko.
man.
You know one thing. If I
Ó
try
gba
to
bribe lọ́wọ́ Adéwálé.
one man, from time to time, I'll play back the video just to see, how I come across. And sometimes I realize that sometimes I cut across more professorial, other than me just trying to be bolekaja kind of conversation. And I think viewers like to, or listeners like that better than just being, talking more of
In a
academic
black
than
humor.
just, yeah. I'm not that kind of a person. I like to be more, more factual than just to be talking without direction and all that. Anyway, you are forgiven, woman. You are still my man.
All
My
right. Thank you,
suggestion.
Dela.
One man, let me tell you, one man, Larubo. Okay, one man, Larubo. One man, this year, why you know, this year,
My
The
suggestion.
witches are
Look
witches.
at that.
My
It's a wale
ẹ
suggestion,
jẹ́
boa.
one man.
Adéwálé àwọn ìlú wo lọ́nà máa need èmi máa supply ẹ̀.
Àwọn ayé máa gba màálù mẹ́jọ.
Atare méje.
But no, 20 cows.
It's never on the platform.
One man, my suggestion. I think
Yeah.
we should make it is either we say, okay, once somebody is speaking, like Coletta was speaking today, we allow an interjection. Nobody should interject the person that is interjected. Or we say maximum interjection on somebody's talking. Maybe Coletta is speaking on the topic. We say we allow maximum of 3 interjections.
I have a
You
suggestion,
understand?
oh man. I have a
So
suggestion.
that we can move.
I have a suggestion, oh man, if you don't mind. So
Yeah,
this
of
is
course.
what
Yeah.
I'm suggesting. So instead of having somebody go through 7 topics, like you ask them. So for each topic you have, like when you first introduce the topic, the people on stage have 2 minutes to at least first talk about the topic, just like a brief what do you think about the topic, like just 2 minutes. Everybody goes and talks about the topic. Then you come back and you have it as a discussion for like 5 minutes, so they can then chime in. But everybody gets to go 2 or 3 minutes first for each topic, so you don't go one person 7 topics. Then because at that point, then you lose track of who's online or not. But so if you go by each topic, everybody chimes in first, their brief opinion on it. Then once everybody comes, you can then come back and just have like a robust discussion about it. At least everybody feels like that, like they have said something about
And
it.
then we can have interjection at that
Then
level,
you
right?
can have that, but at least the first minute the topic comes up, you get your 2-3 minutes to just you, nobody interrupts you for 2-3 minutes. Then once we all done, you can then just discuss it like 15 minutes, then you move on to the next topic. That way everybody doesn't feel like they're waiting for so long to even jump into topics. Just an idea.
All right, brilliant. So all I just excellent. But you know what often elongates it is the interjection, and then when one person interjects, and then that's fine. But then when the next person wants to interject, I don't feel that I want to stop them because they then feel you are
that's Patrick.
and then
That's
the third
Patrick.
person and
That's
then they just
Patrick.
Which one is Patrick?
Patrick is the one that's always jumping over the jumper. You see the jumper of the jumper. He's always jumping the jumper. That's what he does.
And then they
That's
just
like
spiral.
one man will not call me now. So I'll call myself.
All right, but thank you for
One
highlighting
man,
that.
real quick, one man. I said I should go to court.
If you go to court, this is it. Go and file a petition. Go and file a petition. But no, yes. So that's feedback, isn't it? Because of course, we all gather here, and the experience must be a pleasant one for all of us. So yes. So thank you for that.
I'll see you at the after hour show so that we can have our own discussion. Don't mind this radio session.
Yes. So I'm just waiting for Thomas to turn up. But there it is, a more relaxed atmosphere. I wonder sometimes if I'm too stringent or too whatever it is, but there it is. And there are people delight also. Don't change your. People are personalities on these spaces. You have a strong following because people send me DMs all the time about a lot of people on here, mostly about Ajanle Koko, but yes, and they've been sending me DMs about her son too. Let me speed you through it then, just to be consistent with what Dewale has now said now, Bishop. So let's go to Minister of Special Duties, Faleke.
Number one, in the present dispensation, I don't think we have Minister of Special Duties. We used to have before under Jonathan. I don't think Buhari had Minister of Special Duties.
Yeah.
Who is that?
I forgot. I just read out his name. Sir. I'll bring you to you. Continue.
Because I tried to rack my head. I was on the road all the while, as usual. One man would say as usual. But I don't
His
think.
Minister of Special Duty and Intergovernmental Affairs. His name is Kabiru Turaki.
Kabiru Turaki was minister under Jonathan now, 2012.
Okay. Hold on, I think he has. Let me just check.
Kabiru Turaki was under Jonathan now, not in this dispensation, 2012.
Okay, sorry. Let me just read it out. I think he has.
All right, carry on. Just like Dewale said, carry on, and then we'll go on to Dewale.
Okay, so we don't have now, but Minister of Special Duties is a kind of a minister that is a roving, like when you are playing the game, you have a roving striker, what do you call them, roving midfielder that can rove here and there, that you can give special assigned duty. But mainly he helps the president, he is the eye of the president on ongoing projects. Like, okay, I have somebody that is under the, so
George Akume. George Akume is the Minister of Special Duties.
George Akume.
George Akume. He's a very popular man. Yeah. He's the Minister of Special Duties.
Benue State.
He was former governor of Benue State.
That's what I said. He's a minister in this dispensation.
Yeah.
Okay. So Faleke, I know him as a politician. I knew he wanted to be governor, deputy governor before this man passed on. So I really will not be able to talk about his capabilities. So maybe we just skip to the next.
All right. And the National Security Advisor, Ribadu.
The National Security Advisor, you see, let me tell you something. People in the armed forces believe that they are commissioned officers. Police officers are appointed. They don't regard the thing they put in the shoulder of policemen. And that's why you will see a colonel will find it very difficult to give complimentary to the Inspector General of Police. Now, the National Security Advisor coordinates all the security apparatus of the country for the presidency. If you put a policeman, X, whether serving or X, to be the head of generals, is going to be one kind. I'm saying this, it's not official, but I know the kind of politics and politicking that plays out even within interagency, this rivalry thing. Even within the army, if you have anybody that is close to the army, some people call themselves the tooth arm. They say they are the armor corps, the infantry, the armor corps, infantry, what's the other one? Then I think at some point they were struggling to put artillery, infantry, artillery, armor corps, engineering and one. I think they said there are 4 or 5. They don't regard others like education corps, like medical corps, like world corps, finance corps. They don't regard them as tooth arm, and that's why you will never see some of them become chief of army staff. Even though when they are general, they are the most senior, and there's need for a chief of army staff. They go and bring somebody either infantry or armor corps. I don't think we've ever had a chief of army staff that is a signal. Never
The
in
fifth one
engineer.
is intelligent.
Intelligent. In fact, they don't
Yeah.
regard it that the truth have. So if we can have that within the army and maybe for other things, putting a former policeman as the national security advisor, it will not command the kind of respect they will give to a former general. Instead, let them go and bring a complete civilian. So my view about
Do you think Ribado should have a role at all in Tinubu's administration?
He can. He should. I think he should. There are places that he can be useful. Apart from what he did as the EFCC, his forthrightness and his what do you call it now? I have a lot of respect for him. I've not seen him play. He wanted to play. He wanted to be governor. He wanted to be president at some point. He ran to be governor. I did not like a few things he did during the gubernatorial primaries, but I don't know whether he will fit. He will be a perfect fit for NSA. That's just what I'm addressing. So because of that internal, the person I was talking now will understand what I was talking about. This internal rivalry, even within the corps themselves, whether it is the Navy, it is the Air Force, that thing is there. If you know, there was a time in Nigeria we were having serious battle between not police and army, between the army themselves and the brigade of guards. Because brigade of guards, their own role is to protect the president and the presidency, and they were finding it difficult to take order from the outside of their corps. So that thing is there, but if they can manage it and it's not going to rear its ugly head, oh, that would be a beautiful one. But I doubt. I think it will be general there.
Oh, all right, Secretary to the federal government, Malam Nasir El-Rufai. So El-Rufai, you want him in the government, but do you want him in that position?
Yeah, I want him there because one of the priority areas for me for this government is to be able to do some reforms. We don't give Tinubu, Buhari enough credit for trying to shed the power of the presidency of Nigeria. This devolution of power, he tried to do it in a lot of ways. But because these were traditional ways that some people used to make money, and those people that makes this money are not actually in government, they are powerful civil servants. So we need a super reform in the civil service. I remember in the days of Kojo Iweala, when she first became the Minister of Finance, and she did say something, I wish I can quote her verbatim, that less than 30% of the people in the Ministry of Finance had any relevance, anything to do with finance. Less than 30%. That's one out of three. She said less, that they don't have any relevance. So why are you putting people that don't have anything in this age and time? So in the ministries we have today, a lot of them, they are either dead wood or just baggage. So we need somebody that has the kind of the capability book-wise, that is policy formulation and implementation. If that is the only thing El-Rufai is going to achieve as the secretary to the government of the federation, I'm happy with it. Streamline, let it come. Let him implement Orosaye report, and let him be a guy that look, because all people, if you want one agency or ministry to be created today, just go and lobby the National Assembly, pay them the right amount. They will, instead of reducing, they keep creating. So if you want somebody to streamline and make our civil service effective, if that's the only thing he will achieve for Nigeria, honestly speaking, I will give it to El-Rufai. So he has my vote there.
Minister of the FCT.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Of course, Adan Lekoko.
Yes, yes. Bishop is very passionate on this reform of our ministries. But I want to tell you, Bishop, it can never happen. Politicians can never reform anything because they are the one that destroy that institutions that we have that drive governance in our country. They politicize government ministry, and that is why you don't see them function well where they're supposed to function. They don't allow them to function as specified by act that created them to function. Politicians never let them function. They politicize it. They destroy that institutional base. They don't act in compliance to the to that governmental rules. They are lawless people. They don't respect the institution. They are stronger than the institution, and that is the problem. They act stronger. They don't allow the reform. I mean, they don't allow the institution to function and control them, because the institution is supposed to control people in power, but they are the one controlling the institution.
Well,
So
I agree
this
with
your
you.
idea, this your constant pushing for reform, not by your politician. It can never happen.
I disagree with you that it can never happen. I agree with you to the extent that the rot had gone. I remember I wrote a tweet and I sent it directly to the president in 2015. The areas I was really expecting reform. I agree that we need an extensive reform. I agree it's going to be very difficult to do. I disagree with you that it's not going to be possible. I disagree entirely. I know it's going to be possible. When we get the right person, I know for a certainty what El-Rufai did when he became the minister of the FCT. There are quite a few things he did. There's a place, Etin Ian Close in Maitama. I don't know if there's anybody that knows that place. That place that Jerry Boy owns almost about 90% of the house in that crescent. It's a crescent, not a close, because my younger brother was there. He's in the Navy. And there was a time they needed to do, they discovered that there was an extension somewhere that had drainage, that a planned drainage, something to drain, and there were houses there. El-Rufai stood his ground. There was nothing they did not see. The only thing he went to tell the president is that, Shebi, they say it's he that they are carrying all manner of things, that it's he that will die. He said, if he's going to die, but let him finish the thing. When he died, so be it. He went and they demolished all those. And I was very happy, because that is the only way we can have sanity. When he took over the governor of Kaduna State, I know Kaduna State, that was where I cut my teeth. There were some government schools that the land have been taken over, and they built mansion. The only thing I would have wanted was that you should have just taken over those mansions and converted them to school use. They demolished everything, and we have some level of sanity. I can assure you, it might be difficult, but to do a very extensive education reform, I mean, a civil service reform,
everything now.
No. I know. I'm just giving its antecedents.
Yeah,
I know what reforms. I know reforms are. I know what reforms are. I know what reforms are. I'm saying he can do it. These reforms are doable. We have people in the civil service that are not adding value. We cannot continue.
Look. You see why I disagree with some people when they say some things is when you ridicule people that work in the civil service, when you call them names as if they don't fit for no purpose. What? Yes. Nigerians like to do this all the time, and this is the same thing you are doing. That these people, hold on now. These people, they are redundant. they don't do this, they don't do that. Look, these are the people that are hired to work. The first place, you don't provide them the right tools to work. You don't give them the right training. You don't retrain them. You don't invest in them. You don't even allow the institution they are working at
Okay.
to function well.
Can you
So
pause?
let me tell you, look,
I just want to
if
quickly
you
say
have,
something.
if you want to do reform in that country, the reform you are talking about in government services, then you must be ready to step on toes. A lot of politicians must go under for you to have that reform done in Nigeria. And that is not going to happen. I'm telling you, politicians will not let it happen. They are the problem. They are the problem. They are the one that does not allow the institution to work. Look, in the First Republic, in the Second Republic, civil servants are more powerful than the politician. When they talk that this cannot happen, this is
They are
not
not.
what the civil
They are
service.
not. Civil servants are not more powerful than politicians. But I understand.
I mean, hold on. What I mean that they are more powerful is that they follow the rules, the civil service rule, in carrying out government services. When a minister come or minister try to violate the civil service rule in order to, in order to achieve some selfish, um, uh, to achieve something selfishly for himself, the civil servant then, the permanent secretary say, sir, this is not possible. This is what the civil service say, and I am not going to compromise, because when you leave tomorrow, I am the one that is the accounting officer of this ministry, and I will be held accountable for the mess you are leaving behind. So, look, that was when you had governance.
I understand
That was
what
when
the
you
problem.
have governance. But now
I
you
understand.
see, we don't have governance in Nigeria today because the institution that drive governance, your politician does not allow them to function well.
Okay.
So it
Can
is
I
the
come in?
politician that the problem. Let me lie. If any one of you that haven't worked in civil servants before, this is the way you guys talk. You don't know the way. If civil servants down tools today, the government services will collapse. Your country will collapse. But every day you guys will come, oh, civil servants are redundant. They are there. They don't do anything. They don't do anything. I mean, we should stop saying this. Okay, I give the floor to you. You can continue.
Okay. Number one, it's funny that you are the one saying this. You that if your one thing that you are very known for is to rubbish our military and the defense system of the country. That's by the way. I never said all the civil servants. I never said all of them. I said the civil servants that are added value are less than a third. So we have people in the civil service today, and I'm telling you, very emphatic, and I can mention ministries in the federal ministry that don't go to office for more than twice in a week. I am saying this very emphatic. It is the civil service have become the kind of, if you know the kind of ethnic baiting and rivalry that goes on in some ministries. Somebody becomes the permanent secretary, and the rate of promotion of some people from some certain parts, and it makes that particular office to be, because civil service is supposed to be the engine room.
You are just supporting me. You are just supporting my point now. Politicians make it so.
Hold on now. Hold on. I mean, you spoke extensively. Civil service is supposed to be the engine room. But you agree with me, in the ministries today, more than, in fact, almost a half of the things they are supposed to do there are being subletted out to consultants. That's a fact. When what's this man? The man that did this recommendation, the one I mentioned earlier on. Oh, the former super permanent secretary.
Akume.
Akume. When Osanyari report, Ajale Koko, I will plead with you. Look for that Orosanye report and read. You will be very sober. The rot, the duplication of offices, the duplication of ministries, we need to go back to a trained, effective, functional civil service. They can increase their salary by ×3 of what they are earning now, and they will deserve it. Because these are people that know, they will know what they are doing. There are threats. I don't mean
to try and make your way back to the list, but carry on. Yeah.
There are threats in the ministry today that they themselves know. Look, there was one funny thing that happened in Ibadan many years ago when they said that civil servants should come and do Operation Show Your Face. And the man came, and the man was blind, really blind, not that partially blind. And they asked him, he said, I want to go Mawanoni. So Isha will not baffle. Do you know the job of this man? He has been a driver in the ministry for more than 10 years. But he was completely blind. The only times he comes to the office is just to somebody come and collect salary for him. But he was completely, this happened in Oyo State Civil Service. Because one of my friends was there then. He was in Ministry of Health. So we have a lot to do to clean up. I'm back to El-Rufai, and I believe he's one person that have shown character. With the little he did in Kaduna, if you read the report of I encourage you to go and read Orosanye report, please, or just read snippet or the executive summary of it. We need to go back to that place. If we have efficient ministry, it will help galvanize even what it will ginger politicians to wake up. The civil servants are there permanently. Politicians will come 4 years or maximum 8 years, they are gone. So that's me on El-Rufai. We can move to the next because of time.
All right, be succinct with the rest of them. So, Minister of the FCT, Yahaya Bello.
No. After what's this? Our man, the super planner that developed Abuja.
El-Rufai.
No, not El-Rufai. This Yoruba man now. Urban plan. Okay, I remember his name.
Carry on anyway.
Him. And after the jobs that El-Rufai did, I think we should move forward. There's been a lacuna, there's been a gap since El-Rufai left Abuja. I remember there was one minister they brought some times ago that was erecting bombs on the streets of Abuja. You know, I think we should need somebody that is better. We need somebody that is better than El-Rufai. El-Rufai is he an architect? Be a surveyor or what?
I think it was a town planner, wasn't it, or something
like that?
It
was a quantity surveyor.
I think he's an architect.
No, it's a quantity surveyor.
No, I think it's a quantity surveyor, like Patrick said.
I don't know why I forgot that. But we need somebody better than that. Intellectually capable. Intellectually, then firm, not rigid. Firm. To be able to implement and return Abuja to what it should be. Why you people that live in London, why is it that they made London to be a little bit very more? I don't know whether they stopped that policy of you pay £5 if you are driving through London. Why is it that they made London a little bit expensive so that every Tom, Dick, and Harry will not just carry their bag and say we are going to London? So that you make it, you know, what it should be. Abuja was gradually at some point becoming like a ghetto before El-Rufai. So we need somebody that is intellectually capable. I'm not taking anything away from Yaya Bello, but I don't think that's what we need. We don't need a brute.
Okay, I'm talking of Bolaji Ajose Adeogun, right?
No, not Adeogun. No, not Bolaji Ajose Adeogun.
The first minister of FCT.
Minister,
and he was the one that really planned the place.
No, not the first minister.
That's the Yoruba man.
There's this that developed Abuja, that built all the design, all the master plan, the ones that did the master plan.
I just said Adeogun now.
It's not. I remember the name. When I remember, I will just drop it on this something. So that's my view about FCT. Next.
All right. The Minister of Defense, Burutai. So you were quite passionate about this, Burutai, Minister of Defense.
I don't think you are right to say I'm passionate about it. But Buratai is not, like I was saying something a few days ago, that sometimes when we mention Buratai, we made it sound like it's some kind of almajiri that was just picked on the roadside. Buratai is very well read. Buratai has PhD in criminology. Buratai is a speaker at different fora, global fora, not just so Buratai brought, somebody was saying something sometimes ago, even though I got cut off when he was talking about the things Buratai had brought to the Nigerian army. Buratai had repositioned the Nigerian army. If it is not being trumpeted out there, unfortunately so. But Buratai brought a lot of renovation. Where do you want me to start from? Daikon was dead as dodo. We were buying bullets, ordinary bullets from Yugoslavia. And that was what I was saying yesterday. The day we were rationing bullets to our soldiers, and 60 bullets, we were sharing 60 bullets. And when they run out, they have to do tactical maneuvering. So there is a lot. If we want to discuss the achievement of Buratai in the Nigerian army, give us the assignment. Let's come and have a discussion on it for one day. Yeah.
All right. We can explore that.
Be live for different reasons, but if you want to bring his achievement to come and outline it, and you speak to some army officers now, they are getting foreign training like never before. They are getting Americans. As we speak to you, there is a contingent of the US, 2 contingents that are training our soldiers. There is one from Britain that are training our soldiers. There are lots of Nigerian soldiers outside. Look at this SBA, special boat squad that we have in our Navy now is something that will compete effectively with the US Marine. You need to see those guys. They are something else. And it is training. There was this group that just came back from where now? Kanta, whatever they are training. So have we moved the needle, like I used to say? Absolutely. And Buratai brought a lot of things. Is it fit for Minister of Defense? I will not say that. I will not stick my neck out. But he did a lot. So if I'm going to look at his achievement and his precedence, I don't think we'll have any doubt about giving him that role.
Minister of Information, Bayo Ononuga, so he made a lot of controversial commentaries over the last few weeks. It was almost even inviting that the Southeasterners should not be allowed to participate in Lagos politics.
Well, that was not what he said, but no, he said no for me.
Okay. Okay. Special advisor on media and publicity, Festus Keyamo. So it's very good as a hatchet man, but is it good as an administrator? Even in his role as a junior minister in the labor ministry, it's just F9. It never really did anything of achievement. Do we still want Festus Keyamo in governance?
Why not? I mean, even I would prefer that make Festus Keyamo the Minister of Information rather than Bayo Ononuga. That's me. I might be wrong, and the other people might have their views. But Festus Keyamo as the spokesperson of the president, there are younger. When they are sharp, Keyamo too is young. I mean, he's young. I was going to say there are younger people that can play that role and play it very well. Special advisor or spokesperson for the president. Why not? If not, I don't just want Bayo Ononuga in that place. And the Minister of Defense that will not be too confrontational. I don't want somebody that will be too confrontational. There are enough things, enough controversy on ground rather than push on. So we need somebody that is savvy, that is firm, that is definitely that can express himself detailedly. People that want to do the gutter work can go and be doing it online or whatever, but let the face, the spokesperson, and the face of the government be a decent person that will not be poked and they will get angry and will talk, off track because somebody gets him angry or gets involved in a shouting man. as bad as we think this guy was, what's his name? Lai Mohammed.
Lai Mohammed, yeah.
Think he was, and the fact that he hardly ever loses his cool, even in the face of very provocative question and confrontations. You know, we don't want somebody that will go and throw chair or stone somebody with microphone.
All right, brilliant. So a lot of people will argue that this role is really suited for a career diplomat and not a political appointee. Nigerian ambassador to the United States, Dele Alake, what will he be doing there? It's not even
yeah. That's this one even makes a complete mess of the whole list. I mean, what kind of joke is that? Let's move to something else.
All right, he speaks good English, but is that sufficient enough to straddle the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Kayode Fayemi.
Okay, for Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Like some people said, I said it here a few weeks ago or something. I am very disappointed with the performance of Kayode Fayemi in Ekiti State. And I was discussing with my friend that is Ekiti. He thought he used to praise it. And we sat down and we did some little bit analysis. Except for what he used, this young man, Professor Akin, what's his name? Oyebode, and the renovation of this cattle farm, this one that I think he did not do enough. Look at the Ondo. They just want to start work on that road now between himself and the Ondo State Governor. That their road, that their Ado-Ekiti Akure road. So what are the things that we want to point at for Fayemi's 2 term as a governor? That airport that I'm sure in another 6 months to 1 year, grass will be growing on the tarmac because nobody's going to use it. So for me, if they want to put him there, I think somebody said something that I think I agree with. Just go and make him one ambassador of somewhere. Don't make him a foreign minister. Foreign ministry, I know that Tinubu is going to be a little bit confrontational in a bilateral and even multilateral relationship in the areas of advantage where we have been edged out. So we need a foreign minister that will be a go in between when our commander-in-chief is spitting fire that we want to compete with Russia and sell or our gas to Europe, and the other man will say, no, that's not what he meant. You know, he meant it this way. So that let's find a middle ground. I know Tinubu will make some very, very strong position or strong statement.
Do you think he should retain Godfrey Oyema in that role?
Well, I like Godfrey Oyema because of his candor and his mien. Is he mien now the menor? I like him. He's a gentleman. He's a soft-spoken man. But I want us to, if we want to do a critical analysis of how did he fare as a minister of foreign affairs, I think I won't rate him more than 50% or 51%. It's still a pass mark though. So I don't see him. I don't see him being retained. No, there are other people that can do better than he's done. He's been there for 8 years. If you go and look at we made some landmark something in relationship, because one thing speaks well, even though they don't talk well about it with this government. Every door we have knocked on under Buhari, they've opened the door. When it comes to bilateral relationship, maybe the game might not be the same when you look at it, because whether we like it or not, we had a very good deal, better deal under Buhari from the United States in so many areas. I went to look at when they were preparing in Georgia, when they were preparing the Tucanos. I went to the Air Force base that it was here because they brought them to Georgia. And so we've had a good relationship. It might not be things that people talk about too much, but we had so much concessions from America, from Georgia, from America, from Germany, from Russia, from China, from Turkey, from even Iran. We had, all our negotiations, we got something out of it. We got a good deal out of our negotiations with them. Look at the CMS deal. It was a government to government. Look at the Ajaokuta, Russia, what's this their name? The Russian company that was coming to rebuild Ajaokuta, if not for the problem of the COVID, and now their own war that put that one in affairs, put it on hold. We would have started that Ajaokuta because it was a government to government negotiation. Look at the revitalization of the Kaduna refinery. So we had a government to government, a lot of government to government negotiations that really worked. And this guy that passed on, what's his name? Did a lot of work in that area. In fact, you were always seeing him even ahead of Onyema in these negotiations.
Abakari, you mean, right?
Abakari, God bless you.
Yeah.
Abakari.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of good things. We don't talk enough about the wins, the positive thing. And that was one area that I will believe that this outgoing administration failed.
Prince, I need you to tell that to one man. Because yesterday I heard him say, there was no governance under Buhari. He said that yesterday. That's what he said yesterday. He said there was no governance. The way Adaleku and one man just finish this government at times, just
no. I think we'll grow past that. Somebody will come and tell the story.
So this is the best government to you, Patrick. So
I've not said this is the best government just now. I've not said this is the best government. You see the way you have spent it now.
So you can be
He said there was no governance. That was what that was what one man said yesterday. And now, most of the time, you say you don't even say there's no governance. You just write it and trash it to dustbin.
Tell me, hold on, Patrick. We are talking of governance. The primary responsibility of governance. Did they achieve it?
Like what?
Security for life and property.
Hold on. Just I'll give you two statistics now.
They achieve it as they promise people.
Just hold on. I'll give you two statistics. In 2022, the UNODC came up with a report, United Nations Organization of Drug and Crime, and they gave us the homicide report of number of deaths. Do you know the position of America, South Africa, and Nigeria? Are you comparing?
Come on, man.
I'm asking you a question.
Come on. We are talking of governance.
You are talking security.
Security just now.
So, look, when they are talking of homicide, that one is different. We are talking of security. We are talking of welfare of the people.
No, but you just mentioned security now.
Has this government achieved?
No, now.
Those areas, have they achieved?
Let's pick it one by one.
Let's take one about. You said security, and I'm picking on. And the security is the number of people that are violently killed. And I'm giving you the record that Nigeria was not the worst of people that were killed. It's a bad, even one person killed.
You live in United States now, right, Bishop?
Go ahead.
Do you live in the United States?
Go ahead, please.
Have you ever, at any time, have any fear to go to anywhere you want to go within the United States at any time of the day?
Do you have your phone with you or an
Hold on. Do you ever have any fear to travel to anywhere you want to go at any time in the United States?
At the moment, because we have war situation in Nigeria, right?
No. I'm talking, don't go to Nigeria. I'm asking the United States. Do you ever have, does it ever occur to you? Do you ever have any fear to wake up and go to anywhere you want to go at any time in the United States?
Your question is relative, and I will tell you why. If you permit me to
No,
speak
answer
to answer,
the question direct
if
now.
you
Eh?
No,
No,
I
you
want to
can't.
satisfy you. Yes.
No, what is no? What is yes now? I can't.
Have any fear? I did not say yes. I said no. I want to satisfy you, and I've answered no. Now, do I have any fear to go to anywhere I want to go to? I said no. Go ahead.
So that means you can go to anywhere you want to go at any time in the United States, right? You don't have any fear to travel to anywhere you want to travel to. Okay, fine.
Yes.
Is it possible in Nigeria?
Yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That is possible. You can travel to any part of the country at any time.
Now, let me answer you.
Within Nigeria, is it possible?
I have answered you in the affirmative. Now, let me give my explanation
as well in Nigeria.
Hold on now. Today is the 2nd of April.
Be sincere.
2nd of May. Let me answer you now, Ajale Koko, please.
Okay.
Today is the 2nd of April. As at today, I think we're just a few numbers less in the number in 15,000, from 15,000 in the number of homicide. That is by gun violent death in America from January 1 to May 2nd. How many days is there? We are just less than 15,000 dead, about 14,000 and some hundreds. Now, the truth is this: you can go to church anywhere in America today. You can go to any store. People were shot in schools. People were shot in a bank. Some kids were killed in Tennessee, no, Alabama, a few days ago because they were having a Sweet 16 party. It is anywhere that gunshot, mass shooting can take place. They are not fighting war in America. And yet, 15,000 people have been killed this year alone. But in Nigeria, is where everybody say it's not safe. Though we are fighting a war. Because we are fighting war now. And these wars, don't let us go to the origin. Oh, is it good?
Are you telling me we have, United States have worse insecurity problem than Nigeria? That is what you are trying to say.
If you use the number of deaths, yes.
No. Oh, no, hold on. We are talking of, forget about that. We are talking of security and insecurity. Are you telling us that United States today, the insecurity problem we have in the United States is worse than what we have in Nigeria? Is that what you are telling me?
Okay, let me give you two scenarios. And these are statistics that are verifiable. Can you go and check? Can you just check the number of kids between the ages of 10 and 17 that have been kidnapped in America this year? Who tells us that story? No, go and check. These are verified facts. They are data.
Okay.
Speaking of death.
So do you have the accurate data of how many kids been kidnapped in Nigeria? You have it.
I will get it for you if you want.
Where your source? You have it.
Of course, I have it now.
Okay. All right. So look, we shouldn't be doing this.
Oh my God.
This. You live in United States. You drive around. You go to so many places, wherever you want to go, with peace of mind. It will never cross your mind that, I'm fear. I don't want them to kidnap me. I'm not going to go to the. It will never cross your mind in United States. But you cannot do that.
Let me tell you a story.
You can't do that in your own.
I'm sorry, Patrick. Quickly, I was in Lagos 14 months ago. I moved freely, and
forget
just
about
like
Lagos. You are talking about Lagos. Can you travel at night to Maiduguri?
We are fighting
war.
To do what?
And go and have fun as you like.
Somebody called yesterday from
Can you go to the east in the night? I mean, I don't like what you guys say. Sometimes you say you are in Lagos because Lagos is safe. So does Lagos alone constitute the whole of Nigeria?
You are pushing this thing to the extreme. That's not what we meant. Let me tell you something that happened to me in the United States.
When one man said this thing that you don't have governance in Nigeria, one man is actually right. Because the primary responsibility
one man cannot be right. There is governance in Nigeria.
and welfare, is to provide security and welfare of the people.
No, he's
Even
not
in Nigeria, some people are afraid to travel from Lagos to Ibadan for the fear that they could be kidnapped.
It's
What
not.
are you
Look,
guys talking about?
changes.
And it has happened to a lot of people. And you want to say that your government, you have governance in Nigeria.
Answer you. Let's take
Hey,
it one after the other.
Jale Coco, but there are so many young children kidnapped in America every day for different reasons. Okay.
Agree. The number of kidnapped children in the US. Let me tell you what happened to me in America about a few weeks ago. No, about a few months ago. I parked. I was in. It was in North Carolina, right? Was it North Carolina or Florida? Okay, I parked, and I wanted to go into a store. It was about 7, 8 p.m. And I was walking. It's all this mall, and a guy just parked his car. It's a pickup truck, a Ford truck. Are you hearing me? Is anybody hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, he parked his truck, and he came down with a semi-automatic F something rifle. The way he came down, we were just like about 5 to 6 feet, not up to 10 feet. He just bounced down, menacingly holding the gun like somebody that was ready to. That moment, I momentarily died. I thought, God knows, I swear to Almighty God, what I'm telling you, I became, for that split of seconds, I couldn't run. I was transfixed because the way he came down, I thought, this is another mass shooting. And he walked into this Navy clothing store. This, not the Navy office, so this US Navy clothing. The way he walked, I did not know whether it was me that now walked behind him. We crossed ourselves like a few inches or feet, part of ourselves. Momentarily, my mind was that, this is another mass shooting. Momentarily, I melted. Of course, he did not shoot. I don't know why he would carry a semi-automatic rifle and enter openly and enter into a store like that. But the truth of the matter is that could have been another mass shooting. Do we have this in Nigeria? Absolutely, I agree. And people are doing everything to make sure that it is being arrested. Look, in 2011, when they told us in Nigeria, our president, 2012, that the amount of...
all right. Sorry, Bishop. Just give me 1 microsecond. I'm going to bail out to hand over to Thomas. I'm coming up to 7 hours. Apologies to... I think Dewale, we've actually lost him. I'll probably phone him later. Thank you to Ayo for yeah. Go to Dewale after Bishop Thomas. So gentlemen, apologies. Let me take my leave and hand over to Thomas. I'll go get some rest. Yeah, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Daddy. Thank you.
Yeah. So,
Bishop, continue.
Yeah, my final words are just that I agree. I appreciate all the challenges that Ajanle Koko point out all the time. I know the only difference is that, look, when I see some of these things, even though I criticize a lot, even people I like, I criticize them. And if you see any of my write-ups and opinion, but are there sincere effort at arresting this thing? Back to what I was saying, in 2011, there was security report that the amount of small arm that was flowing down. I do recommend to people to go and read this Sons of the Sahara, Orphans of the Sahara. It's a documentary by Al Jazeera. Go and read it. And go and look at it. Go and watch it. There are two series documentary, maybe about 30 or 40 minutes. You will see. So when they warned Nigeria that we should mop up the arm, the volume of arm that was flowing down by this riffraff immediately after the death of Gaddafi, we did not do anything. The security agency in Nigeria, the presidency, because they said they should budget 1 billion to mop up those arms. that if those arms ends up in Nigeria, we might not survive. I mean, that 20 years insecurity will be a big. These were security reports that were given to Jonathan. We failed in that area, and we are reaping the report because there is more arms almost everywhere. When we were now defeating in Boko Haram, which I know we were defeating, the thing now spiraled and came to Northwest, and we're having this insecurity, this banditry, and there are lots and lots of them, and they don't care. They can go and die for 1,000 naira. These bandits, but we are making gradual efforts. Unfortunately, our army was overstretched. So are there lapses? Absolutely, but I will not admit to say that there was no governance in Nigeria for 8 years. I yield.
Okay.
Bishop, before you go, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yeah. How are you? How are you? How are you? How are you doing, brother?
Trying to flow
Yes.
by.
Yes. One day I was speaking on this your US, the gun violence there, Ajale Koko and the Americans on the platform, they came after me. My brother, if I tell you something, will you believe it? Till now, I have my own blood related sister. She has been living in the US since 15 years ago. A citizen living in New York. Do you know what scared me? I haven't stepped my foot on American soil today. That thing you mentioned earlier on. Because I just think those people that went to the shopping mall, those people that went to the school, they were just unfortunate. The gun violence scare me to my bone, my brother. For me to come to the US, I don't even need visa. I will just buy my ticket. Off I go. But Ajale Koko came after me that time. Forget about
but
it.
Thomas,
Let me finish it now. Let me finish now.
I want
Please.
to call your attention to something.
What is it?
You went to Nigeria recently now.
Yes.
Abi?
Yeah.
Don't you used to see all those mopo with mufti carrying gun and walking on the street?
Are they going to the shopping mall and shooting people?
They go anywhere. They shoot.
No, Patosti.
All those
Do they go to shop?
I've seen it
Answer
before.
my
I
question.
was scared. They will even stand in front of your car. You will think it's that robber that want to rob you.
No.
Patrick,
Madam Thomas lóhùn jẹ́ kí Thomas máa jayé ẹnu.
Let me finish
Ó
now.
jayé ẹnu ni.
You asked me a question. Did all those mopo, did they go to the shopping mall and start killing people? Do they go to the schools and start killing people?
What of the one that killed a woman, a pregnant woman?
I'm talking about people having arms. They are angry and they will go to the school.
Is a gun country. It's a country that allow everybody to carry gun. So
even though you have mental illness, you are not stable. Even though you have mental illness, you are not stable. You can carry gun.
That is not true.
Come on. All those people that went to the shopping mall, later on, we normally find out that maybe they have some mental issue they've been battling with. They have some PTSD they've been battling with.
Yeah, they will have defense now. They have defense lawyer that will protect them. That will say a lot of things.
Ajale Koko. For US, maybe forget it. So Bishop is very right.
I'm
praying for him every time. I'm praying for her every time.
Even a sister.
Can you imagine a lady surviving the war?
Ọkùnrin pẹ̀lú tó níṣan lára ó tún bẹ̀rù.
Ajale Koko, but I hear you, Bishop. So you are right. In this year alone, going to 15,000 people was killed. And you guys are not talking about that.
Let's go to our cruise session.
Hold on.
Where's Babati?
I will yield for to Adewale now. You see, when we are mixing up things, when we are mixing things up, then we are not doing the good justice to the matter.
Bishop, are you still there? Because
Absolutely.
you are quiet.
I gave Jane to talk.
Homicide problem is different from the problem we have in Nigeria: terrorism, kidnapping for ransom, and other people. People that kidnap children in America here, they have mental problem. They kidnap to go and have sex and kill them. They didn't kidnap for ransom. But in Nigeria, they will kidnap a whole family. They will call for ransom. They will phone. No, they be using phone to call.
Hey, Ajaliko, quickly, it's not only for mental issue. The people that kidnap children for sex trade.
That's
yes, yeah.
there is
Well,
mental
yeah.
issue too. If you cannot control yourself to the extent that you want to go and kidnap a little baby that doesn't have the capability for to do anything like that, and you go and force her to do it and then kill her later, it's a mental illness.
Ajale Koko, I want to ask you something. Gun violence in America, is it a security threat or not?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah. It's a security. Hold on. It's a security problem. But
No,
it's
threat. No, not problem. Threat.
Hold on. Yes. But you see it tackled every day. Most of those people.
No. If it is tackle, it won't be happening. It's not tackle, Ajale Koko. Forget it. It's not tackle in any way. My brother.
Hold on. You have asked your question. I have answered. I agree with you. It's a security problem. But you see it tackled every day in the sense that people that carried out, use gun to kill others here, most of them were captured, arrested, put to trial, and put in jail. Unlike your own country, where some criminals will just come, ravage the whole village, disperse people, make people in their own land, displace people on their own land, and your government doesn't have the capacity to go after them, to arrest them, and prevent the reoccurrence of such incidents. And you have people in their own land living as a displaced, as refugee in their own land. That can never happen in the United States.
Permit me to say this.
When you guys are planting this narrative, trying to justify unjustifiable, comparing two places that are incomparable, situation of two places that are incomparable, I think you are not doing the right job.
Okay, let me say these two things before Adewale comes in. Please permit me. Number one, let me state it clearly. I'm not justifying. I'm just saying that we have challenges, but it's not as bad as being painted. And I know we are making conscious effort at improving. That's what I'm appreciating. Now, let me say these two things. I used to live in Kaduna. I've lived in Kaduna. I've lived in Maiduguri. I know Maiduguri very well. Almost everywhere in Maiduguri I've been to. I lived in the southeast. Until I still live in the southeast till now. I'm just a sojourner here. Now, there was something that happened in one village that I know one security officer that was there. And this young man, was a lieutenant, was swearing that they had a killing in the community. They have 4 outposts guarding that community in Benue. Is it Benue or Plateau State? There was an attack in a small village, and they were so sure that there are something what they call this one, drone did not capture any movement. Do you know what happened in that village, sir? The same part of the villagers, 2 people woke up at night where they kept their firearm, went and took it and faced, the way they used to build this house, and rain bullets on these people. Killed. The same people went and hid the gun and were among the same people that were crying and shouting. You only secure people that want to secure themselves. When people among themselves are killing themselves, there is very little anybody can do. It's a sad development. But when this young man was telling me, he was practically crying because they did everything to forestall, as they were not sleeping, that people were sleeping. Now, among the people that were sleeping, 2 people got up and got people killed. That's one. Number 2, in Kaduna, a young man that is a neighbor of a people. In fact, what happened in Osun, that one guy and his friend in the family kidnapped his uncle's children. I don't know if anybody read this. They went and tied them in the bush. And because they got scared, they ran away. They did not tell anybody. They did not lose those children. And those 2 girls died there. Did anybody read that news?
Yes, yes.
Good. That I'm speaking with you, they kidnapped my sister-in-law. I was in Port Harcourt in Delta. They were discussing with them. I said, okay, I will go there. I went and negotiate and discuss with those kidnappers. I was the negotiator. I'm telling you, I was the negotiator. I discussed with them. I set them up. I went and paid the ransom and I set them up. And I got enough information I could have, because I told them, look, I'm just giving you for your effort. This one that you did is bad market. So I'll just give you something for the boys so that you can just, but I'm giving you, I was the one that gave them ultimatum, because I will fish them. I told them I will fish them out. I knew where they were. The forest where they were in Delta North, in around Okwani. And I was able to, I went to the DSS, I gave them all the facts. I knew where those people are. The funniest thing is that most kidnap, at least more than 50% of the kidnap, are the work of insiders. People that eat and sleep with you, your servant, your driver, your workers, your neighbor, your friend, your something. Most of the kidnapping, at least 50%. Now, how do you prevent that when the people that you are sleeping and living with are the ones that are organizing against you? I still agree it's a problem. We need to get out of it. But some people are making conscious efforts and they are doing everything to make sure that insecurity become a thing of the past. But we will not say, and I will not agree, that there is no governance in Nigeria and the government have failed completely. No. Thank you. I yield.
Okay, Adewale, don't let us waste time of Adewale, but we all know the truth. So let us just leave it there. But all I want to say is that here in the United States, it is safer here than Nigeria. And that's why you see most of your people, particularly the energetic one, the young Nigerians, are leaving that country in their thousands. If it is possible for them to come to this country, if it is easier for them to come, everybody will leave that country and come. Even the older ones will leave to come here because it is safer here. It is safer here. It is more convenient here, and it is futuristic.
If you finish, I still have something to ask you.
Futuristic here as well. You don't have. It is not futuristic there. It is
I don't
not
think
safe.
Adewale is here.
It is not safe there. It is not.
Almost around.
there, and that is why you see people leaving. That is why you see people running away from there. People.
You'll be saying they marginalize you now.
No, I'm just waiting for my turn.
Simba, so you are still there.
I'm waiting for my turn.
Ajá kò tí tán. I see her fighting with you, the US in America.
Ta ló fẹ́ jíjà against America? Kí ló dé tán?
Me.
O láti sọ̀rọ̀ o. Déwálé o láti sọ̀rọ̀ o.
Ajale Koko.
I will.
As Adewale wait.
Ìlú ìbọn gidi gan Adéwálé gbé ibi tó ń pè ní Texas. So ẹ má fi ìwé pé
jẹ́ ká gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ ìbọn. I have another thing. As American government fail on drugs.
What are you talking about?
To Ajale Koko, I'm talking to you, Ajale
Yes. I'll say yes to that.
Fail on drug.
Yes.
I will not say yes.
They failed. Ajale Koko.
No, hold on. Do you know how big America is? Do you know how many entry points we have into America? Do you know how America have sophisticated
Well,
equipment.
Angelica, sorry. Well, we know all those things, for example, but the question is it yes or no? I think you said no, right?
Yeah,
But
I will not. I will not say they fail. I will not say they fail because they are battling it every day.
Angelica, if you say they have not failed and they have all the resources and the money, and and in every pretty much in every community or town in the U.S., we have so much fentanyl and other drugs from China and around the world in America crossing the border every day. You say they've not failed. That's a serious response right there.
Hold on. Do you know how many seizures they make every day? People will still find. Look, we are talking of it is drug. You just said it. There's a lot of.
Well,
Are
see,
you telling
okay.
me American government, they don't have the capacity to control that thing?
Hold on.
Exactly. That's a question to answer, really.
Hold on. You can't say American government does not have capacity to stop it.
They do not. They do not.
So in other words, then they failed.
Hold on. America, being a democracy, doesn't have a harsher law.
They democratize drug.
No, they don't have.
That is true. Depending on what state you're from, that is true, actually.
Not that the Democrat. Okay.
Of course, now in my place here, the democratize drug now. Some drug have.
When you are caught with drug in America, you'll be sentenced to some terms of imprisonment. Unlike in Saudi Arabia, where they will cut off your head in public. So
no, that's not. Well, that's not. That I'm sorry. That's not true generally. Okay, in some states, many states for that matter, they've liberalized drugs. They have. They don't criminalize drugs.
What kind of drug do they liberalize?
No, okay, let's start with marijuana. Let's hold on. Let's start with crack, cocaine. Let's start.
Look, when we are mixing up issues, we are not happy. When you are talking of marijuana, you know that some marijuana are good for their medicine.
We're not talking about if marijuana is not even. It's in some states they're sold. Actually, it's legal. But I'm talking about hard drugs like cocaine, like fentanyl, like meth, like methamphetamine,
like meth.
Yes, like meth.
Yeah, it is illegal in America.
No.
In
some states, it's very much legal.
Mention the state that is legal to have
Oregon.
No fentanyl though. No fentanyl, no amphetamines, no what do you call it?
No. Okay, see, you have to be careful with what. See, some drugs have been decriminalized. They have been decriminalized.
No, they're called.
I'm telling you from experience. You can if you take those drugs.
No, please.
Let's get another view now.
Hey, I deal with these things on a daily basis. No, when you talk about the maybe CBD to / marijuana, some states have relaxed their law against that. But when you're dealing with the real hardcore drug like crack cocaine, the one you just mentioned now, fentanyl, amphetamines, benzodiazepines, and the rest of them, those ones are not relaxed. They're still a felony.
Perhaps on the federal level, but if you go state by state and depending on which state you're talking about, I'm telling you, those drugs.
So give me one liberal state that have relaxed.
Okay, it's very simple. Try Oregon and the state of Washington.
Okay, so you're saying if I use a fentanyl, it's gonna be a misdemeanor, not a felony? Or I'll go scot-free?
Yeah. They'll not even arrest you. You can be a drug seller.
I doubt that because these are hardcore drugs.
Okay, well,
these are the drugs people take.
Let's start with a simple one. Start with a simple. Do a Google search about a law passed like a couple years ago. Let's start with that in regards to drugs because they put on the ballot to vote and it passed. No arrest for drugs. Drugs is free. Google it. Very simple.
Which drug you talking about? Which of the drugs?
Hard drugs. I'm not even talking about marijuana. I'm talking about like hard drugs.
Okay,
Drugs like drugs.
this is what I was saying. There are some states that if you are caught with, let's say, you are caught with amphetamines, or with the paraphernalia like draw, I mean, with the what you call it, with the syringe and the other pipe and stuff like that.
Mhm.
That some of those states have a rehab program, rehabilitation program, or some that allow people to use, but they're going to be at a particular designated area where they're using it. However, is the purpose of those programs is to be able to track and to treat those people. Why not confine them to a rehab, but treating them on the street? That doesn't mean that they've relaxed the law, okay, whether at the federal or state level, because these are really hardcore. However, any of those junkies that refuse to participate in the program will catch the charges
That's
and
right.
will face the law. So
That's
it's not
right.
like they relax it. They're just trying to ease, because some of these folks, when they are doing the withdrawal program for them, they don't. I mean, if you are confined in one place, they have this what do you call it? You know, when you're scared and you jump out of the program and you go back to the street. So they give them the option, but most of junkies, they will not stay. They will want to, play the game and play the system. But those states, they haven't relaxed it. It's still a state felony. Depends on the level of the drugs you use. And if you use higher than what you're supposed to, straight up, you go into jail. So when it comes to alcohol, I think the only thing that the federal is trying to, relax the law on, even some state, is the marijuana products, where you have, people trying to, you know, do refine and and use it for so many things, medicinal drugs and all that. But especially here in Texas, it's still a state felony if you caught with the marijuana or marijuana paraphernalia and all that. No, paraphernalia is still a misdemeanor. But if you are caught with, depends on the quantity of the marijuana here in Texas, it's still a state tier felony. So
Okay, Adewale, can you, okay,
Adewale, Adewale,
quickly.
hold on, please. I just want to say yes or no. Has American government failed on tackling drugs in America? Yes or no?
from federal to the state, yes, they fail.
Thank you. Continue, my
From
brother.
top
No,
to
no,
bottom, they fail.
Okay, so Adewale,
no.
here it is.
Adewale,
Adewale,
Adewale, on what basis?
Ajay Koko, one
On
question,
what
one
basis?
quickly, please,
I want to answer. What basis did they fail?
Good. The reason why I said they fail is because even a conservative state like Texas, still, despite their strict law, still haven't perfect the way to tackle drug. It's easier for the police officer to be on the street, do undercover, retrieve or recover some drugs, and then what do? They look the other way around. They all know the porous border and how these people get these drugs in. And I give you an example. One time I won't tell you guys what I do for a living, but I was into this with this federal agent, and there was this particular guy we're tracking. This guy flew all the way to Mexico, flew his dead aircraft, and they flew into United States at the lower altitude and drop off. Thank God we already know all these, intels and all that before it happens. So when they drop the first batch, uh, the Fed are able to get the SIP photos and all that. That guy is in the federal penitentiary right now. But they knew because they could. I mean, how did they even know in the first place? They're the one that gave me info and all that. But they know how this thing are coming in, but they fail because sometimes they'll look the other way because probably maybe they have a bigger target that they're looking for. But those smaller ones, once they get to the street and it goes from one hand to another, somebody's life is being destroyed.
Right, that's
And
the work.
like
That's the work of the
like Papa,
DEA.
yeah, like Papa Kuku was said earlier about the Arab world, where they have a more stricter law. Now, if that can happen in America because each states, depends on the level of the quantity of the drugs that you are caught with. And if you also on a bigger scale like that guy, it becomes a big felony. But I can assure you he'll be out very soon too. They'll give him a probation. But nevertheless, those are the things when you relax the law by giving probation to somebody peddling drugs, that means you're saying, look, tomorrow, if you have good behavior, they can let you out and now that. But at the end of the day, the person, the end user, life, families are going to be destroyed. The person peddling and selling the drugs will be given, parole, probation, or sometimes they give them lesser, conviction. So that is the reason why I would say the federal government failed. It is funny and it's also hypocritical of our government official. Some of these folks, they use drug than anybody. They are crackhead, but you would not know because it's not just marijuana. Babangele Koko, you remember this guy that was elected? One young guy. I don't remember. It was the youngest member of House of Representatives here in America, not quite long ago. And he said he was invited to a party or something like that in Washington. I know you guys will remember that story. And the guy was just talking
Oh,
about,
so the guy on the wheelchair.
yeah, I forgot his name. He's from Southern states too. And he was talking about how people are having orgies and drugs and everything. It's like, no, this is, and who would have thought? The lawmakers are also participating in all those illicit stuff. So that tells you the hypocritical of our government. So the system failed, no matter what. In the 1980s, when Ronald Reagan was the president, he brought out a policy, and his wife was actually the one championing that policy when he told the little kid to say no to drugs. The funniest thing, his
His own
his son,
son, his own
his
son,
son
his
was
own
using
son
the
is a crackhead. I know.
exactly. So because they wanted to do that, because they are not so sure if the news is going to get out, and if the rumor leaked, that means it's going to affect his presidency sort of. So they are trying to tackle it. Why the dude was going for programs and all that. So that tells you, as a matter of fact, that was the era when the Tinubu'S money started having issue with the what do you call it, with the DEAs and all that, up to the IRS and all that, because at that moment they were not looking at the person, the end user. That was when the government was dealing with the supply of the product itself.
Adewale, did you see the street of Kensington in America?
Who?
Kensington, or what they call that street in America, one state that you just saw these junkies on the street injecting themselves on the street, doing like the zombie. I just say,
Hey,
is
hey,
this the
hey,
same
hey,
America people
Hold
are
on,
Thomas,
Tom.
shouting about?
Hold on,
Thomas,
Adewale. Hold on,
Thomas.
Adewale. Let me ask this question from Thomas. Are you telling us that you don't have drug
Junkies in Australia.
in your country, Australia?
Ondaloni.
Huh?
If I said
No.
no, that is a lie.
Okay, so
We have junkies here.
Say no now.
every Western country, they have some sort of drug problem.
Mhm.
So
Not even
we cannot.
even in
You
Nigeria,
cannot.
it's becoming
Huh?
very alarming. Even in
Huh?
Nigeria, it's becoming it's a serious pandemic now.
No, the one for Nigeria is going crazy. It's going wild. Only God can save them here.
Not
So,
just going wide. It's already a pandemic.
in the next
You
5,
know,
10 years, it's gonna be out of proportion completely.
It's
And
already
they
Baba,
out
don't
of
have
Babajale
a
Koko,
rehabilitation program. But
I
we
Babajale
say,
have
Koko.
Adewale,
rehabilitation here.
Adewale, quickly. I was going to say something real quick,
Okay,
Adewale.
okay.
So it says right here,
Let,
I have this
let me finish.
info
I
right
will
here. It
let
says,
you speak.
Oregon.
I will let you speak. So,
Let Ajale Koko finish. Yeah, Ajale Koko finish.
America drug issue with the countries, these poor countries like the Mexico and all these them that border America, where you have gangster, they do everything. If we are to be country like Canada alone that border America, it will have been a different ball game. We won't have a serious drug problem as we have. But from this country,
I doubt
Mexico
it.
particularly, the drug come from Peru, it come from all those Guatemala, and those countries, they are like, they are almost like a failed country. And Nicaragua, or what is the name of those, many of those poor countries. So
Latin
that
America
is the
country.
problem. Do you know America? Do you know how much Americans spend on border patrol? How much they spend on rehabilitation of their people?
You know the
How
funnest
much they
about
spend
Kuku.
in fact? Eh?
Those officials are the one also hating those guys bringing it in. They are. You know how many of the officials they fire on a daily basis?
Oh yeah. That
Because
is.
it's actually a felony. There's no what do you call it? As a federal employee, you know, when you go for mediation and all that. No, this one straight they will take you straight to jail. They are the one helping them. It's an high service. Let's put it that way. High service.
Mm-hmm.
So America failed. America failed the citizen.
No, you can't say they failed. I mean, if they have allowed it to come in freely, easily, and they are not fighting it the way we have seen them fighting it, it would have been, we would have lost everything in this country, because average American like drug.
Baba Janle Koko, let me give you one example.
It's just the I mean,
Baba Janle this is how you will know their eyes have even up to the doctor that is giving out. Where is Babati here? You should come and give account, because all those people signing out opiate and all that, they are the ones adding to their problem. By the way, here in Houston, there was a day I went to downtown
because of the money involved. Because of the
Yes, you
money
see,
involved.
it's only
Yeah.
in America you see a medical doctor pushing a particular drug. This drug is still the
It's
pharmaceutical companies.
addictive drug. It's addictive
Yeah,
drug. And
because
and because of
pain,
the
pain,
money involved.
as it is, I don't even take pain pill as it is now. I take pain pill maybe once in 6 months or once in 4 5 months, because once you started taking it, you start losing the potency and all that. See, one day I was in the downtown here in Houston. Where I was, it was as a matter of fact, it didn't occur to me to bring out my phone and started just take a picture or video of that environment. I'm looking at downtown where you see all those, skyscraper buildings and all that, and here we have tents of the drug addicts. You know, when you see those people next to downtown, where you see them in tent under the tree, under the shade, under the bridge, they were like 50, 100. I can't even count them. And these are drug addicts. Some of them, I could say, well, it might be homeless, but some of them, there's no way you would tell me there's no drug going on around there. You know, the irony of this is that they have a police station very close, in close proximity to that area where you have those people's, those homeless people and all that. So in my head, I was like, if a government or if the police needed to raid places, where they know there will be drug supply and all that, isn't this the best place for them to go and raid instead of just going on the street and stopping people unnecessarily? I mean, right there, drugs are everywhere. You needed it, you buy it. Methamphetamine is easy peasy.
Adewale, sorry for cutting you. Do you know what the government did in this country? We have inject room that people will go, they will give them the dose that they can take at a time. They will inject the set there, put the needle there, and they will go by their way.
And probably what Prince Daddy was talking about in Oregon's and all those. The funny
Yes,
thing, Oregon has some
we had
crazy.
it here. There's
But
nothing.
is
We
Prince
call that
Daddy
place
still online?
St. Kilda. St. Kilda here in
Prince Daddy.
Melbourne.
Prince Daddy is still here.
Yeah, it's on the screen. Maybe it's busy with
Prince
something.
Daddy. I watched a documentary one day. Oregon was one of the states that legalized assisted suicide. And I was watching it and I was like, oh my God, what kind of a country is this?
Now.
Oregon, assisted suicide. Somebody documented it. A woman documented her death. I watched it on HBO then. It was surreal to me. It was just something out of.
That's been on for a long time now. They call it euthanasia or something.
Yeah, I mean, other states.
With bad English. Do you know what happened? One rich man traveled from here to this Oregon that you said.
Yeah.
He went to die. He went to die there, and they bring his
Yeah.
corpse back to Australia.
Yeah.
Can you
Because it's
imagine?
not allowed in Australia.
It's not allowed in Australia.
In some countries it's not allowed, but in some countries it's allowed. So people pay to go to the countries where it is allowed, and they pay for them to bring back their corpse for burial and the
Yes,
rest.
they brought the man corpse back to Australia.
That's a good business for Nigeria. If he wants to come and die, let him just go. We'll send him to Zamfara. They'll kill him, and then he will pay us.
Oh my God.
Sorry,
Sorry.
sorry, Thomas, can you do me a favor? Can you help me
Yes,
put
please.
the picture, that list of the prospective
If
ministers?
I
Yes, I want to
let me,
speak. I want to speak on
you
that
just
briefly before I
glance through
exit.
it.
I
Yeah.
needed to go and sleep too, but I wanted just to touch it. But I know you. I'm sorry for taking the time too, but
No.
just
I'm
want to
good.
touch.
I'm busy doing something. I'm just
Ah,
Jackie Wajade, one man
okay, please.
professional.
Yes,
You can be speaking, just be speaking.
we've
Let me know.
talked
Maybe
about.
I can find it out. Yeah.
Yes, others I've talked about. I just want to pick maybe one or two, not every one of them. Like one man took the entire day to be asking one person to analyze on everything.
Adewale, I can't even find it. Can somebody just tell Adewale the names and
Okay,
their portfolio?
let's start with the. Let me start with the Akpabio. And the way it looks now, it seems that Akpabio is going to get that. At least it seems he's going to be. Uh, if you put stack everything against each of these candidates, it looks Akpabio is going to get it, and there's nothing wrong because he himself has paid his due when in terms of party
You
loyalty
remember
contribution.
he stood down for Tinubu at the
Apart
primary.
from that, he has been, right there too. He knew even if he didn't step down, he knew he ain't going nowhere. So all those things are just eye service. But nevertheless, it's all these things about game. You will have to foresee the future. You have to be a long-term game, not just now. Even Ojus Okalu too has been a loyal friend to Tinubu. Politically, I'm not so sure, but nevertheless, but if the party decided to give it to Southeast, it's still a win-win. However, the bone of contention on that list the most, we were talking about the chief of staff, which is the one almost controlling the government, who has the government in his hand. However, we were talking earlier about Gbajabi Amila and Fashola. Both of them have their advantage, or let me say their potential, and they also have their own, downfall. You know, talk about Fashola. Fashola, by virtue of being Tinubu's first, he took over from Lai Mohammed, I believe, for being a chief of staff of Tinubu means that he also already has administrative experience and governmental administrative process. However, Bajabi Amina has only been the Speaker of National Assembly, House of Assembly. So that alone, you can say, well, never really have administrative experience. But him being a Speaker is at the bigger stage. And I also believe at that level, it's not just a speaker, a member of House of Representative. Of course, he's already network, already has his own clout, by having this network with the other members of the parliament and other government officials. And if you recall, during Tinubu's visit to Fashoranti in Akure, he mentioned particularly Faleke and Gajabia Miller. And these are the people that are going up and down, standing in gap for Tinubu. So the impact that they took during those turbulent time shows that number one, their loyalty to Tinubu stood, and if you look at it since he has been declared the president elect, Gbajabi Amina has always been by his right side.
Wow, five and six.
Not Fashola. So that tells you, even Fashola himself gave the clue when he was being interviewed. I think on Channels News, when he
Daniel
said
Stevie, yes, yeah.
that whoever is going to be working with him should all know that this man micromanage. And he was saying that knowing fully well that he's probably not going to be chosen as the chief of staff, because chief of staff you have to relate with other government officials, probably at the political level and also at the administrative level. So, and you needed somebody who, but Jabi Amila has been in Abuja since 2003. He has been his inner caucus of Tinubu. Somebody said, well, Fashola never for once, you know, uh, speak evil of Tinubu in the public. Yeah, we all know that, even when they were having their issue, but we never had any rumor that Bajabi Amila and Tinubu have issue, right? And even Faleke, that's not even from Lagos State. I mean, Tinubu brought Faleke to politics, into politics. So, and if you choose Faleke, on that list, I saw Faleke's name as a special duty. I think first, special duty is more than just being appointed to be a boy. This is somebody who, a dependable somebody who you can call on at any time to represent you or to do something for you, not just being assigned to. So if there's going to be a utility ministry, that means, or should I say, a special duty ministry, that means somebody Tinubu can rely upon. But all this being said, there's possibility that Tinubu may not even choose all these people that are on the list. Because if everyone will recall, when Tinubu took over in 1999 as a governor, executive governor in Lagos State, majority of his cabinet then majority of them were in their 30s, late 30s, or early 40s, right? And he
Yeah.
governed. So, and he has this penchant of building leaders, of building people. So, I, I, I I would not completely say that it's going to continue with some of these old faces that we've known before. There's chances that it's going to bring, especially younger people, out that will
Are
be
you
able.
thinking about technocrats?
Of course, it will tap into to that section. It will tap into technocrat because he needed them to run the government, to bring new, fresh idea that will help to formulate the policy. You can't just rely on political, machinery only. You're gonna need that when there's a need for that. But in some instances, you can't bring politics into Ministry of Finance. You have to have technocrat there that will be able to give you the real truth, not somebody that will be lying through their teeth, right? So,
Mm.
having said that, there's chances that this man will, bring younger people, probably someone who has never been. Throughout our discussion, we never even discussed, this guy's name, a jury's name never even showed up, never even come
Abdul,
up at
yes.
all,
Oh, that guy. I
Quick
love that
question.
guy.
you
I
Yeah,
know?
like
Dwale,
that guy.
And these are the bulldog that is going to need that perhaps maybe at the
Well,
Ministry of Information or
quick.
special assistant on publicity and all like Additional is doing now. So
I was gonna say
people like
Adewale,
that.
quickly, Adewale. See, it sound like a
Prince.
jury should be the next 4 years. Okay, not this time around. Now you can't see people like Fashola and his old guards. Okay, that have been out there for Tinubu, supporting him, doing all these things, and all of a sudden they're gonna be thrown away or put by the
No, 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 no,
wayside.
no. No, I'm not saying they're going to be thrown aside. It just, there's always going to be a mix. I'm thinking there will be a mix of old and the young. You see,
Yeah, I
some of
agree.
these folks too, what I would like you to know, they're in their late 60s, going 70s, right? So, and notice that some of these people, they also have to reinvent themselves, right? And they also have proteges that they are mentoring and all that. Some of them will rather put people that they can control to be there for them than they be there and lose their value, quote unquote. So how would they do that? How would they be able to maintain their political value? Is to not to be overly, present and being on the camera. I mean, in front of camera every time. I don't expect like Mohammed to take a position in the Tinubu's cabinet this time around. I don't, because these are the people that will be seen on a daily basis. So if we continue to do that, it's going to lose his value. He's already lost his value anyway. So, but somebody like Dele Alaki has been a right hand man of, in fact, because of Dele Alaki, Tinubu created Ministry of Information and Strategy. There was never a time, there was no office called strategy in Lagos State. He matched those two offices together simply because of Dele Alake, and they've been together during the days of Dadeco up to the time Tinubu became. As a matter of fact, during the 1993 election, he was involved with him. He has always been his right hand man. So
Yeah,
you
so
don't. I don't
these
expect.
people, I
Yeah.
was gonna say these
I,
people are so all this. Of course, I think Tinubu is going to bring about some young talent alongside. I think there's a position for what you call it, junior ministers or whatever.
mm,
And so like Jurish would be one of those proteges to shadow people like Fashola or whomever for the next election. But these young people, they don't have that experience and the know-how and how to navigate this Nigeria's political system and economy. So as much as you say these people they've been around for a long time, Dele Alake and Fashola, they have a lot to contribute towards the economy, towards the country, right?
yeah,
So
but somebody like Fashola that has been with Buhari for 8 years, been a governor for 8 years. Do you think he'll be 60 next year? Do you think reappointing him to Tinubu's cabinet, you think he will continue to maintain his value, the momentum is enjoyed in the public right now? And that he himself knew that it's a time to step back a little bit. Because he said it so many times that he's going to be taking a longer vacation from politics. And I foresee that happening.
Adewale, and you believe? Come on
No, no,
now,
no, no. Don't get me
come on
wrong.
now.
Don't get me wrong. If you are to measure, Fashola's performance during Tinubu's campaign, he did not really per se, like in the forefront, like
Participate,
yeah,
participate. Yes,
like
yes.
everyone. People could say, well, of course, he's still a active minister and other. I mean, these are Tinubu's boys, right? But at the same time, if
right,
Tinubu
but he
needed
played
him,
quickly, but he played his role though. Every time I watch him
of
on
course,
television,
they have a
being
back
interviewed.
row. Yes, they
Yeah,
have a
so
back row role that they play and all that.
yeah,
But at the
when it
same
comes on
time,
television, I mean, it's always there to say the right things to support Tinubu. But Dele Alake versus Kiyamo and these other people, and this lady too, Musawer, and name is the Northern lady. They were the people out there doing the campaign, being the face of the campaign.
mm,
So they
there's some way politicians reward their supporters, but not just being appointed as a minister. And some of those folks will say that we think we are going to be suitable for those posts, but I decided not to take those posts, but stay behind and benefit from the government,
that is true.
maybe
Yeah, I
through
agree.
contract and all that. So they rather not want to be seen, to be heard, but maybe occasionally they see them around. So also, somebody on that list, I saw Firemint's name as an ambassador. In politics, when you want to send somebody away, you want to banish them from um, uh, the town. That's when you send them on assignment away from the town. So when you give somebody an ambassadorial position, you are trying to kill that person's political future. And it happens here in America, except Secretary of State, because
Yeah,
you,
but
you want.
it's not like Fashola, for example. If truly is like, hey, I want to be out of the main
Do
screen.
you realize that
It can take
Fayemi was once the what do you call them? Uh, what do you call this? Of all the governors in Nigeria and also the progressive governor, what do you call those positions? It was the head of those governors. It was their
Governors
chairman then.
Forum.
Yes, chairman of the governors forum. See, these guys have already they've arrogated to themselves power in such a way that they've made political connection. Banishing Fayemi to United States as an ambassador, it will be a disservice to his intellectual. I don't see him playing any role in that. If you
well,
need somebody to help you run
that will
that,
not be a banishment. That'd be more like a relaxed position, so to speak. I mean,
no. Fayemi is still young. He needs to be active. He needs to be seen. Because when you put somebody out away from the political happening in Nigeria, guess what happened? People will forget about you. And you you still have a role to
How
play
he
in the
will take
politics.
over Ekiti completely before he comes back.
But I don't think that position will be suitable for if he needed somebody who is more who will be able to launder the image of the country, number one, and somebody who has experience in diplomacy. That is what I'm suspecting that is what Tinubu is going to do, not just taking Fayemi as. I don't think at this level Fayemi will be looking forward to become ambassador to United States. No, maybe United Nations, but I doubt it too. Maybe on a, on rotational basis. Just let me do this 2 years and then you recall me back. Because this guy is still active politically. Why would you want to banish him and put him outside the country? You need him to help because during the election, Fashola was very, very active in terms of supporting Tinubu's campaign. He was there, despite all what happens during the primary. He was there, right there, supporting him. He stepped down for him. So he will need Fashola because the way I see Fayemi is also ambitious as well. I foresee him. If that opportunity comes to the South in the future, I foresee Fayemi, also trying to grab the power. And there's some other names there, like the Ben Ayade and co. I don't think Ben Ayade will be given a ministerial position. Perhaps those folks could be rewarded by giving them, putting them in one agency, or just ambassador,
I think
something
he's
ambassador.
back in Senate now. I think he won.
No,
Did he lose his Senate
no, he
bid?
didn't win. He didn't win.
Okay, okay.
He didn't win. But I could see him being given an ambassadorial position. Not just ambassador to Benin Republic or or Ghana, or talking about about country that really, really we needed their support and all that. Those are the places I see Ben and Yadi. And but the thing is that also most of the names that came up are the faces or names we've seen in around Tinubu for a very long time. Also believe that there will be some names from.
Adewale, please hold on. Patoski, how
Yeah.
really? I was at work throughout the section. How real is this list? Is this from the Radio Biafra or from
No, it's
Tinubu?
just a speculation.
Speculation.
It's
Oh yeah.
just speculation.
Can we move from?
It's not. I don't even believe in the list in the first place anyway. But the Bayo Onanuga as the Minister of Information, I said no. You see, no, no, not at all. I don't even see Tinubu appointing him. As a matter of when I
Atidele
mentioned,
Alake is of better of
yes,
them.
I think Dele Alake would be more suitable for that position.
Exactly.
It can be very professional. It can be very cool when it needed to. But in this time around, there's a um, uh, possibility that it's for fire because the way his administration is coming, it shows that nobody is going to take it easy with anybody. So, in that on that case, you need somebody who is going to give it not just be active on Twitter and when hardly you see him coming to the television stations or any media
Adewale, how weak do you expect Tinubu to announce his cabinet?
within 2 weeks, two
Within
to
how many
three,
weeks?
within 2 to 3 weeks.
3 weeks. Yeah, that's that's
Yeah,
that's my
within two
own.
to. As a matter of
That's
fact, I
my own.
expect him on the first day of inauguration to announce his
Exactly.
principal officers. After his principal officers sign some executive orders or executive action, then within 2 3 weeks, or once the principal officers of National Assembly has been uh,
Adewale, let me put some joke. How long do you think Peter Obi will? Let me just put some comical. How long do you think Peter Obi will inaugurate? Let's just say he won the election. How long? And how
with
competent do you think
with
people
with
will
the
get?
with the crops of politicians in National Assembly now, it might take 4 5 months before they approve those lists. Because if you remember, we have majority of APC. So whichever list he brings forward, guess what? They are going to say, no way, no way for you. So that might prove a little bit hard for him to get those people names approved.
Like
But
Hosseini,
no, I
Rufai
won't be
Hosseini.
surprised if Hussein has been appointed, during the. I mean, it's possible. I mean, the entire Arise News are working for, that's the arms of Labour Party anyway.
Can can we safely say that Arise TV is the Fox News of Nigeria?
You know, the funniest thing is that I could see in their tone they were making reference to what is this guy's name? This guy that had a big head like me. Baba Tunde Titoju or something like
Or the
that.
third year, yes,
Yeah,
Babajide
they were
Otitoju.
mocking him. They were mocking him today. They were also
Really?
mocking Joey Bokwe. Yeah, yeah. You know, the funniest thing is this: the owner of Arise News is a 419.
Is he,
Look,
who is he?
is a pen pusher. Let me put it this: not like somebody who is trying to collect mama's money in America, but somebody who is a pen pusher. You know what? When I call my pen pusher, their own is to use that pen to bring that money out. It's
I
any government in the office that's going to be their. I won't know this.
Don't they think people know these things? It's very
You know,
obvious.
no, there are
They call it
plenty. You see, there's no way a media house would not perpetrate propaganda. Every media houses does it. They
yeah,
have a tone.
but theirs is just so obvious. Like they're not even hiding it anymore. They're like, okay,
But
this is
it's
who we
what
are.
the proprietors or is the what the proprietor already laid down for them.
No,
This
no,
is
no,
gonna
no. This is what I mean. Ruben Abati is almost the same thing as Rufai, but the way Ruben Abati presents it, even though you know it's a slanted viewpoint, is still very slick and professional about it. Rufai just comes head on with no breaks. Like you just
my
know
brother.
this is
It's
what it
what
is.
they've been told. This is the line we are going to toe,
It's
and
working for them. They are
I
making
got
money
your
out of it.
backing.
So.
Of course, they know that particular section of the country watch them. They support them because they're like their mouthpiece. Now, what I found a little bit disgusting about the channel is that they haven't really, when you keep portraying opponent in certain light, and you never for once at least give them, some level of credit. But everything you see is about gloom and doom. Now, that means you have an agenda. And that's where I have problem with them. There's some news that they carry that are very, very true, that are very, they have been, authentic and all that.
No,
But
no,
when
no,
I
no. They have credible, like the guy that speaks with the big guy that speaks with the English accent in the Abuja studio.
Uh,
What's his name?
the
what's
one
his
that
name
left the
now?
channel.
The one
Charles.
No,
yeah.
that one has his biases
I know,
as
That is also biased, but it's
I know, but at least it will push a little bit. Him and a little bit.
no, it was being professional, but you see,
That's what I'm
once you are
saying.
given a
Like Rufai is not professional at all.
Rufa is not now.
He
you
just
see,
Right?
it's like gotcha. He
I
wants
don't know
that
if whether
sound
we
bite. He
yeah,
wants that
Robert,
sound bite kind of,
I don't know if we have media person in our midst. Even in the print, once you are on a daily basis, you bring a story. Your editor will tell you this particular character needed to be painted this way. This particular person, we have to kind of like, wash it down a little bit. We can't be going hardcore on this person. So we have to tone it down on this. But there are some people
And
that
Adewale, how do we end up with politician holding a big mainframe media houses in Nigeria? AIT,
we always be
Dokwesi,
having it that way. Now,
politician.
why do you think? Why did you think Awolowo had a
Tribune.
television station in the southwest?
Abiola has Concord.
Abiola has press.
why would you say that? It is progress in my opinion.
No,
No, let me explain why.
It is.
Give me a second. Let me tell you. If you remember the days of, and I remember living in Ogun State back then when Oshoba was in government, and the opposition could not run because we only had Ogun
Only had
TV back then.
TV that time.
And
Yeah.
there was no way Bingedene was going to run any election. The only reason Bingedene won was because of
Babati, another mafia you mentioned now. Benga Daniel. That guy is a mafia.
I know, but
No.
but this is my point. The opening up that space gave opportunities for dissenting voices and opposition to at least have a voice. You might not agree with what they are saying, but now remember when we used to have presidential debates and it was only NTA that was allowed to cover it, and everybody had to link up with NTA Patoski. We've gone to all this now, so we've evolved. Where you now have Arise having their own, channels having their own.
Babati,
Yeah,
even
we've evolved.
before now, before now. Politicians have been doing it, but it's just not on television. They've been trying to see Nnamdi Azikiwe owns
Pilot,
print. Yes, Awolowo also has is it
Tribune.
Tribune, and
Tribune, yeah,
you have
Tribune.
it first
The
started with
the
television
Palace, yeah.
because because they needed to launder their image,
Eh,
and opposition
MKO
would
had
not do that.
Concord now. Was he not bragging
Yeah,
about destroying it?
so
Abiola
I
had
mean,
Concord.
yeah, so it has always been like that, and a politician that knows what he's doing will want to establish those, machineries in place to help launder his image. I mean, people read daily,
So where do you class? Because I know TVC is APC clearly.
of course,
AIT is a PDP channel.
PDP.
Channels is about PDP. So, but I don't know how.
China started, at the time they were pivoting,
They're
they were,
confused.
yeah,
That, that,
they see for a very long time they turn off their channels on the YouTube, they turn the comment section, they turn it off.
Mhm.
But when the momentum started rising during the electioneering period and when people were commenting, and they also needed the ratings and comment online, and they tried to commercialize everything, they
I think they
open
are
up
the most neutral for now. If you
I
look
mean,
Yeah.
at it,
Obedient
yeah,
are
I
going
I
hardcore
was
on
gonna
them
say
now.
quick. I was gonna
they are the
say that
most neutral.
Arise
Obedient are going
News,
hardcore.
Arise News. I think they have a template. They they're probably making a lot of money. They know how to play the game and how to placate
Oh
their
yeah.
audience.
You're
They know
Mm-hmm.
what
right.
they're doing. Even Dr.
Mm-hmm.
Batsy is not stupid. He knows. They know how to not spin per se, but they know how to take the story narrative and push it in a certain direction and to get their people. So I think channels, television, TVC, they still playing like old school kind of a news station. Of course, not like NTA, but Arise, you know, they're everywhere on YouTube. They always get that view all the time, especially a refined guy, spewing
I mean,
garbage.
Channels is catching up now, and
How are
TV
you?
too. I mean, let's give it to them. Their visual is very great. If you look at if you watch that channel on YouTube, very clean on high definition, unlike some other channels.
Even
They
their
have
reporting is
I
their
mean,
reporting
they know what they're doing because that channel,
professional.
once you
Like
put it
I
on
said,
YouTube,
they have studied. Listen, they have studied the Fox News model. You get beautiful women. So if you compare, just be honest, compare the women on Arise and to other channel. They select. They know young, beautiful, model-looking women, outspoken, outlandish male. That combination, I'm
on your
telling.
would yeah.
No, no. This is what works in
Like
media.
audio, pay.
Yes,
You remember when we
Audie and
talked
that
when
the
we
new
discussed
girl.
the
Yeah,
picture one man showed one time about the one of the anchor with the
yeah.
lower cleavage and all that.
One man has a crush on one of the Abiola
Eh,
daughters. He has a crush on her.
I mean, you're right to some extent, but I also believe that Obagbena has set the tone, and they're towing that line, and that's what I mean. If you have the backing of your chairman,
Where is he
what else?
from? Where is he from?
It's from Delta State.
Okay.
It's
I
from
believe
Delta State.
Babagina is from
I
Delta.
know
Yeah.
Dr. C is from because AIT used to be. I remember the
They
first two,
were chased out of South
no
Africa.
no no the first two channels that they gave license to after NTA was Clapper Bird and AIT, right?
Yeah, where's
No,
Clapperboard
it
now?
wasn't Clapperboard. It wasn't AIT. There's
Galaxy.
another channel before Clapperboard.
Galaxy.
No. Before
Galaxy.
Galaxy, there were two then. They were,
MITV,
MITV.
no,
MITV,
before
Clapper.
MITV.
It
No,
was
you remember then. You remember
Clapper
then
Bird.
when Clapperboard used to show. I think
Oh,
they're the one that
yeah, I
opened
think I
late.
know the channel you are talking
It
about.
was. It wasn't. It was Clapperboard and one other channel. The signal is always terrible like this. They are also in the
Yes.
island. It wasn't
Yes.
AIT. I mean,
Yeah.
Ray Power started in the 90s now, maybe 91, 92. I
I
can't be
want to
sure.
remember now.
Then around 92. Then AIT started to send me
It was
something around
no, no.
1995,
The first was Galaxy was the first.
No, not
Galaxy was the
Galaxy.
first.
It was
Was
the
it
first.
Galaxy?
Galaxy
The
was
Clapperboard.
the
first was
first.
Galaxy.
Which
Was
one was
Galaxy.
broadcasting from this building where Silverboard were before? I'm going to believe Clapperboard and one, not Galaxy. Not Galaxy. You remember the days of Minaj?
Obosi.
Minaj.
Yeah,
Obosi.
that was when AIT2 also started, when the Minaj started. But it
Where is
wasn't
that
Clapper.
Clapperboard
It was
now?
Clapperboard and one other channel then.
Is
then they were
Gababo
always.
dead now? Is he dead now?
Clapperboard is like when you have all this what we used to do to transmit VHS video then, and people would tune into in their own homes, especially your
Yeah,
neighbors on
video
Sunday, and
sender.
Because I
that is
remember
Video sender.
that's what I
that time I
see.
used to be in my area. I used to be engineer fixing people's antennas, coming up with all these new
That's how you
wires
got all
and
the
stuff. So
Yashikura and all
then
those.
I say, no, no, side the AIT, side the NT. I know all the angles of where to turn your, and they came
And
up
they,
with that remote wireless where you can move it around. And
yeah, and the NTH
Yeah.
and S7, NTH and S7 also, and LTV always
but
competing on Sunday, on
you get
Saturday.
my point that we have evolved, that where there's no monopoly anymore. So we have this.
No.
See, Nigeria is
It is
making progress.
yeah,
We
we've grown a
do.
lot.
It's just those progress are not really that because we are not, as of now, we are not supposed to be broadcasting at this on the frequency we're broadcasting now. We are not even broadcasting on high definition on kind of like frequency.
Oh,
No.
I remember the channel. I remember the channel that you're talking about. DBN. It was DBN.
DBN, God bless
Yeah,
you.
DBN. It was
It was
DBN.
DBN and
They
clap
used to
about
play all
then.
this foreign Kenny G, all this.
Yeah,
I remember
yeah.
DBN. DBN.
Yeah, it was a DBN and a clapper, but then these people started coming in.
Minaj,
AIT,
Minaj,
Minaj.
and
Minaj was even there before MITV.
MIT, then
It
AIT
was there,
came. But
you
because
know.
the only reason AIT kind of went up because they used to have this 2 o'clock show with this girl. What's the one that Mofedami Joe married? She used to present
Me
it.
Ezekiel. Okay.
Jumobi, I think person.
Jumobi.
Yeah, she should do
I,
that
Jumobi. Breakfast
afternoon.
show.
No,
yeah, I
no.
called into that show one time.
Yeah,
I
they
could
used to
remember
do,
very well.
and they were clean. It was a brand. It was they had this show in the morning.
I called him from office then. Damn.
The that new show in the morning, Kakaki in the morning. They did a
Yeah,
good
Yeah.
program,
yeah, Kakaki in the morning.
and
It
they
was
had
supposed to be African CNN, sort of.
yes, and they had this Go G Africa too. They used to travel around
Man,
Africa,
man.
and
Patrick and
they
what's
had a
that?
New York. They had a New York
What?
office. They used to have a New York office. They were trying to
Wow.
do that New York that CNN model, but it kind
Yeah,
of failed
they
from there.
messed up.
And they
They
had real
messed up.
power. I mean, man, because back then we used to go to to DJ back in the radio station. Me and Namujo. It's like my senior bro. It's like DJ at like 2 o'clock, and they used to have this show. Then when we leave, they had this show, Hints and Hearts. That they this that's the show for the girls now. That's the all this relationship stuff. So
Yeah.
yeah,
The
yeah, we grow,
politician
man.
they were hijacked, and it's always been like that because you have to control the narrative. You have to control your own future, political future. Because if you don't, nobody will help you control it. So you have to find a way to help London. I mean,
Yeah, but let me ask you though, like all these blogs, were they being paid or were they just slanting to?
did you watch that documentary on BBC?
I have not. What documentary?
That's a documentary. Somebody testified that bloggers and all these the likes of Tunde's name wasn't mentioned, but of course we can tell that this guy doesn't just post people, and I mean, especially politicians. So he probably got paid. But
By
yes, money
UOB.
exchange, they give them a lot of,
What's the title of that of the documentary?
just go on the BBC Nigeria election blogger. Just put those words there. You'll find. Okay, oh, I can't go. I'm on my phone. I
Okay.
won't be able to go. It will log me out. But yes, money exchange hand. You see, these are the things that Trump did in 2000. Was it 15 with Hillary Clinton? Now we are just having our own dose of this
Yeah,
online.
but because the way will be like, oh, it's just organic and nobody. I'm like, this is too
People who
Don't
are
mind
put
them.
in their place to troll other people. People they put them so that they so that people will be online. People, people. Well, to me personally, I wasn't thinking that. I knew it's not. This is how it's going to end up. But some part of me was praying that at least it wins, so at least we will know that somebody from Southeast, at least for the first time. Not that his competency is what I'm banking on. As a
Let me be honest with you. Obi is done politically. Do you know why? Let me tell you why. You see, in the next 4 years, when they do this thing again, Tinubu will not campaign a single day. He will just be chilling in his mansion. Do you know why? Because the North will do everything possible to make sure he wins because they want their power back.
Oh
So
yeah.
they will be the one. Forget Tinubu will not campaign in the next. No, forget him. We just sit down, be chilling. They will be the one running up and down. So they will be the one to campaign on his behalf.
Yeah, but you know, if Obi's future depends on Tinubu.
No, but where is the vote coming from? They're going to give them, like I think I said that before. This one.
I mean, this time around, Tinubu is going to be the one to control his own destiny, right?
No,
So, unlike
but I'm saying that the Senate president is going to come from the South, right? At this point, according to what we have, and what is Tinubu's agenda? For you to have control of your resources and your state.
Yeah.
So imagine think about it. They're going to have North Central, South, and Southwest controlling the three key areas that really want resource control. So they are the ones
quickly.
going to
So
control
what resources is that? Is it the resource of the oil that's only less than 10% of the revenue for the country?
I'm saying that they an example would be you have you can now for like electricity now. They have a lot of gas supply down there. So if those states down in the South can come together and form their own, kind of gas power.
Okay. That's what you're saying. But the issue of the Senate presidency, right? See, this issue about the Northwest not being taken care of, because just like you said
the power
earlier,
is coming to them. The power is coming to Northwest.
They think long term. They don't
It's coming to them.
Forget about now.
Oh yeah, I know it's coming to them, and just like you said, they are the ones in the next 4 or 5 years they'll be working so hard to make sure Tinubu wins again, so the power can rotate back to them. Right? We get that.
It's
but
coming.
at the same time, we don't want to take them for disregard them, because they want power. I mean, they can settle for the House speakership, right? But being disqualified because of the Muslim again, being the Senate presidency it's another thing, though.
Look at their influence. The Rufai is going to is the secretary to the government, so they're going to get key positions in
which Rufai?
No. I mean El Rufai.
Oh, okay.
But see,
that is if it choose to stay, because the way it is now.
I'm discussing the politics of it. Remember, Northwest.
I was thinking you said Hussein Rufai.
No. North Central gave Tinubu 4 states, the same as Southwest gave him. So they're not like any, and they have never. I mean, I've never seen a North Central speaker in this new dispensation, and South only gave us Senate president one time in the 80s. Is it Ways or something like that? I've forgotten the guy's names. So I'm just saying that for what Tinubu is coming to do, South wants that restructuring across.
Can I come in?
Sorry, go ahead, Femi.
Okay, this is what I just want to say is that we should talk about Tinubu visit to Rivers State today. I think he has to give Wike a portfolio, if it's not for him, for his boys.
Give us a suggestion, Femi.
What should they
give
Wike? I believe he has to have a big. It's not just ordinary portfolio.
Hey, give me
they have
one
to
now.
give.
No, give me a ministry.
I think, in my own way of saying, I think he has to receive like a portfolio. It's not in the inner cycle, but like it seems. Let me look at it. The big people. You guys have already shared the big portfolio.
No, we didn't. We did not.
They will give him ambassador to Spain.
No, they can't. He cannot lie ambassador for what he did for Tinubu.
So what does he want? He's not an APC member.
No, if he supported,
he was doing those things so that look, he was supporting Tinubu for soft landing, number
You know
one,
one
so
go
that
jail,
ESS will
Femi.
not hound them.
You know one go jail, Femi. That's what you
Yeah. Two, two, his party is gonna be his boy. Fubara is going to be the governor, right? So you also want to have that close proximity to the presidency, so that they will be able to help you approve some of those things that will require federal government consent and all that. It's not just about approval. I mean, appointment only that you can benefit. If the
Like
successor is
it's only
close
about
to,
it.
go ahead.
It's only by appointment. Like when I remember when Rufai came to River State, and he said something like appointment to in the when he's when Rufai is talking, is speaking, and he said to him that we want you in this. The APC have to do something for him. He was smiling. He wanted. He want.
I mean, if you get offer, they will take it.
I don't think Wike want to leave political cycle for right now. He still want to be there.
So let me, Femi. So he's going to be a member of PDP yet, but be working in the government. So will he be defective
I don't.
at work? Okay, I have a post for
That
it.
will be more
His
suicide.
days in PDP is numbers. He knows that.
Baba T.
I have a
Baba
post
T.
for him. I
Baba
Yeah.
T.
that will work. That NDDC,
NDDC.
yeah,
NDDC.
that would be
You know, Baba T.
yeah.
The last time we have intergovernmental or government of national unity, when you have opposition coming to work in another party's administration, the president ended up dead.
Didn't they kill him in his house?
So this time around, he will say, I'm not coming to go out there with my enemy. I would rather stay here. I'm relating with you from
Yes, I
afar.
don't know how you gonna be a PDP
Yeah.
member but yet be
It's
APC
political suicide.
administration. I don't
He
know
was
how
just
that
he
works.
was looking for soft landing. Simple as that.
Yeah, so
Because if PDP had won, my brother, Wiki will go to jail on the 31st of
oh
May.
boy, the man would have
On
done Femi,
on
Femi,
30th of May,
Femi,
he will be in
Femi.
jail.
The man would have the man would have done his handover on Zoom. Would have been on internet. They say, I did Dubai. I don't die though. For yeah.
It's possible.
What make me to reason like that? Like, what is the reason for 2 days visit for President-elect? That man. People have to be careful about him because what is about 2 days visit? Tinubu is visiting today and tomorrow.
To commission project now.
Yeah,
He's commissioning projects. A project that you can commission for a day. How many projects?
So Femi is all politics, but here's a bigger question, Femi and Diwali, because clearly our man in Oyo is going to defect to APC. I mean,
Sure.
I mean, it's already
Surely.
So, what political feature does PDP have at the federal level?
Oh, Banjo, you will sell it in Banjo.
Because I mean, I don't see Atiku running again for office. I mean, unless it's but
why do you think Dino was contesting for governorship? Do you think if Atiku had won, he would have gone to the Kogi to contest for governorship?
So it wasn't vying for that before. It was the last minute.
Where would the money come from, my brother? Where?
Oh, okay.
That means there will be no string of income for the next 4 to 8 years.
But that means they are in trouble. If you lose, you don't have Lagos, you don't have rivers per se.
Yeah.
You don't have Kano. So that's they're the 3 funders of Nigeria pretty much, those states.
And
So,
they still have Delta now. Once you do the election in Delta.
Tinubu will show Dino the real politics by the governorship election. Tinubu will show him with those security.
I don't think
Tinubu will use security against him.
Is as Yakubu finish? When is he going to finish his term as INEC chairman?
I think is next year.
It's next year.
Early next year. It will be 5 years.
It's going to replace him. And if this time around, it probably not be an Hausa man, maybe probably somebody from the southeast. or South. That is going to
You know, he has to use someone loyal to him. Tinubu is not Buhari. Buhari does not care, but Tinubu care.
So, Babati, what is the future of Amechi now too?
I mean,
Amechi is finished politically.
That's probably one of the dumbest politicians that
politician ever.
I mean, at some point, I even heard that he was even campaigning against APC.
He's campaigning against Tinubu.
I mean, because he didn't win primaries, or he came second, right? So
second
in the primaries. Maybe he thought the Maradi thing was going to get him the ticket because he was the one championing the Maradi rail line. So until they pulled the wrong one, but Wike has shown that you can never beat him down there, and you keep pumping money. I mean, I don't know what kind of. I mean, he's done.
And they used to be. Wike was his chief of staff when he was governor, though.
Yeah, it's that ego thing now. It's that ego. Now the person that is now a friend of your former, if a friend of my friend of my enemy of my friend,
A friend of my enemy, enemy of my friend.
Imagine of all people, Wiki and Tinubu. I mean, and you're out of the loop. That's
irony of life.
That is terrible. It's done politically. I don't see a political future for
That's what I foresee too. It probably. I mean, he's still young. He's in his early 60s. So.
No, but
did you see my uncle Roger Okorocha visited Tinubu?
For what?
He visited him in Abuja.
Is he in the Senate right now? Did he make it?
I want to believe so, but I don't think so because he contested for governorship. Oh well,
governor Ken. It was governor.
I mean, sorry, presidency. Sorry.
No, Rocha does not go for Senate because I think they did not give him the ticket.
Oh, he had the issue. He had the issue with the AFCs. They were locking him up.
Yes.
You see that video? The guy was praying. Oh my God! Oh my God!
He's one of the disgraced ex-governor. How will you go for an election and have 0 votes? With your Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa language.
Buhari also mentioned that too. And I said somebody came to, and then they stabbed it. Even with his own delegate, they still didn't vote for him. That's to tell you.
That's terrible, man.
That is terrible.
When I saw him listen to the bill, I said, "Look at him. You did not even campaign for him when he was campaigning. Now you are paying official visit." I was laughing. I said, "Now we have a representative from Southeast. Is this the representative we were talking about from Southeast? Give me a break."
They don't have their people's mandate.
Political hangover.
They don't.
That is why I see Uzodinma coming back because Uzodinma campaigned for Tinubu, and it is very obvious that this man campaigned for Tinubu. In Southeast, look at Ngige.
Ngige is
Tinubu, I remember 2012.
It's envy.
Tinubu gave this man money.
It's envy. He said it was torn. I could understand too. His kinsman is a contestant. What do you expect?
I mean, thank you. I've just seen that documentary now.
Oh yeah. Oh, you went and look for it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They were paid, all of them.
And they are ready to burn the country down.
Oh yeah, burn it down. Okay.
Aren't you surprised to hear that you were actually, because that was not I didn't have an idea that they were getting. I thought it was all passion and the way they were like, oh, we are all passionate about this change in Nigeria. That's the way they made it look like it was some kind of organic movement.
You see, there's some people, that actually really bought into that idea. They subscribe to it. They believe in it. But there's some that went into it just blindly, and they're not even. They don't care to ask questions. If you ask questions, you are.
But this is my fear for politics in the Southeast. I think that it's my own opinion. I feel like Obi has done more damage to the political future of that region for the years to come.
No, really. I mean, if you look at the politician from that area, they never really subscribed to Obi's ambition. They were all pursuing individuals' ambition. So for those who supported Obi, majority of them are kind of like an outcast, and like the like.
They were you know, because the guy when he speaks, he thinks people are fools. Maybe
No,
maybe it's not command sort of.
it's not that. Look. Whether we like it, whether we like it or not, people believe.
Wait, look at that green card UK thing that he was talking about. He returned it like it was some kind of pride. Who is this for fooling? Or anyone? You don't.
People believe him. Oh.
I on that one, I believe he returned it though.
It doesn't work that way.
I believe. I also believe.
Once
Yeah.
you leave the country for 3 months, a green card, it's not as you go and do give it
No,
don't go
it's
to
6
home office
months.
and still yeah.
In America,
You
it's
don't go
6
to
months.
overseas and still yeah.
Yeah, 6 months, 3 months.
In fact, during the Trump Wahala, people got caught up in that.
I know, but the way it's making it look like the guy said something that really pissed me off. He said, I gave it up. You know, Nigeria is my country. I love my country more. Motherfucker, I love my country too, but I had 2 passports. Having does not make you love your country more than me.
But you know, there's a status you will attain in the society.
No, but that's not the point. The way he's making you look like, oh, look at me, I'm some kind of like it's above everybody. No, guy, who is he fooling? So they look.
So, like Tinubu now, Tinubu has been going to London from time to time. So, and he stayed there longer. So, how is he able to travel? Is he travel with Nigerian passport, or he was issue green card or international passport for him to stay there?
I'm sorry, but at the beginning, I know you came to the platform maybe later on, but at the beginning of the campaign of Obi, what I told you that the candidate of choice on this platform at some point was Peter Obi. Will you believe me if I told you that? Like everybody that you heard, even Thomas Patoski.
That what?
Remember at the beginning of Obi's campaign on this platform, the person that we all agreed to support, or at least we thought it was
most people were supporting Obi.
Was Peter Obi now? What changed? Do you know what changed? It was you know that even in that space, Obedience were fighting hypobia. They said, "Oh, we don't want elections." It was after they said, "Okay, come and join us." Once those guys moved into the Obi movement, that's when it changed. The initial members of that movement, they were very cordial and they were welcoming. But once they got in that IPOB mob that wanted to leave, but they were okay, let's give him a chance. That was when it fell apart. It used to be very peaceful. Now I'm telling you, we like, oh, yeah, he's a nice guy. Then once the crazy people came in, like they didn't have that was when things fell apart.
Oh wow.
I don't know.
I mean, I secretly wish he win the election just to, pacify that region at least for all this while. Look, we are not in their shoe, but I always feel like some people in their lifetime never for once see an Igbo man being called a president.
They need to get their politics.
No, I mean, I get it. I understand that aspect.
You must get your politics right. That's if your politics is wrong, you're not going to win.
Do you know that Atiku almost became a president again after Buhari? So don't think that it was handed over to Tinubu. Just like Thomas is saying, you got to play your politics right. Atiku almost became the president. Okay, he almost did.
Can we be raw with it? Can we be real for now? Atiku stole their birthright in the PDP. For APC is not an Igbo party. I'm sorry, PDP is their baby. PDP is Igbo's baby. That is their thing. PDP and Nugunda area. So Atiku literally stole their birthright. Because if anybody should have given an Igbo man ticket in the 2 major parties, it should have been PDP.
Yeah, the PDP.
Yes, they have sacrificed a lot to the party.
But PDP believed that they need the North to win the election. That If they present Igbo man, they cannot win.
But yeah, see, the PDP, it's a reflection of the leadership of the Igbos, the leaders. Okay, because the way Atiku emerged, there's no need for it. There's no need for the, because just like I said, they're prominent in the PDP. They have power, they have influence. But the way Atiku emerged says something about the leadership of the Igbos in the party. It should not have happened. It should not have happened in the first place. I was actually really upset. I was really, really upset that Atiku emerged. I mean, I couldn't believe it that he did,
Prince,
and I was so upset at the Igbos, the
you.
Easterners, for letting it happen.
No, they told you. You remember when they asked Atiku? They said, "Sir, how are you sure you're gonna get this?" He said, I always get it now." Like the way it was, like, man, forget it.
Have I ever failed to get
I've
it?
ever failed to get it. Like imagine
That
somebody
thing
saying
provoke
that.
Wiki.
Why, because he knows. And Patoski, do you know what I noticed? Remember in the APC primaries, only the VP did not step down for Tinubu. Only,
Yes.
but in the PDP party,
VP and
no Igbo man could step down for each other. They all wanted. How can you win?
It also says something about Peter B. Also, see, I mean, Peter B. Always said is not the kind of person that brings people together to form a consensus. It doesn't have that skills, and it ran away. I mean, his fellow leaders in the party could not rally around him to bring the nomination to him. He couldn't do it.
No, but that is because he does not know one thing about Nigerian politics. If any party is going to give anything to run on their behalf, they want to know the support you have from the power base of your own tribe. The issue that he had was because he didn't have support from the power base from his own tribe. Remember during the campaign, who was the major billionaire or major financier or king or Eze that was back, that you could see on TV back in Peter B from the Southeast? None. He didn't have any major, like, oh, this is a big wig in it. No, nobody. So no party is going to give you remember that was back then. No, things changed down the road, right? When he had momentum. But during that primaries, nobody thought Peter B was going to be who he became now.
But somebody was feeling some kind of empathy towards the Easterners. But how come the leaders in the PDP put aside their own interests, no matter what, if they like Peter B or not, and see him as somebody that would represent their region or where they come from and support him regardless? How come they didn't do that?
Prince, their political party, first rule of politics: win the elections. So if they look at you and say that you cannot win, it negates everything else. Winning is, you have to be able to win anything. I don't care where you're from. That is the reason they went for Atiku, because they thought, oh, this guy's been running. He almost won the last time.
They say they say Southwest, somebody from another region cannot win.
Right. So it was because they didn't think he could win. Now,
it didn't have to be Peter B. Are you telling me they didn't have somebody else that they could nominate or put forward? Is that what you're saying?
Give me a name. No.
I don't know.
No.
Oh, so if that been the case, then why should we care that Tinubu became the president, or if they get it or not? If you tell them they can't find one person to represent them, that's hard to believe. But
that's the reason why I said earlier that they don't understand the Nigerian political landscape. That you just don't show up a year saying you're running for.
I see what you're saying. I think they do, but there's something fundamentally wrong or missing in the way they play their politics. Of course, they're politicians. All this IPOP, all this Biafra stuff. Yeah, it's just for the common people over there, but their leaders, they're not part of it because they enjoy the benefit of Nigeria. They enjoy the largesse of Nigerian being in politics in Nigeria. So don't tell me these people don't know politics. They don't have to play politics. There's something that they just.
Let me give you my own, so you could reply. This is what I think always happens. Remember, I don't think maybe you don't know, but if you don't, let me know. Okorocha used to be very beloved in the Southeast. I remember my time in Nigeria. He has all these charity organizations. He has all these schools across Nigeria. He had a TV program on AIT, And almost every week you will see Okorocha building schools in the north, in the south, healthcare for people. The guy even sent people abroad. He had this charity that it was beloved. Before he became governor, he's been Rochas, Owele. Once the guy tried to reach out to other regions, they flipped on him. So that's what I have noticed in that area, where they still want you to be Igbo-centric, yet appeal to everybody else. I'm like, no, if you're too Igbo-centric, it's very hard for you to reach out. Now, a perfect example would be Soludo. Soludo has a mass, forget Southeast, he has a mass appeal to all Nigerians. So ideally, that would be the person you would say, they love this guy. We might have issues with him, but let's call him like your boss will do. They will call him to the back door. Okay, Ogbeni, we don't really like you, but everybody else in the country likes you. This is what we don't like. Let's discuss this. That's the way you play the game. You don't open your yash in front of people. No. If somebody likes if somebody likes your sister now, whatever, whatnot, you don't say then you call the person, behind the scenes. Okay, let's come together. Let's fix A, B, C. When a person has said that they want to run for office, you now come out as a united force, right? You come out together. That person has a mass appeal, right? Then you just back the person up. Any dissenting voice, you shut it down. But the homework should have been done before you show up in the public in the first place. That's what they keep missing. When OBJ showed up in the Southwest, we didn't love OBJ. Falaye was our guy now. Remember, Prince? Falaye was Yoruba. That's what we preferred. But they already did the homework behind the scenes before they brought him out. So when he showed up, we're like, okay, we don't like him, but he's one of us. Don't worry, we will talk to him when he gets there. So it's not the part of campaigning that they're having issues. It's that those backdoor deals that they don't know how to play. That's what I'm saying. Amongst themselves. So until you can play that backdoor politics, solve your problem behind the scenes first, then come out as a united force, you're not going to win anything.
I guess you're right. But one thing also about, especially OBJ, Obasanjo, he's always clamoring, jumping every 4 years for the Southeast candidate. When he put Yaradua there, how come the VP chosen was not from the Southeast directly? How come he didn't do that? I've always wondered about that.
That's a very good question. That is a very good question.
That time, the Niger Delta agitation was coming up, and he felt that, okay, this is a region that is supporting, that is feeding the country in terms of revenue and everything.
The militia, they were blowing up the pipe that time.
Aside Kubo was in detention, so he felt if he had done that if he does that, it will help. I think that was the reason. He wanted somebody from South. He was considering Otili, but he never even thought of Southeast. That was the issue.
So I guess kicking the can down the road, I guess.
No. This is not road. This is a trip. Like 12 years from now. This is not down the road, bro. This is different. This is different country. Because Tinubu goes for 8 years. Guess what? No, they're not. They don't play that game, man. They want your 8 years, and they're going to be there for 8 years. You know that, right? So,
yeah,
they better be waiting for what? I think 12 years? No. 16 years. I said 12 years. 16 years.
Oh, yeah. 16 years for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And 16 years is going. Well, yeah, that'll be their turn. That's if you don't have another strong contender from the southwest.
If we look again,
yeah. Because it's an open game. See, people forget that Tinubu really worked hard for this presidency. Like he sat down and they gave it to him. It didn't happen like that. So come next 4 years, you have somebody that's like a Tinubu protege or somebody using Tinubu's template, and that's a lot of time from now to start, um, trying to build relationship and up north and across the country. And if somebody else is able to do it from the southwest, there we go again. A southwestern will take it. That's just the way the game works.
But do they have anybody from that side of the country where you can say, okay, I see this is a rising star? Maybe that person is in their 40s right now or late 30s, because 16 years is a long time.
Well, I try and do the math. I try and do the calculation. Like, okay, I think Kingston Mogalu is 60 years old, 59, 60 years old. Of course, he has 16 years to his age. That'd be like 76 years old. So that's it may be out of contention by then, and it still looks pretty young. I mean, it may still look pretty healthy and strong, but I'm just guessing the next president in the next 8 years, the next president will probably be between 45 and 55 years old. Of course, coming from the north. Um, yeah, and that's what's going to happen. So if see politics, I mean, just like most things in life, really can be a marathon, a long-term plan. The Igbos, they can right now start grooming somebody. Maybe I don't know, Chimamanda Adichie, to take over.
No, she's
No,
not.
I'm just kidding. I don't think she can do it. But
Yeah,
but
but
somebody that, I mean, young, that is 16 years. It sounds far away, but hey, if they, I mean, if they can do it.
yeah, I mean, you have no idea. I wanna an Igbo president so bad, like for the unity of the country. That it would do a lot to unify the country, but they're not helping the situation. Like look at what's happening in Lagos, for instance, where they demolished some houses that were built close to a pipeline.
Yeah, I saw that video. I think, yeah.
And the next thing is, oh, it's because they're Igbo. These are the kind of things that places. This is what I'm saying. Like you just no, it's by the pipeline. You can't build over. It's not an Igbo thing. It's just illegal structures. So it's. But if you say we abuse you and say you are tribalist, I'm like, it's not that. Don't post online saying that Yoruba people are. Those kind of things will not get you votes. You can't abuse me then ask me for my votes. It
Well,
does.
assuming that video is a recent video, they were trying to make the correlation that it's just right after the election because the Igbos, were trying to be, fought against APC. That's why they're doing it right now. I think that's what the narrative is being
No,
that's been told.
no, because interesting, that was not even state. Didn't that was not even state. That was federal.
Oh,
That
okay.
had nothing to do with state. It was it's by the federal that line supplies the planes, the fuel. So and they've been wanting them since 2016. So imagine, but no, they will just bribe them or God don't worry, just. So almost what 7 years of telling you not to do something, and they come at you right now and you say because of APC one. I don't know.
Well, in the South, right, there's this thing about, I don't know, the Yorubas and the Igbos are like Siamese twins. If this election, if a Northern had won, there won't be any drama about it. Everybody will pack their bag and go home and be quiet for the next 4 years. It just happens to be because a Southwesterner won and a Southeast person, Peter B's, think is birthright. That's why all this drama is going on. If a Northern had won, I don't think that we're going to have this issue right now. Everybody would have gone their way. Um,
We will all be back together blaming the Fulani again, like we always do, right?
exactly. Yeah, pretty much.
I guess we have the bulls on our back now as Yoruba people for the next 8 years. We're the new Fulanis now. Everything they're going to blame Yoruba people now from now on. So
Yeah. See, but it's this. Well, I guess the presidency in Nigeria is strong, but for everything we say about the Southeasterners, I think they have all the capacity, the resources. They have a lot of things to build their own space, but they claim that they are successful, and they are successful, of course. So, and I mean, I'm not sure exactly what the presidency is going to do for them per se, And I'm not sure because they operate independently a lot. They do their business, they travel, they import, they export, or mainly import, and they do all these things. They don't. I'm not sure the presidency for because of the way they do things. I'm not sure the presidency is going to help them. And again, we made the argument also that in terms of contributing to the national purse from the southeast, they don't contribute enough. They don't contribute as a region to the federal governments a lot, but they do get a lot of allocation to them. So overall, they are the beneficiary of Nigeria as a nation in a lot of ways. And they're free, of course, to move around and live wherever they want to live in the country. They do. I mean, so just clamoring for, and the reason for the agitation mainly, of course, a lot of lack of development and whatnot in the southeast has to do with their leaders, really. Yeah, and somebody was saying earlier today, too, I guess previously to that, creating jobs is the job of the private sectors and the local governments mainly. So there are a lot of things that the Southeasterners can do for themselves that they don't really need the government to do for them. So it's a lot of things points to their leaders. They've not done a great job, I would say, overall. They're not different. Their leaders are not different. They are not different from the southwest leaders and northern leaders. They are not. They are politicians greedy in their own ways. Some do things for the people, some don't. And so they too, they are taking advantage of their own people. But but that people like to point the fingers to the center or to other people as being the ones marginalizing them in development or being progressive, and it's not true.
We'll stay here though. We still listen to you though.
Hey, do you want to continue?
Cool.
You want this is your session where we allow you to express yourself.
You guys now that was some the low
I,
mood.
I have never seen Diwali be that mad before. They're like, they didn't let me talk. I was there 5 hours.
One man need to moderate. One man need to moderate. He's always, what I discovered that one man does. He get caught up in that whenever somebody is actually saying something more refreshing, kind of like different from others. He get caught up. He doesn't know when to, back out and throw it open. And I know he's not a trained journalist and all that, but sometimes you, you shouldn't let get sucked into that that hole and to get himself out. Some of the topic we're supposed to have talked about today, I don't think we've even touched half of it.
I know, but
But
you know what? I think what happened is the earlier version when I joined, like a year back plus, it used to have 2 sessions, right? It used to have 2 sessions. So the morning session was the one that looked like what you were talking about, where it was 2 3 topics, and you had time, and you were the initiative has always been very valid because usually when you come up with a topic, somebody will disagree with what you have to say, and it just the argument and people start joining it, taking
mm,
sides, and so it becomes like a tag team match
mm,
where like if you're not doing the obedient thing, if you come against like a obedience, then the next one just tags on like, well, what do you mean by next thing you know, we are we are somewhere. So anytime I come on the show, sometimes I don't even bother to even look at the topics that is reading out for the most part. I know we're not even going to get that. We're not going to get to that. We're not going to get through everything. So I just look into the flow of things and take it from there. But I mean, it's a suggestion that you brought up, and let's see how that goes. But
and a lot of people leave sometimes when 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 he stayed too long on the topic. They just I've seen people just stay online but not really there. They just
oh, by the way, were you shocked that the Fox News fired the talker though?
who
Fox News fired Cock, right?
who
Fox News fired Tucker Carlson, right?
Yeah, they
Fox
did.
News.
Man, I was surprised, man.
Fox News what?
Didn't they fire
They
Tucker?
fired. They let Tucker Carlson go.
Oh yeah, they have to. If you can cost me 7 to 800 million, why should I retain you?
Hey.
No, it
But
was not. It was not. It didn't cost them that amount. It was
no,
not the cost of that.
I'm just saying he was part of the problem. I think it was part of the, like I said, when a media house have a goal and they set that goal and they try to carry everybody along, and if you deviate from the talking point, you're in trouble. If you stick with it, yes, you have followership, but some people will hate you with passion. But the station needed the rate. That's what keep them going, and that's what attract uh, advertisement to keep the station afloat. Now, but then there's life after you've been in front of camera every day, because people are going to despise you. They can't stand you. Now, Yoruba will say, "Ìwọ̀n tí wọ́n sì nìkan dùn mọ́." I think what happens, unfortunately, we won't get to know what actually transpired behind the curtain because it seems that the management of First News and then the anchors kind of like in one agreement to push that agenda with the hope that it will help Trump to be reinstated to the point that during their numerous meetings they were having, there were a lot of profanity, a lot of words being exchanged because it seems some people doesn't want to toe that line. Remember, the director of news actually was the one that called the Arizona election, even when the what do you call it, the Trump team were telling them to hold off, but they said no because they already say what do you call this vote? The one that will ask people question who they voted for and be able to tally it together and be able to come to conclusion. I forget what they call.
Poll.
Is it poll? Yeah.
It's like a
Yeah.
poll.
Yes, exit poll. So they will ask the electorate, who they voted for. Some will give account, some will not. And by the time they tally, they will just do it randomly. There's a way they do it and be able to know who wins, who doesn't win.
Well, that Fox News thing, that Arizona call was fraudulent. See, as I think it's more the reason why Fox News did not want to fight the lawsuit was because there would be a lot of discovery when they get into it. A lot of things going to come
But
out.
they do numerous recount. How many times would they count the votes, my brother? How many?
Where?
Who's paying for those recount? Not the state. State doesn't have the money.
To which votes you talking about?
The Arizona vote.
They never recounted the votes. Did they
Are you
recount
sure?
it? They
They
stalled.
they
No,
they did. They
the
did.
no no, if you're talking about, no, they did not. Even the Carrot Lake votes, they still haven't recounted it. But Fox News was so quick. I don't know why, based on what, to call the Arizona election, and that was final. They called it, and that was
Yeah, but
done.
you know the funniest thing, the television stations, they are now the official that certified the election. As a matter of fact, the Secretary of State of each state does not rely on media house. They
So
officially certify.
I do. I'll let you know that. Say this is this. It's. I mean,
No, people
it's all a
say.
game. It's all a game in the sense that the media house. Okay, they prime the
So
public. They
you
prime the
believe
public.
you believe Republican wins Arizona?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. They won.
Ah,
See, see. The Murdoch family. This guy that led the Senate to become, what's his name? Paul Ryan. These people are anti-Trumpers to the core. They were anti-Trumpers to the core, and they wanted Trump to lose. No, no. See, can't you see? No, come on. Fox News, the so-called Fox News, being, it's the conservative, for the most part. But the way what they did in that election, you would think it's another CNN in the making or something. It was all a game. We saw what happened. But again, the reason why they were forced to pay the money because they did not want to get into discovery in the courts. A lot of things were going to come out. A lot
look,
of things were going to come out.
see,
They don't
my
want to be
brother,
part of it.
see. Look, hold on. The media that pronounce a candidate to be elected, if you really pay attention to them, they will say they are projecting. Okay, they are not the one that certify election. They have their way of determining who wins and who see. Unlike here, I mean, unlike Nigeria, American election is straightforward. It's easy peasy.
It's not. I disagree. It's not straightforward.
It's easy
See,
peasy.
the,
The
the, the
only problem we have, the only problem some states we usually have, is the absentees vote. If we're to be the election that was being counted, the one for the day before or the day of the election, is always easy peasy. But because some of these counties that are far remote from the city, not every state have the resource. If, as a matter of fact, I found out, depends on where you live at. Some counties are so rich.
Mhm.
Some county, as a matter of fact, sometimes when I send official requests to some county for official document, it will take from when Jesus Christ was born and died before I get those documents. When I asked the reason why it takes that long, the response was, look, not every county is as rich as the county that I reside in. And some of the personnel that will have been used to fast track some of my requests, they don't have it because they're trying to manage the number of staff that they have. So you can imagine in some states like Mississippi, like some states that have a remote areas,
Mhm.
and they are trying they are very conservative. They are trying to, maximize their resources. So hiring extra hand will have put more dent into their pores. So they decided they're going to use what they have, and that is why when some of those states that allow absentees votes, they will put that aside and count the votes that was casted uh, before and during their election day. Now, so now because some of these elections are not done electronically, they usually transmit the result to the center. So that is why if American election doesn't used to take this long, but because of that, and some of them changes their machines and all that. Some states change their machines, their voting machines. So that was what happened. Not the television station. Even MSNBC and Fox News already know the answer even before CNN actually announced Arizona. And what did the Democrat got from Arizona now? Now we have their senator who declared to be independent. Uh,
Cinema, yeah.
what's I call her Judas Iscariot of
Christian cinema, yeah. I think that's it.
Arizona.
Well,
So yeah, I mean, you have Kelly. Is this called Kelly? He won the election. Now, I'm not surprised that Arizona went blue, or should I say purple, because that state could not stand Trump. The fact that he called their son not a war hero. To today, that thing anger me every time I remember that statement. That John McCain, a man who fought for his country, who was shot down, wife flying, and was chained to the floor, and he was in prison for years,
no,
disabled.
say John McCain is only you know well known amongst the elites of Arizona. Amongst the common people in Arizona, they can care less about him. They don't care about for John McCain
And
and
they
his
don't
family.
need your liberal vote. Then you see, Republican in the rural area, in the suburb, and in the country, they are the one that usually make the majority, not people in the city, inner city. No,
Say
it,
that again.
it may not be popular in the inner city, but in the suburb and in the country, McCain is popular among the Republicans.
Oh no, I don't know. It's popular more among the Republican elites. McCain is not a popular guy, by the way. But to your point, you're right because the machinery in Arizona they totally want Trump to lose, and they were not for him. So the so-called Republicans in Arizona, they worked against strongly against the
Mhm.
Democrat and the Republicans, Trump especially. But still,
Mm.
they won. But still, the numbers bear them out that they actually won. A lot of shenanigans happen in Arizona. I mean, of course, in Pennsylvania also.
You know,
But
Prince Daddy.
anyways,
Prince Daddy. Even among the anchors in Fox News, some of them believe that it was a fake news. That there was a lot of irregularity during the election, but some of them still went ahead to deceive their viewers, even if when after it has been discussed among themselves, they still went ahead to discuss it. I mean, to affirm what has been in the rumors being carried, you know, around. And that is one thing that the Fox News does not want, because it will put a dent on their credibility of what is news that is coming from their platform. That was the reason why they decided to settle. So now, for them to have paid that huge amount of money, my brother, ain't no way. I would want to do something more or less like a cleaning uh, of house, where you have, clean slate. I mean, look at the way some of the anchors has been going. Look at Bill O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly was dropped like a fly, right? Look at what is it called? I forgot this man's name. Um, oh,
so the guy that went to Blaze News, what's the name? The guy with the white hair. Is that what you're talking about?
even Michael Huckabee,
Oh, Mike Huckabee. Okay.
the former governor, the way he was dropped from the network.
But these guys don't care. Apart from Bill O'Reilly, that has a followership. These guys don't carry nothing. Tucker Carlson was number one on Fox News for a long time,
Mhm.
beating out the other networks combined, actually. But I mean, I mean, Fox, if they survive, well, then good luck to them. But personally, I've stopped watching Fox for a long time. I don't watch Fox anymore.
Fox News.
Uh, yeah, I don't watch them anymore.
Occasionally, I'll go there just to balance my view. And I
But
go
that's
there,
the
but
thing.
most time,
They're not even balanced anymore. They're just playing. They
oh
just
yeah,
playing. They're playing to their constituents. Trying to
yeah,
they rile people up to to go against
yeah.
the. They're not. They are pro.
No,
See,
they don't have to do that.
the only guy that was doing any real reporting or real news was Tucker Carlson. If you listen to him, what he talks is not. He doesn't toe the line of the popular opinion. He goes out of his way to
He
invite
was
people on
following
the show.
the talking point too. Every time, look at what is this guy's name? Shepherd, something Shepherd that left.
Steve Shepard, yeah, that,
Yeah,
yeah.
Steve Shepherd, and even what is his name? Something Michael, the one that went to CNN. That his father used to work with the First News before. I forgot his name. The one that said who speak with or who talk with something. Was it Steve? I forgot the name. He left CNN. I mean, he left for CNN. And these are the liberal voices, or at least moderate liberal voices that were in this First News. And they left because they couldn't cope of being, whenever they're not towing the line or following with the
So
talking point.
my understanding is that the Murdoch fan, the Murdoch is children are running the Fox, and they run the show. They they don't know how to. I don't think they understand the complexity of the industry in which they are in. Their
Hmm.
father is a genius. He knows, but I think what they're doing is it's gonna ruin them in the long run. Or hopefully they have enough money to carry them for the next year or two. Because I mean, I don't know where they're gonna get their viewership
Even
from.
CNN is trying to copy Fox News like crazy these days too.
Well, because they have the new CEO, was it Chris Litch? He said it. He said it. He said it himself. I'm glad you're able to notice that, because he said he's trying to have a balanced voice on CNN. Different opinion. So that's why he's been cleaning out. You remember, Don Lemon is gone too, right? You know that, right? You know Don Lemon is gone, right?
He's gone.
Yeah. And a bunch of other people in CNN too. He's been cleaning the house also. Little by little, getting rid of those people. He's trying to move CNN more to the center, because CNN is so far left. It's crazy.
It depends who you're talking to. Depends who you're talking to. If you're talking to Anderson Cooper, yeah, he's a little bit moderate, not like fanatical like some people.
Yeah, well, he plays that moderate line. He toes that line, but if deep down, if you listen to the analysis and how they manipulate things, it's not really moderate, but it's not fanatical. It's not as brash as some people are, like Brian Stelter, that guy that got fired also. So they're trying to move to the center, but trust me, legacy media, I think, is dying. It will be gone pretty soon, because I myself, I don't listen to, I don't watch this news network. I use alternative sources for my news. Yeah, in fact, I probably watch more Arise News on YouTube than I do Fox, CNN, and MS. I don't even watch MSNBC or this other stuff. I don't watch them. They just trash. They just trash from it. So they don't give the real news. You don't get the real news. I mean, if you're serious about news, you have to look at other places for news, really.
I think Thomas is snoring.
Is that Thomas? No.
Yeah, says Thomas is snoring.
It's on mute.
Somebody is snoring seriously. Can you hear that?
I can hear that. Is it Adewale or is I think
No,
Adewale?
Adewale is talking now.
I know. You just start talking.
No, Adewale is the on. Put it on. Adewale is. I think we should.
Adewale is lost on, yeah.
Put it on. Thomas, I think we should just call it a day.
All right.
Maybe we just call it. Yeah, maybe we just call it a day.
All right, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for you guys coming.
Yeah, you
coming
too.
on board today. It was a good conversation all the way through. Yeah. Thank you, Adewale. Thank you, Brains.
All right. Thanks, Thomas. Yeah.
You're welcome. See you, brother. Yeah. Thank you. Adewale, thank you. Yes. Then thank you, Babati. Omoba. Aremo Omoba. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for listening to us. Another section as today. Wish you guys good luck. See you at the other side. You know where we are going. We never miss it. So let's have it. Where is it? Are you hiding? It's not hiding. We're gonna get it. We have to have the feeling. Yes. There you go.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
I
Bye.